Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
The Highlanders' Secret Maiden by Lydia Kendall. Chapter 1. A wedding. Another wedding. There seems to be no end to them. Bored of listening to her father prattle on, Georgina turned her attention to the budding trees and flowers that spoke of the English countryside come to life after the wet and dark winter. It was her favorite time of the year when promise hung in the air. Even so, it was hard to ignore the feeling of dread as they approached the Earl of Aylesford's wedding. For the only daughter of Georgina Andrews at 22 years old, finding a prosperous match had become more and more a frequent topic of late. It was the same thing at every wedding. She knew it so well, she could write about it. Her father would tell her what to expect, as if she didn't already know. This will be the perfect occasion to formally begin your courtship of Morgan Bolton. He's a man of considerable power and would be a most advantageous match for you. I doubt he'll have much to discuss other than himself. Georgina deliberately sighed at the mention of the leader of the British Army. Morgan Bolton was nothing but a vile creature in her eyes, with a propensity to crush the spirits of those he deemed weak or not worthy of glory. He led us into yet another victory against the enemy. You should be grateful for his forward thinking and bravery. His disgusting viciousness more like. From the brief encounters Georgina had experienced with him, he was all ego with little to please the eye. They pulled up in front of the Aylesford estate. Georgina stepped out of the carriage, and once again, wished that her mother was still here. She would have been the voice of reason to emphasize the need for an element of romantic love in a potential match for her. Now it begins again. With greetings at the door. Welcome, Mr. Andrews, Miss Andrews, I will tell your grace you have arrived. The maid showed them to the ballroom where the festivities were just beginning. Georgina thanked the young woman and watched her walk away with a purpose. Would the maid have more freedom living such a life, no father trying to sell her off to the highest bidder? No treacherous marriage to an insufferable brute of a man to worry about. Then again, the maid still had the Earl of Aylesford to answer to, so perhaps it was impossible to lead a life free from the control of a man. Ah, good evening, Jeremy. Wonderful to see you and your lovely daughter. Georgina curtsied to Peter Gibbons, an acquaintance of her father. A splendid day for a wedding, is it not? Georgina's eyes swept the room and saw it was the customary ton occasion. Perhaps a bit more splendid with a bit of dancing to liven things up. Mr. Gibbons let out a bark of a laugh at Georgina's comment. As was his usual practice at each social function, her father pitched in with his trite comment. Ah, come now, Georgina. Once the happy couple arrives, there will be ample opportunity to dance with a certain bachelor. She looked across the room and noticed Major Bolton standing, one hand in his pocket, the other at his side. Just look at the way he projects himself like he was above everyone else. Oh, no, he's looking straight at me. Am I a particularly tasty morsel he can't wait to sink his teeth into? She glanced at her hands and shook her head. Only one word for him, predator. Mr. Gibbons winked as he spoke. Oh, I'm sure a fine young lady such as yourself will have the pick of the gentleman. She smiled politely, internally wishing to be anywhere but here. But you are too kind to flatter me so, Mr. Gibbons. They shared a brief chuckle. And then father delivers the dreaded line. Perhaps she'll even leave the festivities with the marriage proposal. Following the object of her father's stare, she saw the unwavering drooling of the great British leader. This insufferable sight, coupled with her father's cliched hint, left her feeling cold and nauseated. I need to catch my breath. Elsewhere. She couldn't tolerate any more of these dubious hints about her potential match with this all-powerful army official. Please excuse me, father, Mr. Gibbons. I need a moment in the dressing room. She darted into the increasing sea of guests and felt more alone than ever. Georgina longed for a confidant to share her dread about this impending match with Morgan Bolton and reveal her recurring fantasy about running away from it all to start a brand new life. Since her mother's passing 3 years ago, she had become obsessed with painting, even keeping a sketchbook handy. She depicted scenes she could get lost in, a way to escape the reality around her. She imagined tonight's events on a canvas would show Morgan, the incubus, and her, his trapped innocent. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Earl of Aylesford and his Lady Agatha Aylesford. The newly married couple entered to the sound of congratulatory applause. Georgina blended with a group of other young women while the floor cleared, allowing the newlyweds to parade to the center of the ballroom for their customary first dance. Georgina watched the newly married couple dance rigidly in front of their esteemed guests. Their movements didn't flow, they were merely following the sets. They might as well be strangers. There goes another lovely young maiden sacrificed for a promise of security. She lowered her eyes to her wringing hands. Am I destined for the same loveless marriage and dull life? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the banter behind her. She looks puffed. When I get married, I will be the most tempting armful in the room. Not a cow stuffed in a frock. But she marries into a well-inlaid family, even if she does have to put up with an old frog face snorting away on top of her night after night. The two now exploded into a muffled fit of giggles over the bride. Georgina turned to see the smugness of two meddling magpies, the lovely Eunice and the charming Rose. She attended their coming-out balls with her mother several years ago. She saw them then as two old biddies, both come with unwanted opinions and incessant gossip. Oh, my gosh, Georgina, is it true that you're to be engaged to Major Bolton? Well, I'm not aware that is certain. She was foxed about this rumor seemingly spread across the region. It hadn't occurred to her that her father had been postulating her betrothal with other people in their social circle. Eunice whipped her head to see Morgan's lecherous gaze, then back to Georgina for a reaction. He certainly has his eyes set on you anyway. I doubt there's much you can do to resist the advances of such a powerful man, Eunice said. Then, Rose followed with, why, he's handsome enough that I'd be tempted to set my cap on him. Georgina shook her head and turned away. She is welcome to have him. Now that the newlyweds' first dance was well underway, others began to join in, lifting the stiffness from the atmosphere. Georgina returned her attention to the room, desperately wishing to drown out the babbling duo. Glancing across the room in an attempt to ignore Morgan's unwelcome stare, she locked onto a set of captivating eyes with a secret expression. Now who is that? Eunice's words echoed Georgina's thoughts. He was definitely not one of the local prospects. This man was rugged and handsome with brilliant blue eyes. His physique hinted at extraordinary strength and his features were chiseled to perfection. She held his gaze and was unable to tear herself away. She felt an undeniable pull between them. Georgina overheard Rose, he's a Scotsman, he must be. Look at the red hair and the brutish strength. Eunice's reply followed. What would one of their kind be doing here? They're all brutes with no manners or social standing. Georgina broke the gaze of the blue eyes. She was annoyed at such a comment. How would you know such a fact? Eunice continued, everyone knows that. They practically run into battle for the sheer joy of causing destruction to us Brits. No dignity whatsoever. Georgina gaped at Rose's ogling of this man with the blue eyes. Well, he looks plenty dignified to me. Oh, put your tongue away, Rose. He's hardly an eligible match after charging down here from the Highlands. Georgina was tiring of Eunice's arrogant comments. Georgina defended this man despite his being a stranger, and she didn't know why. Georgina opened her mouth to retaliate against Eunice's ill-formed judgments and felt the wind get knocked out of her. She watched as Morgan Bolton approached the mysterious red-haired stranger and stiffly shook his hand. Instinctively, she ducked behind the pillar by her side, not wanting Morgan to see her and stake some sort of claim upon her to this handsome stranger. There's no use in hiding, Georgie. If Major Bolton can lead the British Army to battle, then he can just snatch you up and marry you. Georgina loathed the shortening of her name and stalked off, unable to listen to a second more of their chatter and fits of giggles. She wished more than ever to just escape her life before she was trapped forever in the arms of a man she despised. Chapter 2 Marcas MacGowan was attending the wedding mainly to focus on his brother. Connell's temper against the stinkin' Brits had only gotten worse over the last days, and Marcas was doing his best to keep an eye on him. He didn't expect to lock eyes on a pair so beautiful as was this stunning lass, and it blew him away. He didn't hear Connell talking to him. Marcas, ye still awake, lad? Stop gaping at that fine English filly, will ya? We've got company approachin'. Ach, hold ya wheezed. Marcas tore his gaze away from the dark-haired beauty across the room and told his brother to shut up. They stood there boldly, intimidating, and watched the tall uniformed officer drawing near. The MacGowans. He nodded at each man in turn. Marcas. Connell. Marcas could see his brother's jaw tense into a fierce lock as the leader of the British Army acknowledged their presence. Good evening, Bolton. His brother's voice was cold and harsh as they greeted the English bampot. Marcas dutifully nodded. Bolton's face remained unruffled by this chilly reception. And to what do we owe the pleasure of your company? Connell continued his frosty tone. As the Laird, the duty now lies we meet a council with the Earl. We're here to raise a glass to the newly married man and wife, and be on our way. Marcas stayed firmly at his brother's side. I have to make sure this piece of English filth he's picked the wrong clan to mess with. Neither brother wanted to be there, especially after what happened to Alistair and Sarah Campbell. Marcas knew Connell was still grieving for his closest friend and his wife. They'd had a lifelong friendship, and Alistair had been fiercely loyal to the MacGowans. That bastard Bolton got personal when he tracked down the Campbells and viciously slaughtered them. It was a cowardly move to come after folk Connell cared about. Any decent man would have stood proud and faced his enemy during battle, and spared any lass involved. The brothers saw another English fool sidling into the conversation, holding out his hand as a formality for an introduction. Good evening, Mr. Bolton, gentlemen, I don't think we've met. Connell MacGowan, sir, and this here's me brother Marcas. Connell and Marcas took turns shaking the man's hand. You must be the late Laird MacGowan sons. I'm Mr. Andrews. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Marcas nodded politely at the introduction. It felt plain wrong to be standing here in the midst of the Brits and act civil, but their father had put in a lot of hard work to maintain this diplomatic relationship with their clan and the Earl of Aylesford, and he wasn't about to jeopardize that. Mr. Andrews spoke up, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I require a word with Major Bolton here. Marcas was grateful for the chance to escape their company. Morgan snorted, gentlemen? I reckon that's pushing it, Mr. Andrews. They're nothing more than Highland brutes dressed up in finery. Marcas felt his patience snap, and it took greater control not to lash out at this comment. Connell flared up at this, and snarled, that's not a way to talk to a laird, but ye lot say we hae no manners? Save it for the battlefield, Connell. Marcas whispered in his brother's ear, willing him to calm down and remember why they were here. Well, nice to meet ye, Mr. Andrews. We'll take up no more of Mr. Bolton's attention. Connell turned to Mr. Andrews as he spoke and politely excused themselves from the men's company. Ach, let's get a wee dram doon us, lad, afore I run that bastard doon wi' me sword. Connell was angry as he spoke of them getting a good stiff drink, but there was a hint of playful banter underneath. Right ye are, Connell, ye reckon they'll have a decent whisky or two, or will it all be watered doon English pish? They shared a laugh as they moved through the room, Connell on the lookout for the booze, but Marcas was avidly scanning the room for the girl he'd laid eyes on only minutes ago. They caught sight of the Earl up ahead and made to go over and congratulate him. Ah, fellas, glad that you could make it. His round face was glowing pink with drink, which could only be a good sign that there was some nearby. Congratulations, sir, on behalf of the MacGowan clan. We wish ye both a lifelong happy marriage. Connell said his piece. Both brothers took turns to shake the sweaty palm of the Earl of Aylesford. Thankfully, they were spared the need to make small talk as other guests crowded around the Earl to offer their congratulations and words of wisdom. Connell eyed a server pouring out glasses of liquor. Ach, Thank Christ. Let's get a Drandunas. I could sure do weird after all this fraternizing we the enemy. The job hate I'll be done if I'm to live up to father's legacy. Connell had been appointed the title of Laird after their father passed away, and it had been a role he'd gladly stepped into, even if Marcas was an equally viable candidate. Cheers to that. They clinked glasses and swallowed the booze in one gulp, Marcas relishing the warming burn. It wasn't nearly as revitalizing as the whiskey back home, but it would do to take the edge off. Come on, will we find a fine lassie or two for a twirl about the dance floor? Marcas posed the question as an excuse to continue scanning the room for the dark-haired beauty again, sipping his second drink a bit more slowly this time. Aye, if you reckon an English bird is gonna be willing. Marcas laughed at Connell's smirking. Ya mind's in the gutter as usual, Connell. Ye can hardly speak. Who was it bedding that MacEwan lass in the barn after the homecoming feast? Ach, come on, we were just home fae battle, we all deserved a bit of skirt after that. As the pair of them laughed about their conquests, Marcas caught sight of the girl again. Well, if ye'll excuse me, I'm off to get me a dance. He polished off the rest of the liquor in his glass, handed the empty beaker to Connell and straightened his shoulders before striding up to the lass. For all his bravado, the sight of her made him feel weak at the knees, and his heart was in his throat as he opened his mouth to speak. Care to dance, madam? He put on his most charming smile, the one that made the lasses back home melt into putty in his hands. He wasn't normally fazed by women. As a powerful Highland soldier from the prominent MacGowan clan, they fell at his feet and were glad of his attention without much effort on his part. Madam? Her face broke into a cheeky but alluring smile. You make me feel positively ancient. Her voice was clipped with that haughty English accent, but in her warm, joking tone even that was endearing. Ach, well, I was always taught to make a lady feel special. He met her dazzling smile with one of his own, feeling a tug deep inside him as their eyes met again, and he felt the instant heat of connection flow between them. Well, you seemed like a good enough candidate to save me from my terrible fate. And what fate would that be? Being the last girl left alone on the dance floor. Ach, well, we can't have that, can we? Marcas held out his arm, and his heart thudded as she slipped her delicate wee arm into the crook of his hair standing on end as her flesh brushed his for a brief moment. Soon they fell into step with the rest on the dance floor, and Marcas concentrated on pulling all his best moves. He couldn't have this lass thinking he was nothing more than a clumsy laird's brother in a kilt. That's a rather exotic accent you got there. He smiled at her gentle taunting. Aye, that's the exotic sound of the bonny Scottish Highlands, me lass. She had a fair spirit on her, this one. A Highlander at an event such as this? Whatever is the world coming to? Well, there's more to us than meets the eye. He spun her around and watched the lengths of her hair fly out and her lips twitch into a smile before he caught her with his arm around her tiny waist. There certainly is indeed. Marcas gazed into her eyes, completely at sea, but before he could tell her how bonny her eyes were, Connell sprung up at his side. May I cut in? It's fairly selfish of me, brother, to keep the bonniest lass in the room all to himself. Oh, ye utter cad, Marcas thought upon his brother's interruption. Marcas could have kicked him. It was just like Connell to muscle in, always having to prove that he was stronger, older and a better leader than Marcas. Brothers. How interesting. I shall have to find out which one of you is a better dancer in that case. Marcas couldn't help but smile once more at her teasing and sharp wit, trying not to let it show that he was feeling in any way threatened by Connell. I'll let Connell try to outdo me in that case. The name's Marcas, my lass, Marcas MacGowan. He took her hand and brushed his lips against it briefly, his eyes never leaving hers as he did so. Why, it's nice to meet you, Marcas and Connell. My name is Georgina Andrews. Come on now, Marcas, the lady is waiting for the dance of her lifetime. Connell stepped closer to Georgina, held out his arm and waited for her to take it. The pleasure was all mine, Miss Andrews. He turned and walked away, utterly smitten and hell-bent on finding a way to make her his. Chapter 3 A feeling of reckless abandonment had taken hold of Georgina. Her father had approached her with Morgan Bolton at his side and announced, "Georgina, you'll be happy to hear that Morgan has finalized his proposal for your hand in marriage and I am delighted to have accepted on your behalf." She was gobsmacked. Don't I get a say in this? She wanted to scream and rage at her father, but she was at a loss for words with Morgan standing right by his side. "Be sure to save me the next dance, Georgina, and we can then officially announce the joining of our two families." She felt sick. Surely this couldn't be happening. This had to be a nightmare. She pinched herself in hopes of waking up, but it was no good. He was still very much there in front of her, the hard lines of his face scrunched up into what he thought was an endearing gaze. Her father cleared his throat and let out an embarrassed little laugh at her utter silence. "I do think we've taken you by surprise, Georgina. Perhaps the news hasn't quite sunk in yet." There was a polite warning etched into his words, encouraging her to mind her manners. "Do forgive me, Mr. Bolton." "Father, this is indeed quite the surprise." "Come, Mr. Andrews, let us give my wife Tubby a moment to gather her joy. We shall get our hands on the finest bottle of champagne in the room to toast to our upcoming nuptials." She watched them walk away, the words wife-to-be echoed, repeating over and over again in her mind like a death sentence. Desperation took hold at that moment. She was not going to let these men dictate her life. What would happen if she brazenly refused to marry Morgan? As she tried to grab onto a viable solution, her panicked mind came crashing back to reality, reminding her that she had no power as a young woman alone, unless she were to completely sever ties with the life she was used to and turn her back on her social standing. When her vision filled with the intensely handsome Marcas MacGowan escorting her to the dance floor, she felt like her prayers had been answered. Georgina felt free and reckless in the arms of both the MacGowan brothers. As soon as Marcas approached her and asked her to dance, she'd felt a heady rush of excitement. Never before had she felt such things for a man. Now she finally understood what all the fuss was about. The added brush with danger at his nationality was the perfect act of defiance against her impending engagement to Morgan Bolton. "Well, Georgina Andrews, what nonsense was me brother yapping about? Oh, just how he was swooping in to save me from my impending doom. Oh, well, I think I'm the better savior out of the two of us. I am a laird after all." While Marcas was incredibly handsome and she'd felt an undeniable connection, there was something irresistible about Connell too. Just one glance at him was enough to tell that he was a strong man that could protect her. A laird? How impressive! As she moved in step with Connell, she saw Morgan glaring at them from across the room, champagne glasses in hand, and a swoop of dread took hold of her. "What's got ye so glum, lass? I would have expected a bit more excitement at the announcement of such a title." His tone was still light and playful, and as she looked up into his eyes and drank in his tall warrior stance, she knew she was safe. "The truth is, I'm to be married to a brute of a man. My father has negotiated with him for my hand in marriage without consulting my feelings in the matter, and I want nothing more than to escape this horrible sentence." Georgina felt herself break down in the comfort of Connell's arms, all her flirtatious bravado stripping away. She felt betrayed by her father and she was nothing more than an object to be traded, desperate for someone to swoop in and whisk her away from it all. "Ach lass, I ken it's scary but I'm sure you'll grow to like him. A bonny lass like you, he'll be sure to treat ye well." Suddenly her eyes filled with tears and she was afraid that she'd weep right here in front of Connell. "You don't understand. He's a vicious monster. I'll never let him touch me." Would I even have a choice in the matter? Morgan didn't seem the type to take no for an answer. Connell picked up on her gaze darting back and forth between him and Morgan, who was now beginning to stride across the dance floor, no doubt to claim his property. "Connell, quick, he's coming. That bastard's nae getting what he wants, that's for sure." Connell spoke with menace and Georgina sensed a hidden resentment within him. Without another moment to spare, Connell exaggeratedly spun Georgina around, picking up the speed of their combined steps and led her right through the middle of the dance floor in the opposite direction from Morgan. "Marcas, get the horses ready. Now." Connell's tone became authoritative as he commanded his brother's attention. Marcas stood patiently by the door, but at Connell's words he immediately sprang into action and dashed out towards the exit. Georgina glanced back in Morgan's direction, but it appeared that he was not so quick and nimble on his feet as Connell, for he had become trapped in amongst the merry crowd and was struggling to untangle himself. She would laugh if she weren't so filled with anxiety about getting out of his reach. "Miss Andrews, take me arm as if we're merely going for a quiet stroll." She felt a pang of hope as Connell took hold of the situation, excitement rippling through her as she took in his smoldering dominance. It was too late for quiet, however, for Georgina and Connell's flurry across the dance floor had caused quite the show and heads were turning as they saw Georgina heading for the exit with the clan leader. Rose and Eunice were in their element and whispered excitedly to each other while Georgina and Connell walked past them, their faces animated with delight at this turn of events. It seemed that many of the guests were already following suit. As they reached the front door of the estate, Georgina heard Morgan's bull-like voice shout out after them, "Hey, just where do you think you're going with my betrothed?" Connell hurried her on, "She's not your betrothed just yet, Bolton, and at the rate you're going, she never will be." As they descended the steps at a run, Marcas came into view, leading two sturdy horses readied and packed with saddlebags. Georgina sneaked a glance over her shoulder at the furious temper of her supposed future husband. Curious wedding guests were trickling out to learn the source of the commotion, and Georgina heard the hum of scandalized chatter begin to spread through the crowd. She heard not-so-quiet whispers about improper and unladylike. She wanted to turn and yell back, "You know what's improper and unladylike? Being forced to marry a middle-aged walrus who demands obedience," but there simply wasn't time. "Marcas, hurry!" Connell commanded, taking her hand and making haste out the door to the waiting horse. She heard her father yelling, "Georgina, what on earth is going on?" But it did not stop her. Settled into the saddle behind Connell, she turned back to see her father's shocked expression as he stood beside Morgan, who was fisting the neck of an unopened bottle of champagne. "Sorry, father, I cannot marry that man. Don't you want me to be happy?" She ignored the black rage on Morgan's face and implored her father to understand. "Georgina, stop this foolishness now. Think of the spectacle you're making. Come now, get down and we can discuss this properly behind closed doors." She shook her head, knowing this was her only shot at escaping her dreaded fate. Connell tugged the reins. "TCK." He clucked to urge the horse in a trot away from the manor house. "Come back here with my daughter this instant, you brute." From the moment she heard these words, she hesitated. Could I really leave him behind and throw our family under the gaze of a scandal? She heard Morgan's voice pitch in and knew she was making the right decision. "MacGowan, you have crossed the wrong man. The weight of the British Army will be upon you before you know it." Georgina tensed at Morgan's words, knowing the threat was real. She felt Connell's body twist around to face the angry voices they were rapidly leaving behind. "Bolton, ye take something of mine and I take something of yours. As they say, all's fair in love and war." His voice was just as threatening as Morgan's. Georgina could swear she saw a flicker of fear in the officer's face as he watched them leave. And with that, Connell turned back and urged his horse on, gaining on Marcas just ahead of them. Georgina wrapped her arms around his waist, unsure where else to hold on, and felt the wind fly through her hair in a stream behind her. Filled with ecstasy at her daring, she let out a gleeful shout of laughter as they sped away from her doomed fate, having never felt more alive than at this moment. Chapter 4. "Come on, Marcas lad, we need to put a good distance between us and them," Connell commanded as he urged his horse forward and into step with Marcas riding just ahead. "I can, Connell, we're certainly bloody damned." "No," Marcas shouted back, Georgina's ears only just catching his words against the wind created by cantering at full pelt. Georgina felt her high spirits dampen as quickly as they were ignited in the heat of the moment. "Does he regret helping me to escape? He doesn't sound overly happy about it right now." Maybe she had imagined the connection between them on the dance floor. Perhaps it had been her own desperation that fixated this urge onto the pair of eyes she met across the room. "Right, lass, hang on tight, we're gonna have to run to beat the devil." Connell twisted round to call out to her and she held on to him like he said, feeling his rock-hard muscles tighten underneath his swathes of tartan cloth. Georgina buried her face in his back as he encouraged his horse toward a full-on gallop. The speed was both terrifying and exhilarating in equal measures. "Just think, the faster we move, the further away that brutish man will be. You'll never get your piggy hands on me now, Morgan." They soared through the air, her stomach lurched, her vision a blurry mass of green and grey as they passed stone fences and buildings. She imagined Morgan and his posse moving fast and furious for the MacGowan brothers. The look on his face right now, it was probably bright red with fuming rage and liquor, and bellowing like a bear at anyone who would listen. It wasn't often that things didn't go his way. She broke out into spontaneous laughter but knew the threat of his pursuit was real. He and his men would not stop until he had combed the entire countryside to find her. It had nothing to do with love and everything to do with his bullish pride and vicious need to win. She shuddered at the thought of this and clung even tighter to Connell, willing him to get her as far from Morgan's reach as possible. She clutched tightly around Connell's waist and soon her hands were numb. Her legs ached from gripping the horse's flanks. She had no idea where they were, what distance they'd traveled. All she knew was discomfort. She had never ridden a horse astride, it was improper to sit on the saddle like a man. Just how could they stand to sit like this? All the bumping up and down could not be pleasant for them surely. When the horses slowed to a trot, Connell and Marcas both let out a shout of glee. Georgina was astounded by the beauty of this unfamiliar stretch of the countryside, green fields on one side of a river, woodland on the other. "Welcome to bonny Scotland, lass," Connell announced joyfully before guiding the horse to a halt. "Whoa, steady up." Marcas had already dismounted and expertly looped the bridle in a loose knot around a tree trunk. He strode over to Georgina and extended a hand to her. "Here, lass, let me help 'ee doon," he offered. "Thank you." The rough surface of his skin against hers gave her a sense of protection. He stood there devilishly handsome in the sinking light of the late evening sky, the remnants of the sun gleaming off his red hair so that it lit up like fire. Her dismount was far from graceful thanks to her wobbly legs. As she swung her right leg over the horse to step down, her left leg buckled, causing her to fall right into Marcas' waiting arms. "Ach, ye hae no got your travelling legs, do ye, lass?" Marcas teased, laughing at her embarrassing fumble. She was determined not to look like a weak little girl. Her cheeks burned. She shrugged out of his grasp and straightened up. "Well, I was hardly dressed for a horseback rescue." She cringed at the haughty sound of her voice as she tried to gather her wits about her. Connell joined in with the laughter. "Och, aye, your nether regions are likely raw after riding the saddle for that long," Connell joked as he sprung down from the horse with little effort. "How dare you speak about such things?" Her mouth fell open in shock at Connell's brazenness. "You'd never hear an English gentleman speak to a lady like this. Is this the wildness and lack of graces that the Scots were known for? Have I made a huge mistake running away with them?" "Ach, keep your bonnet on, ye'll need a sense of humour if you're gonna keep up wi' us, eh Marcas?" Connell was unfazed at Georgina's outrage, pausing to slap Marcas on the shoulder in fun before taking hold of the horse's reins and leading it to the river. "There's a sense of humour, and then there's just plain bad manners." Georgina was fuming at their insensitivity. Both were laughing together by the water, waiting for their horses to drink up. Her folded arms and frown just seemed to amuse them all the more, which infuriated Georgina further. Within earshot to his brother, Connell joked. "What ye reckon, Marcas, might she be a hot-blooded wee thing under all that prissy princess act?" His eyes twinkling in amusement as he took in her expression. "Och, aye, it's always the quiet ones ye've got to look out for," Marcas said in response. Her cheeks flushed and she turned herself away to hide her embarrassment. It was clear they were familiar with a woman's body, but hers was untouched, and she had yet to share it with a man. Their brazen comments triggered an image of how close she was to having Morgan's boar-like hands pawing at her, thus leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. "Ye all right, Georgina?" Marcas' voice moved from levity to concern. "We were only teasing." He gazed down at her from his 6'2" height. "Oh, I'm fine, just rather dizzy from all the traveling, that's all," Georgina replied, overwhelmed by her decision to trust these strangers and now having to fall prey to their crass humor. Marcas placed a soothing hand on her back. "Come on, let's get ye something to drink and a bite to eat." They walked towards Connell, who was removing items from the saddlebags. "Right, we best rest and eat before moving off again," Connell ordered, passing Georgina a water skin. "We need to put as much distance as we can between us and that redcoat in case he's already on the chase." Georgina sank down onto an earthy ledge covered in grass, grateful for the chance to sit on something soft after the long bumpy ride. "Oh, I doubt that. He was filled with liquor. Did you not see how red his cheeks were? It's unlikely he could even walk straight, let alone command a search party," Georgina retorted, taking a sip of water from the skin, trying not to wince at the barbaric look of the bag. "Ach, no, just a pretty face, eh?" Connell replied, looking impressed at her observation. "Well, if he be full of drink, then we can hope that gives us an extra day's head start. Unless the cuddie's daft enough to go charging off in that state." Connell paced as he spoke, asserting his authority over the situation as he came up with a plan. "Nothing we haven't done afore." Marcas pitched in with a snort of laughter, as if such an action was no big deal. I can, but that critter didn't have the stomach nor the tenacity a Laird," Connell responded, and they both laughed again at Morgan Bolton's expense. It certainly seemed that poking fun at the Brits was integral to life in the Highlands. "Still, we can't get comfortable with that notion just in case," Connell continued. "He might well be mad enough to set off after us even if he's bloated." "Bloated?" Georgina blurted out incredulously, wondering what on earth he was talking about. "Aye, bloated, drunk, pished, legless or intoxicated, if ye want to get namby-pamby about it," Connell explained. Georgina had a feeling she'd be in for many of these little lessons the more time she spent with the MacGowan brothers. After Connell briefed them with a plan of action, the three of them sat down to eat what the brothers had stashed away in their saddlebags. Georgina looked at the strange, dry-looking form of bread she was handed along with a lump of something resembling meat. "What on earth is this?" She turned to Marcas, wondering if she was expected to eat with her hands. "It's a bear bannock, lass. Made out of the finest barley in the land." He pointed to the meat. "And that there's rabbit, smoked," Marcas said, then bit into the bread. "Rabbit." All right, so she had eaten rabbit before, but only in a dish well prepared by the cook, never as just a pure slab of meat. "Och, dinny stand on ceremony, lass, you'll no sitting at some fancy dinner table wi' a polished knife and fork, just get it doon here so we can get on," Connell argued. He too went back to devouring the food in his hands as soon as he was done talking, paying little attention to Georgina's meek movements. She tore off a chunk of the bannock thing, the safer-sounding option, and nibbled the corner. It tasted a little dry with nothing on it, but it was surprisingly decent. She did the same with the meat, trying not to think about its origins, and found it to be welcoming to her growling stomach. Georgina watched as the two brothers devoured their food, her hunger reminding her of the luncheon she'd nibbled at all those long hours ago. Oh, what the hell? She sunk her teeth into her meal and surrendered to the act of eating. It felt wonderful to let go and not worry about her manners or having to show off her good graces to stuffy old dinner guests. The meat and the barley bread soon filled her up, and she voiced her surprise to Connell and Marcas. "I wouldn't have thought such plain simple food could be so good." She took the cloth Marcas offered and wiped her hands. She brushed stray crumbs that fell down the front of her dress. "Ach, there's beauty in simplicity, lass," said Connell, "and plenty in it to keep your strength up so's ye can flee from the fury of an Englishman for days without him having a hope of catching ye." His voice was tinged in light-hearted humor. Georgina was coming to learn it was a common theme when discussing England. And what would happen if I were to be fleeing from the fury of the clan MacGowan? Georgina piped up. Ach, ye would nie last an hour. Connell said and smiled. Marcas joined in the laugh. I right, they don't call us warriors for nothing, lass, said Marcas with pride. Do all of your men boast about their prowess? Georgina muttered. It was becoming tiresome listening to the men boast how strong and powerful they were in comparison to the rest of the word. Prowess, eh? We hadn't even gotten onto the topic of bed and molasses. Connell threw his quip back, his wit as sharp as nails. Georgina blushed at the sudden topic of conversation. That's not, I wasn't. She stumbled over her words as Connell flashed her an exaggerated lecherous gaze, waggling his red-tinted eyebrows up and down for good measure. Oh, Marcas, we all ken what's on her mind, eh? Connell goaded. She was so furious at his teasing, she sprang to her feet and stomped off. Unable to resist having the last word, she yelled back over her shoulder, oh, you're the one that's simple mind here, so cease your silly jokes. Och, she's got spirit, that one, Marcas. She heard Connell mutter before she marched out of earshot, pausing by the river with her arms folded in the hopes of cooling off. It wasn't just from the turn the conversation had taken, but also the extended period of time with her body pressed up against Connell's on the back of the horse. Just what was she getting herself into? Chapter 5. The events at the wedding of the Earl of Aylesford certainly had not gone as planned. Morgan was left in a fit of rage as he watched the brutes ride off with his bride-to-be. They obviously got her mind all twisted up so that she'd say those things. In fact, they probably threatened her with rape and violence unless she humiliated me in front of society. Yes, that has to be the reason. It is inconceivable she could possibly desire a lowly northern whelp over myself. What woman wouldn't want to be on the arm of one of the most powerful men in England? He strode over to Georgina's distraught father to offer some wise words. Let's not cause any more of a scene, Mr. Andrews. Those dastardly Scots have clearly threatened your daughter to say such things. She must be scared out of her mind. The entire wedding party was congregated on the steps behind them, having watched the whole drama play out. I hardly know what to think, Major Bolton. Whatever was she thinking getting mixed up with the blighters? Asked Mr. Andrews, his gaze still fixed on the empty road ahead of them where Georgina sped away only minutes ago. Well, sir, they have certainly made an enemy of me, and as a result, they shall pay the price. Morgan's voice was like ice as he spoke. When he saw the MacGowan brothers enter the room earlier, he felt the animosity as the Laird's eye caught sight of him. After what Morgan had done to assert his power and dominance over the clans, it was unsettling to see them at a formal event and mingling with polite society. He preferred to think of them as madmen he had to fight on the battlefield, not with words and innuendos at the home of his earl. Chop, chop, ladies and gentlemen, there is much drinking and dancing to be had and the band is getting awfully lonely. The Earl of Aylesford announced jovially, signaling everyone to make their way back inside. Excited whispers were rippling through the crowd as the guests ascended back up the steps and through the hallway. The Earl approached Morgan and Mr. Andrews, his face serious. Gentlemen, he began, this is certainly an unexpected turn of events. I invited the MacGowan brothers here on good faith. The Laird and his brother have been most agreeable in following in their late father's footsteps, up until the present moment. I have had many business dealings with him in the past and continued the good relations with his sons upon the death of Lee MacGowan. It is with a heavy heart that I watched them sever that tie when they embarked upon the capture of your daughter, Mr. Andrews, and I believe she is betrothed to you, Major Bolton. Yes, sir, that is correct. Morgan confirmed. Well, we cannot sit idly by while these barbarians kidnap such an esteemed young lady right under our noses. Major Bolton, you have my command to assemble your men and hunt down the MacGowans and rescue Miss Andrews. The Earl slapped Morgan assuredly on the shoulder as he spoke, his words charged with the liquor he indulged during the celebrations. I appreciate your words, Lord Aylesford. Mr. Andrews chipped in, as the most sober man amongst the three of them, but let us not take away from your special night any longer. A man's wedding night only comes once in his lifetime after all. Morgan was so furious that he wanted to set out after the MacGowans at once. He would not continue this humiliation in front of the whole region, but he had to admit that Mr. Andrews had a point, as he continued to coax the Earl into returning to the celebrations inside. Morgan, too, had enjoyed indulging in the bottle, and he could feel the heat in his cheeks and his temper shortening as a result. Besides, the brothers would no doubt be expecting him to be hot on their tail, best to strike when they were least expecting it. Yes, he would let them flee like silly, scared children, let them think that the wrath of the British Army was right behind them. Given enough time, they would let down their guard, and his officers would descend upon them, making them regret crossing him. Chapter 6. Marcas laughed along with Connell's banter, watching Georgina go off in a fit of pique. Part of him wanted to run after her, put his arm around her fragile little shoulders and tell her it's all right, my clout brother is only having yeel. There was something endearing about the way her delicate features twisted up in anger. Right, Connell, what the hell were ye thinking? Marcas redirected his thoughts to the situation at hand now that the lass was out of earshot. His brother merely leaned back against a tree, casual as you please. Whatever do you mean, brother? I mean, Marcas urged, keeping his voice low so that Georgina wouldn't hear, kidnapping some English filly and not just any bird, it seems, Morgan Bolton's wife to be? Ach, come on Marcas, the bugger deserved it after what he did. Connell practically spat out the words. I ken that he deserves a comeuppance after all that, but that stunt ye pulled was hardly keeping the relations atween us and the old Earl diplomatic. Marcas said, aside fae that, ye've gone and snatched up an unsuspecting girl just to prove a point. He was fuming with his brother's decision to capture Georgina, severing any friendship and understanding they might have had with the Aylesford region. Marcas, my lad, we're doing that lass a favour. Poor thing was almost greeting at the prospect of tying the knot wi' that bampot. Ye heard her as we were leaving, didn't ye? Oh, faither, don't ye want me to be happy? Connell put on a silly high voice to try and imitate Georgina, and Marcas whipped his head round to make sure she wasn't listening. Ach, come on lad, I thought ye'd be cheesing, bonny lass like that. Connell said, watching Marcas' face closely. Well, aye, she's bonny and all, but... Marcas didn't want to admit that Connell was right there, that a huge part of him was happy about the chance to get to know her. But nothing. Connell interrupted, his voice heavy with authority. I saw an opportunity to get even and I took it. If we've to fight, so be it. I'll tear that dob as he'd clean off on the battlefield, fair and honest. Come on now, we'd best be packing up to make a move. Connell said, brusquely ending the conversation. He stood up, brushing his hands together, and began to get the horses ready to continue their journey home. Marcas looked over at Georgina, wondering if he could convince her to ride with him instead of Connell. He'd felt a stab of jealousy watching her cuddle up to his brother on the back of his horse, even more so knowing that she'd opened up to him during their shared moment on the dance floor. He was tired that his brother outmatched him. Georgina was still sulking when Marcas approached her, her long dark hair looking disheveled from the wind, her cheeks pink against her pale skin. How ye doin', lass? He longed for the easy flirtation they'd sparked during those first moments of introduction earlier on. Come no, Connell was only teasing. He soothed. Well, the teasing went a bit too far for my liking. She was irritated and crossed her arms. Well, how about ye ride wi' me for the next leg of the journey? Give ye a break from his poor patter. He spoke softly, hoping the gentle teasing about the quality of his brother's banter would be enough to sway her. She smiled and shook her head. His stomach tied in knots at both her acceptance and the warmth of her smile. Here, I'll give ye a leg up, Marcas said as they approached his horse, relishing the chance to touch her and taking hold of her hand with care as he helped her up onto the back of the horse. What's this then? Connell barked from his perch upon his own ride. Ach, the lass wants a break from your blethering, Connell. Marcas jested, making a show of jumping up onto the horse and swinging his leg round dexterously as Georgina watched. Well, good luck to her putting up wi' yours, Connell retorted, as ever not showing signs of weakness. Come on, we can't afford to dilly-dally much longer. He shook the reins of his horse and moved off into a trot without a backward glance, leaving Marcas feeling victorious for once. The three covered as much ground as they could during the night, the dark being their best chance of moving north stealthily. Marcas and Connell were used to arduous journeys like this and were toughened up to the cold and the like, but Georgina was a shivering wee thing behind Marcas. He worried that the journey might become too much for her, that she may catch cold and become sick. It was unusual for them to have a lady as a travel companion after all. He had unpinned his swathe of tartan plaid from his shoulder and handed it to her. Here, lass, wrap this round ye to gae you a bit of warmth. He couldn't help but smile as she snuggled into the cloth, bringing her body all the closer to his. Mind, the heat and the softness of her pressed up against him caused his arousal, and he couldn't help but imagine the perfection of the womanly curves that were hidden away underneath her dress. Get a grip, Marcas. This pep talk did little good to remind Marcas of the task at hand, but eventually, he managed to focus on his surroundings, or he'd likely get them killed if he wasn't careful. But wouldn't it be worth it though? The devil's advocate played in his mind, the arousal wanting to take over his actions. Och, hold your wheest, Marcas told the cheeky in a voice to shut up, physically shaking himself out of it, or at least trying to. As they neared sunrise, Marcas was bone-tired and exhausted. He'd been on the road with Connell for a full day before arriving at the wedding, and they'd barely had more than 2 hours before making off with Georgina and sprinting across the country. He felt his thighs burn and his eyes itched with tiredness. Oh, can't we just stop for a rest already? Marcas wanted nothing more than to sleep for a week, but he refused to show weakness in front of Connell, or Georgina for that matter. However, that gave him an idea. Here, Connell, this one's near enough, had it. I reckon we'd best stop off for a wee kip before we go much further. Marcas yelled over to his brother, his voice husky with exertion, hoping that Connell wouldn't see through his suggestion. Aye, we don't want her falling off the horse right enough. If she catches her death, then we'll only have more work cut out for us. Best we all get a bit of shut-eye before the next slog up north. He agreed. Connell's voice was equally cracked, his commands less spirited than usual. They brought their horses to a halt, gazing toward the east for signs of sunrise. It was still pitch black with the remains of the night, that time when even nature was quiet and sleeping. It's not long now till the sun will be up. I reckon we kip for a couple of hours, give the horses a rest and be back up to set off again before midday. Connell's usual confident swagger was dimmed with tiredness and Marcas could see the redness circling his eyes. Georgina, time to get doon. Marcas whispered, we're stopping for a rest. Yura, was all he heard in response. Some help, Connell? I reckon she's out of it already. Marcas called over quietly for assistance, not wanting to disturb her. Connell obliged, striding over and lifting her down into his arms like she weighed nothing more than a bag of grain. Uffed, was her response to being moved. The poor lass definitely sounded to be in sleep limbo, that in-between place where you're bone shattered but not quite asleep yet nor coherently awake either. Aye, she's done in right enough. Connell agreed. Both brothers were too tired to jest with each other and chose to tether the horses after Connell laid Georgina down on the ground underneath a spare length of cloth that was packed in the saddlebag just in case. Marcas yawned as he went through the motions of shaking off his legs which were knackered from the lack of sleep and cramped from sitting astride the saddle for so long. As they returned to Georgina's sleeping form, they exchanged a silent question between them, not able to resist the lure of besting the other. I'd best tuck in aside the lass seeing as she fell asleep next time me, best not spook her just yet, eh? Marcas said casually, but he'd be damned if Connell was getting anywhere near Georgina. Fine that, but it'll be me turn next, lad. Connell agreed as he lay down on the ground, folding his arms over his chest and closing his eyes. He was out cold and snoring within seconds. Marcas sank to the ground, grateful of the chance to finally lie down and recover from all the excitement and the hard night's journey that had followed. It was too dark to make out much of Georgina's face, but he shuffled in close to her, slipping his arm around her body to share the warmth between the two of them. He barely had a chance to register the feel of his body lying so close to hers before a wave of exhaustion hit, and he fell into an immediate and deep sleep, the rhythm of his breathing matching hers. All too quickly he felt the bright light of the morning sun beaming down on him, sweltering with the heat of it. As he came to, he felt a stirring next to him and a cat-like yawn whispered just by his ear. He realized that the radiating heat was coming from Georgina. But pretty soon the quiet sleepy warmth was knocked right out of him as Georgina rocketed to her feet yelping, "Just what do you think you're doing?" He cleared his throat, very aware of his bodily functions at this time in the morning, his arousal perpetuated by her closeness, and got to his feet, pulling on a lazy smile to hide his embarrassment. "Just trying to keep ye warm, hen, didn't reckon you'd be used we sleeping in the great outdoors," he joked. "Well, it didn't seem like that was all you were doing with, Georgina retorted, her whip-fast spirit quickly crumbling into a shy stammer of embarrassment at the intonation of his manhood. "Ye should take it as a compliment, lass," he said as he straightened up his kilt which had become crumpled as he slept. Her cheeks were flame red, and her eyes darted about the place. He softened his teasing of her, picking up on her shyness as a sign that perhaps she was unfamiliar with the male body. Was it possible that she had never been bedded by a man before? "Look." He stepped in closer. "It happens every morning, come rain or shine, woman present or no, it's just the way us men work," he said, lowering his tone to make her feel like he was taking her reaction seriously. "Well, good morning to the pair o' you. Sounds like Marcas gave ye a good time and all last night." Connell strode right into the middle of their conversation, with a freshly caught rabbit in his hand. Marcas could have thumped the bugger. Georgina's mouth flew open in disbelief, and Connell patted her shoulder good-naturedly. "Ach, come on, let's get filled up for the day. I've got oats ready for ye lass, Marcas, you're man enough to make yours yourself," Connell said, nodding over at the horses where they'd packed a stash of oatmeal in the saddlebags. Marcas watched as Connell deftly skinned the rabbit and spit-roasted it over the fire he'd lit. He was clearly trying to lure Georgina to his side, but her cute little nose was wrinkled in disgust at such a visual display that she hardly knew where to look. It made Marcas smile to look at her, a secret little smile that he hid from the others, not wanting Connell to catch him showing any signs of vulnerability. He was a strong clansman who bore no weaknesses, and he had to keep that side of him showing at all times, to prove his worth so that he wasn't just seen as Connell's little brother, but a man in his own right. After they were all fed and watered, the meat for later packed away, they set off again in the direction of their part of the Highlands. Marcas was in a foul mood during this stint of the journey, watching Georgina and Connell's shared laughter and chatter as she rode with him instead of Marcas. His earlier theory that the lass was inexperienced with men frittered away to be replaced with a new one, that perhaps she lacked any interest in him at all. These thoughts continued to torture him as their journey through the lowlands came to a close, toward the expanse of green fields and river turning into hills with stretches of heather and bramble that went on for miles. Small crofts and farms were dotted here and there across the landscape, and the wild, free nature of the moors was visible in the distance. Even nearing the familiar landscape of home wasn't enough to distract him from concocting the imaginary story of Georgina and Connell's potential love affair in his mind. His brother rescues her from her fate, wooing her with his title of Laird and boasting to Marcas about their night of passionate lovemaking. Next up would come to Connell beating Marcas at the games in the most degrading way, Georgina looking down her nose at him with disgust before skipping to the priest to marry his brother. Och, get a grip, man. This tortured feeling coursed through him like poison, and it unsettled him to the core. He couldn't remember ever feeling so put out by the actions of a lassie before, Georgina's presence having truly shaken him. No matter what he tried, his mind frittered back to thoughts of her as they rode onwards. Having spent another night outdoors, they finally reached the village of Brora the next morning. They didn't venture in, instead they looped around to stay out of sight. Connell and Marcas had both agreed that it was best to keep Georgina out of sight from the neighboring village just in case an unfamiliar face noticed her immediately. Then word would spread quickly at the news of the Laird MacGowan and his brother riding into the region with an English lass in tow. Instead, they charged up through the expanse of the hills, moving quickly to avoid any unexpected run-ins. Luckily, they encountered no one on their path and soon reached the lane leading up to the castle and to home. Marcas let out a sigh of relief as the sound of their horses' hooves clopped across the gravel and came to a halt outside. Home, at last, that's the stuff, but whatever will come next? Chapter 7. Carnarvon Castle was a magnificent sight. It was an ancient stone building just like the sort you heard about in Gothic novels, perched on the top of a hill and grander than anything Georgina had been expecting. In fact, her travels through the Highlands had brought lots of surprises. By the way her acquaintances talked of it, she'd imagined some backwater chunk of land filled with lowlifes and peasants, barren and lacking in beauty. She'd been stunned to be faced with the ample greenery and trees, lending dramatic views for miles and the tempting wildness of the heather-topped moors. It was an invitation into Mother Nature's own home. There was something about the freshness of the air that made her feel quite giddy, like anything was possible, unlike the stuffiness of her home region back in England. She felt a flutter of nerves as they approached the castle. What if Marcas and Connell's family were waiting to greet them? How would they react to find this strange English girl in tow with their 2 sons? She was sure that her dramatic disappearance had created something of a scandal back home and she'd felt elated at this prospect during the journey up through Scotland. Now that she was here, however, the excitement had morphed into worry. Morgan would no doubt be tracking her down and bringing the wrath of the British Army along with him. Connell and Marcas and any of their allies would be his target. Was it wrong of her to bring such danger upon them? "Welcome to the bonny Carnarvon, lass," Connell said as he held out his hand to help her down from his horse. "Ah, home sweet home," Marcas announced just behind them, leaping off his horse with relish. She hadn't heard him sound so pleased in all the time she'd known him so far. Their eyes met briefly and, once again, held that sparkle that they'd shared during that first dance, but he hastily looked away as the heavy wooden doors opened. She watched a young woman who couldn't be much older than herself come bounding down the steps and straight into Marcas' arms. "You're back, finally. I was worried you'd do something stupid," she said, burying herself into Marcas' chest. The woman was like a ball of fire, both in energy and warmth, combined with the vividness of her waist-length red hair. "Where's me hug?" Connell demanded jokingly, holding out his arms for effect and playing the wounded soldier at the lack of attention pointed his way. "Ach, come here, loon." He enveloped her in his arms too, the embrace seeming familiar and loving. Great, so she'd come all this way with these men only to find out that they already had someone waiting at home for them. Well, this girl seemed to be more Marcas than Connell's, an observation that only made Georgina sigh deeply. "And who's this no?" The woman's hands were perched on her hips as she took in the sight of Georgina questioning this reunion. "Ach, this here's Georgina Andrews. Our prisoner," Connell explained. "Prisoner? Ye daft wallops, what in God's name were ye thinking?" the woman demanded. "What did you just call me?" Georgina exclaimed, Connell's words hitting her like a punch to the stomach. Georgina and this strange girl spoke at exactly the same time, both of them whipping their furious gazes upon Connell and this ridiculous utterance. Their prisoner? What happened to the part where Connell insisted on coming to her rescue during the dance? Or was he leaving that part out to mask the truth? I ought to deliver a swift kick onto his body. "It's a long story, sis, one to tell after a decent kip and a bite to eat," Connell insisted, sauntering off to let the horse into the field as if the matter was cleared up. "Oh, nay ye don't." The red-haired girl stomped after Connell, her tone strong and authoritative. It took Georgina by surprise as she'd always been taught the restraints of politeness and the rules of engaging in conversation with the opposite sex, which certainly didn't involve challenging the authority and decisions of a laird, no matter what was the relationship between the two. "Tell me what's going on right now," the girl continued. "Ach, come on, let me at least set foot in the door then," Connell argued back. "Connell." The emphasis on the second part of his name added a threatening layer to her anger, leaving no room for challenging her wrath. "All right, it's like this," Connell began, sounding like a young lad who was trying to explain to a parent that they'd done something naughty. "We were at the bleedin' wedding of the stuffy old earl just as planned. Marcas and I were doing our best to be polite to the Brits and all when Morgan Bolton has the cheek to come right up in our faces and rub his nose in it, like he'd done naught despicable in his lifetime. Well, I couldn't be having that, so I saw an opportunity to take something from him just like he did to us. Instead of murdering innocent folks in cold blood, I merely took his betrothed as prisoner right from under his nose. Connell finished explaining, inviting a barrage of more questions and outbursts, like "you stupid cuddy" from the girl, whose position Georgina was becoming increasingly confused about. The major detail occupying her mind at that moment, however, was the dawning realization that the MacGowan brothers hadn't rescued her from the clutches of Morgan Bolton for chivalrous reasons but in order to settle a score for whatever past wrongdoing Morgan had inflicted upon them. She was nothing but a pawn. Mortified once again, Georgina's thoughts swirled around in her mind. This whole thing had been a game right from the start. The pair of them must have sought her out, and all the flirting and dancing was nothing but a ploy to get her to fall for their charade. They were nothing but beasts all along, the both of them. "Georgina, what's the matter?" She was interrupted from her musings by Marcas looking down on her with what she thought was false concern, and she shrugged away from his touch, disgusted. Had their connection been nothing but a malicious game on his part to coax me into trusting him? She felt utterly crushed for mistaking his caring for her. To see him canoodling with another woman right in front of her just humbled her. She was hurt and unable to hold it in any longer. Her words came out strangled. "How dare you? Did you use me this way just to win one over in your little feud with Morgan Bolton?" Marcas frowned in confusion, or at least he was making a good show of pretending like he didn't understand. "What are you talking about, lass?" Connell just explained it all. She raised her voice so the mysterious woman would overhear. "I was tricked to fall for your compliment when you were telling me how pretty my eyes were." Georgina wanted Marcas to know she saw through the act he had been playing of the love-struck gentleman while her back was turned. "What?" His face was screwed up in what looked like genuine confusion, but Georgina folded her arms and stared him down until he produced a satisfactory answer. Moments later his expression softened, and he understood her misperception. He burst out into peals of laughter rather than an apology. "Oh, lass." He could barely catch his breath, he was laughing so hard, which angered Georgina more. What could possibly be amusing you this much? She wanted to scream and shout and kick the man for making such a fool of her. "Me bird, you thought?" Marcas gasped, still unable to curb his mirth, seeming to find Georgina's fury all the funnier. When he finally seemed calm enough to speak properly, he explained. "Lass, ye didn't give me a chance to introduce ye to Fiona MacGowan, our sister," he finished. Well, now, she felt like quite the fool. Why do I always anticipate the worst? "Your sister?" Georgina said. It was all she could do to repeat the words back, feeling the passionate fury subside only to be replaced with burning embarrassment. To make matters worse, both Connell and Fiona had heard the whole thing. Connell did nothing but laugh at her expense, and just when she thought she'd die inside, their sister stepped in to save her dignity, if only slightly. "Well, Marcas, ye should be flattered that ye could pass for being me sweetheart. Very few lassies would get the honor of being awarded such a title. As for ye, Connell, hold your waist and let me give our guest a proper welcome." Fiona scolded her two brothers and turned to face Georgina. "It's fair fine to meet ye, Georgina. I'm Fiona, the sister of this pair of half-wits. Come in, ye must be tired, especially after putting up with Connell and Marcas all this time." Fiona's eyes were as kind as her words, and she ushered Georgina inside the castle, nattering away as they walked. She apologized profusely for her brother's pig-headedness, showing her around inside the MacGowan home. "It's right fine to have another young woman about to talk to finally. It gets lonely not having a friend," Fiona said as she ushered Georgina to the great hall. "You know, I was thinking just that a couple of days ago," Georgina piped up in response. She was starting to feel an affinity with Fiona. Fiona had spoken all that Georgina had been feeling. "Well, whatever the reason ye're here, I'm glad of it." Fiona smiled. "Now ye just make yourself at home. Get some rest and don't worry about those two blockheads down there. I'll get ye something clean to wear when you're ready." Fiona left the room and Georgina was struck by how friendly and welcoming she was. From what she'd seen of the clansmen and women so far, they certainly were much more spirited, and simply said what was on their mind without reserve. It was a refreshing change from what she was used to, but this unfamiliarity brought on mixed emotions. Perhaps it was her mind trying to process all that had happened in the past few days, or maybe it was just the tiredness, but suddenly she wanted nothing more than the comforts of home. But home was a long, long way away, and she felt a wave of exhaustion hit her, so she slid under the blankets of this strange bed and let her eyes close, bringing on the oblivion of sleep. She awoke to the sound of a knock on her door and it took her a few seconds to make sense of her unfamiliar surroundings. "Georgina, it's tea time. I've got ye some clothes to wear. Ye all right in there?" Fiona's voice sang out from the other side of the door. "Yay." Georgina stopped to clear her throat for it was raspy with having been awoken from her slumber. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you," she called out in response, sitting up and stretching out her stiff muscles. "Shall I come in?" Fiona responded, not waiting for Georgina's answer before barreling into the room. "Here we are, now I ken it's a bit different from the clothes ye had on when ye arrived, but I've picked out one of my best plaids for ye and found a skirt that should fit ye just fine." Fiona talked, seeming completely comfortable in Georgina's presence, not fazed at all by her lack of responsiveness. "Thank you," Georgina said. She poured through the clothes that Fiona put down next to her. Fiona was much taller than Georgina and was more womanly in her figure too. She wore it well though, with an air of confidence like she wasn't afraid of anything. There was a long skirt which was checkered in red, blue and green colors, much like the pattern that Marcas and Connell both wore, along with a plain white shirt and a big length of cloth. On top of the pile was a beautiful pin, shaped like a spiky flower with an amethyst gem at the top. "Scotland's national flower," Fiona explained as Georgina held the pin in her hand. "It will teach enemies never to sneak up on a Scotsman," she joked. Georgina just looked at her blankly, not understanding the reference. "They're prickly little devils, the thistle. A daft Norseman tried to ambush our lot back in Alexander the Third's time, only the bugger stood right on a thistle and woke everyone up with his howling. So, it's a symbol of protection in many ways," Fiona explained as she helped Georgina dress. "Wow, I had no idea," Georgina replied. It occurred to her that she'd only heard stories about these northerners from the Brits' perspective and there must be whole worlds of stories that she had never heard before. "And this is the MacGowan tartan." Fiona held out the skirt Georgina had been looking at before, explaining that each Scottish clan had its own tartan and that it was something to wear with pride. As she finished fastening the white shawl around Georgina's shoulders, which Fiona described as a plaid, she spoke of her reasoning behind choosing this outfit for her. "Me brothers filled me in on the whole story while ye were resting. I thought if we dress ye right then ye won't stand out as a stranger. If anyone asks I can just say that ye're a cousin who's lost her family and we've taken ye in as ye're only living relatives. Like I said, whatever it is that's brought ye here, I'm glad of it," Fiona said. She finished up, straightening Georgina's skirt and smiling at her handiwork. She'd also combed out her hair, undoing any signs that Georgina had spent the past couple of nights on horseback and sleeping outdoors on the ground. Georgina took in her reflection in the looking glass, stunned at her transformation. Her new clothes felt heavy and strange, but they were comfortable and warm and surely Bolton's men would fail to recognize her if they happened to storm into the castle looking for her. "Oh, my, you certainly are a genius, Fiona," she said, spinning around in front of the glass so that her skirt whirled out to the sides. "Cousins, it is," she said and smiled, and the two girls shared a moment of laughter. "I'm grateful for how welcome you've made me feel. I certainly hadn't expected such warmth from strangers," Georgina said. "In fact, I really had no idea what to expect at all. I hadn't thought beyond the desperate need to escape my fate back in England and I just know that we're going to be the best of friends." She needed a moment to let out the overwhelming rush of gratitude she was feeling. Fiona gave her a quick hug before announcing it was time to go downstairs for their tea. As they left the bedroom and made for the grand marble stairs, Fiona continued to point out notable details about the castle, paintings, family heirlooms, and which room belonged to whom. Georgina couldn't help but notice that Marcas' own bedroom was just across the hall from hers, with Connell's being right at the other end. Of course, Connell should really be living in the master chamber as the Laird, but he's always insisted that his old room will do him just fine. I reckon he doesn't like the idea of taking over our father's living quarters. He makes out that he's this ultra-strong soldier, but he's just as human as the rest to us deep down," Fiona said fondly. Together, they descended the stairs and Georgina happily let Fiona dominate the conversation. She was feeling fuzzy-headed after sleeping during the day, and coupled with being in unfamiliar surroundings where she was unsure of her place, it all left her feeling unsure of herself. Just as she'd said to Fiona, she really hadn't thought much beyond the excitement of escaping. As they'd approached the castle earlier that day, it had occurred to Georgina that she was a complete stranger and unwelcome visitor. What if the MacGowan family hated her on sight? After all, as a Brit, she supposed she was the enemy. It was a stroke of luck that Fiona seemed to be the matriarch of the family. She couldn't have asked for a nicer person to make her feel welcome at Carnarvon. "I see me sister has gotten her hands on ye, lass," Marcas announced as the girls entered the dining room together. "That she has," Georgina replied, feeling much more comfortable in the familiar presence of Connell and Marcas at Fiona's side. Connell sat at the head of the table and a hearty meal was laid out waiting for them. Marcas stood up to pull out her chair, gesturing to Georgina to sit. "Well, this I could get used to." His courteous moment gave her a warm feeling inside, and she looked up into his eyes and thanked him. Her earlier fury at him had all but evaporated, but she still felt an inkling of uncertainty of his motives. Has he just been playing a part to assist Connell's revenge, or should I think his affection is real? "Tuck in, lass, there's plenty to go around," Connell said, raising his glass to her. She glanced around her and the others were already eating with gusto. There didn't seem to be much of a ceremony, so Georgina switched her attention to her plate, realizing that her stomach was growling with hunger. She followed her host's lead, digging into the meal of meat, potatoes and vegetables. She relished every bite, feeling the food settle her anxiety and the hollow tiredness that had taken hold of her body. It was complete silence at the table until halfway through the meal. Food certainly seemed to be the top priority around here, other than polite chit-chat and scripted manners for behavior. "Here, lass, did ye get a chunk of bread?" Marcas asked as he passed her the basket of freshly cut bread. He seemed to be tiptoeing around her after her earlier outburst, careful not to say anything that could cause offense. She chose a piece of bread with care and spread a thick layer of butter over it, her eyes popping in appreciation as she bit into it. Georgina had to admit, she was surprised at the quality of the meal, and while it wasn't the most formal dinner she'd ever attended, there was still an air of ceremony to it. It was sure at odds with the carnality that Marcas and Connell had shown whilst on the road, eating with their hands and capturing and skinning a live rabbit without blinking. In contrast, this felt homely and welcoming, a place where the family came together to share their meal. She made the conscious decision to lay her earlier anger at the two brothers aside and unwind along with the rest of them. "Ah, that's the spot," Connell said after taking several big gulps of the goblet of ale that was set in front of him. "Go on, lass, have a sip, it'll sure wet your whistle," he encouraged Georgina before indulging in a few more sips. "Well, I'm not sure I understood the sentiment, but while I'm here..." Georgina peered into the dark amber depths of the ale in front of her, feeling skeptical at the murky look of the stuff. "Well, here goes." She raised the glass to her lips and took a sip, almost spitting it right back out again. She exclaimed, screwing up her face at the disgusting taste that flooded her taste buds with bitterness. "How can you drink this stuff?" Her reaction was met with laughter from the others, Connell and Marcas especially. "Keep at it, lass, it's the nectar of life." Connell jested, draining his own glass. "Me brother's right, but it can be hard to stomach the stuff at first." Fiona chipped in, gesturing to her own helping of ale and taking a sip or two. Georgina had only tasted wine before, so the horrid sensation of the ale wasn't what she was expecting. She watched as the others enjoyed their food and drink, and the yearning for something new and exciting took hold. "Right, let's give this another go," she announced, picking up her glass of ale like she was about to embark on a dare and promptly gulped the whole thing down to rounds of cheers from the MacGowans. Georgina emerged from the empty glass, gasping and coughing but welcoming the warming sensation that was spreading through her body and the feeling of relaxation that was quickly setting in. "Woo!" She let out her glee, a giggle escaping from her lips. "Now that's how it's done, lass," Connell congratulated, slapping his hand against his robust thigh. While deep down Georgina knew that she was still mad about his true motives for pretending to rescue her, the heady sensation from downing an entire glass of ale was laughing it off, willing her to loosen up. Settling into the easy conversation and shared laughter over the remains of their meal, Georgina couldn't remember having had this much fun in a long time. At home, meal times were a businesslike affair, either entertaining her father's acquaintances or as guests at someone else's dining room. It had been drilled into her to be on her best behavior, to perform her politest smiles and participate in approved topics of conversation for a young woman. Georgina often left these occasions feeling fatigued and lonely for the lack of genuine connection and friendship. She'd often thought, just once I'd love to stand up, throw aside these stuffy rules and tell you all what I really think. She supposed she had done just that in her choice to leave the wedding of the Earl of Aylesford on a laird's horseback. She really couldn't have asked for a more dramatic exit from boredom. The night wore on, ending far too quickly for Georgina's liking. She'd indulged in one or two more helpings of ale, enjoying the way it made her forget all her worries and joking along with both the brothers and Fiona. "Right ye all, let's be calling it a night," Fiona announced, clapping her hands to rouse them all into action. "Oh, why ever that?" Georgina called out in response, pouting at her new friend. "Ach, I do think the lassie is bloated," Connell announced as they all stood up. "Bloated?" Georgina exclaimed, finding the expression hilarious all of a sudden. "You mean drunk as a skunk?" she continued, falling into a fit of giggles. "Right ye are, lass." Marcas leapt in to steady her, for she found herself swaying slightly as she tried to stand upright. "We'd best get ye up to bed," he ordered. "Why, I don't mind if I do," Georgina purred, the prospect of Marcas taking her to bed being a rather thrilling one indeed. She continued to spout nonsense in between bouts of giggles as Marcas held on to her firmly, helping her up the stairs and steering her in the direction of her new bedroom. "Well, are you coming in with me or not, Sir Marcas?" she asked as they stopped outside of the door, trying to give him her best sultry stare. "No, good night, lass, it wouldn't be right for me to take advantage of your vulnerable state," he said all too seriously. Georgina pouted, sullen at his rejection of her. "Come on now, let's get ye to bed and ye can sleep it off," Marcas ordered gently. It took some persuading to get her inside the room, undressed and into bed, and she tried one last time to entice him in with her, but he stubbornly stood his ground. "Good night, Georgina," he whispered as he left the room, closing the door as quietly as possible. She was left feeling like her head was spinning, wondering how she would ever fall asleep, when an unwelcome twisting sensation swooped through her stomach. She moved quickly to whip out the chamber pot just in time before she retched and emptied out the contents of her stomach. Chapter 8. Morning was announced by the distant ringing of a bell. It took Georgina a long couple of minutes to establish where she was and how she got there. She remembered a long talk with Fiona, the dinner, the shared company, the ale. The ale. Oh, dear God. As Georgina sat up, it all came flooding back to her along with a pounding headache and an unpleasant wave of nausea. She slowly lowered herself back down, burrowing under the covers and longing to just stay there and never move again. Not only was she feeling utterly vile, but she had made a complete fool of herself in front of Marcas. "He's going to think I'm nothing but a common hussy." What on earth had she been thinking? She invited him into her bedchamber. The moment she set foot in the Highlands, some dam inside her had burst open, or perhaps all the fresh air had gone to her head and made her giddy. A knock sounded on her bedroom door. Oh, please no, let that be anyone but Marcas. Logically, she knew how improper it would be for Marcas to be awaiting outside her bedchamber, so this was a very unlikely scenario, but given her current state of mind, the the worst possible outcomes must surely be possible. "Hello?" she croaked. "Georgina? I just came up to call you Thai breakfast." "Oh, thank goodness. It was only Fiona. Shall I come in?" she called from the other side of the door. Georgina looked around the room in a panic for the chamber pot that she'd been sick in, having been too weak and light-headed to hide it away last night before she'd closed her eyes to welcome sleep. Unfortunately for her, Fiona breezed into the room before she was able to straighten the place up, and she was caught in all her zombie-like glory. "Oh, hell lass, what's gotten ya?" Fiona perched on the side of the bed, peering at her with concern in her eyes. "Ye don't look so good, what's the matter?" She felt Georgina's forehead like she was looking for signs of a fever. "I think I'm perhaps not cut out as an ale drinker," Georgina admitted, cringing at the sound of their voices hammering into her skull. "Ach, of course, ye English lasses are just delicate wee things, aren't ya?" Fiona said in amazement. Georgina's previous worry seemed to disappear. "Not to worry, it happens Thai the best to us. Your first hangover is a rite of passage. Of course, in Scotland, it's usually at a much younger age, but at least now ye can say that you've been initiated," Fiona continued good-naturedly. Georgina couldn't tell if she was being serious or joking about the initiation, but it served to make Georgina feel like less of a fool. "Well, I don't think I'll be touching the stuff again if this is how it makes me feel," Georgina announced. What she couldn't understand was how Fiona could be her usual chirpy self after a night of ale drinking, and yet Georgina felt sicker than she'd ever felt before. "Aye, that's what they all say. Dinny worry, ye get used to it. Soon enough ye'll be able to put it away like nothing," Fiona encouraged, moving to put the bedpan back out of sight. "I'll have the maid come and straighten the place up. She was gonna come and gie ye a shout about breakfast, but I had a feeling that this wouldn't be a good morning for ye to have a stranger at your door." Great, so Fiona must have seen how out of control she'd been last night. Oh, if only Marcas and Connell could just forget all about it, then maybe she'd be able to face them. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed that anyone has to see me like this," Georgina lamented, covering her face with her hands. "Dinny be silly lass, this is what friends are for, right?" Fiona stated, patting Georgina gently on the arm. "This time the morn we'll be laughing about this. And until then, I have to go downstairs and face Marcas after humiliating myself in front of him last night." Georgina voiced her concern. The reality of the situation was beginning to hit her, and the dread was bringing the nausea right back up again. "Oh, Fiona, I can't do it. I just want to hide away in here until it's all been forgotten about." "Hiding is for cowards, and ye'll no find one of those in this region. Come on lass, ye can't lie here and wallow all day," Fiona scolded, pulling back the bed cover and gesturing for Georgina to get up. "Besides, the boys are both up and away already, so you don't need to worry about bumping into them at the breakfast table," Fiona added. "Oh, now you tell me." As annoyed as she was at Fiona for not mentioning this sooner, Georgina found this information was what she needed to motivate her into getting washed and dressed and downstairs with Fiona. She was still embarrassed and feeling grotty and tired, but she'd at least managed to make it out of bed and down to the dining room. 2 bowls of oatmeal and more of the bare bannocks that Georgina had encountered on the road with Connell and Marcas were laid out waiting. This time there was butter, a pot of marmalade, and a pot of hot tea to go with it. The tea things were laid out with china cups and saucers and a jug of fresh milk, making Georgina feel at home, for it wasn't much different to what she was used to. As they sat down to tuck into their food, they'd barely gotten a few bites in before Fiona pounced. "So, what's the real story? What do you mean?" Georgina was still fuzzy-headed, even though the prospect of food was beginning to help, and wasn't sure what Fiona was referring to. "I mean..." Fiona paused to swallow the bite of marmalade-covered bannock. "Connell told me his version of the story, of how ye ended up being his prisoner, but I'm sensing there's more to it than that." Fiona's eyes were boring into Georgina, like she was expecting a big scandal to unfold from her. "You're right, there is more to it. Although I hardly know what to think myself anymore," Georgina began. She told Fiona everything, How her father agreed to give away her hand in marriage to Morgan Bolton, a man that she loathed, whose violent reputation and horrid manner frightened her. She opened up about how lonely her life was, how she used to long for something more, for the exciting tales told in romance and Gothic novels. Then came the wedding of the Earl of Aylesford, where everything came to a head. She admitted that Marcas had caught her eye across the dance floor, that she'd been filled with delight and a nervous flutter upon him approaching her, becoming all the more enamored by him as they danced and engaged in playful conversation. She explained how Connell had cut in, that she'd seen Morgan looming and expecting her to go to his side to toast their engagement. Unable to hold it in, she had spilled it all to Connell. Fiona listened to the climax of the story, the escape from the wedding in front of everyone and how they'd fled on horseback, journeying up north until they reached the castle. She left out the parts where she'd enjoyed the feeling of closeness with both brothers, her mind having wandered to less than proper places for an unmarried woman of her stature. I knew it. I knew Connell was full of shite spouting off that revenge scheme of his. I could tell straight away from the look on his face that he's smitten wee you. Marcas too. Fiona exclaimed. Oh, Fiona, I don't know about that. Connell seemed pretty certain, when he was telling you all about taking me prisoner, that I was nothing more than a useful object and getting his own back on Morgan for whatever he did. Georgina contradicted, not able to keep the hurt from showing in her voice as she spoke. Trust me, lass, Connell hides behind his manliness and his powerful reputation. Now that he is the Laird, he has to be seen as responsible and capable of keeping the Brits at bay. Inside though, he's the same impulsive and jealous thing he's always been. He has a need to prove himself, and once he sets his eye on something, he'll be damned if he don't get it. Fiona twinkled at Georgina as she said this, as if she was talking about her being the thing Connell wanted. It made her cheeks flush to think of this possibility. Could it be true? Did Connell really have his sights set on her? She couldn't help but feel a swoop of excitement in her belly at Fiona's words, at such a powerful man being sweet on her. Fiona paused to swallow down a couple more spoonfuls of her porridge, and Georgina took the opportunity to sip her tea. The food was slowly soothing her raw stomach, but she was taking it easy just in case. He's always had a need to compete with Marcas. Fiona continued. Anything Marcas was good at, Connell had to do better. If Marcas wants something, then Connell has to take it for him. The title the Laird fell to Connell by default as he is the older of the two, but Marcas is just as capable. In fact, he can keep his cool and stop himself from making rash decisions, unlike Connell. So Marcas had his eye on ye first, and Connell being Connell just had to push his way in. I can tell it fair wounded Marcas by the way he looks at you. I've never seen him so taken wi' any lass before. Fiona's speech about her brother's affection had Georgina feeling both light and giddy and completely out of her depth. Gosh Fiona, I hardly know what to say. I've barely been at Carnarvon barely a day, and already I've had it said that they captured me as a prisoner, thought that you were Marcas' hidden sweetheart, then we of course became friends, then I go and get myself drunk and try to entice Marcas into my bedchamber before making myself sick. Georgina listed off all the events that had happened to her in the past day. It was enough to make her head spin without the ale. Oh, ye did not? Fiona exclaimed, her eyes popping at Georgina's admission about how her night had ended with Marcas. Oh, no. I certainly do not go around making advances on men, no matter how attractive I find them. I honestly don't know what's gotten into me, and I'm so embarrassed. Marcas surely thinks that I'm nothing but a common hussy, which is quite untrue. She sunk her head into her hands, groaning in discomfort as she worried about his opinion of her. So, you do like him then? Fiona asked slyly. Georgina peeked out from behind her hands long enough to answer, yes, of course I do. There was nothing else to say other than a simple admission of her feelings. It was a relief to voice it out loud after all that had happened in such a short space of time. And Connell? Fiona probed, raising an eyebrow in Georgina's direction. Georgina sighed out loud. I can't deny that he has charm, and ever since he scooped me up from the dance floor and whisked me off up to Scotland, I've had this warm feeling whenever I think about him. She had never even admitted to herself that she might like Connell too, but even so, it was Marcas that really dominated her thoughts and her heart. "Oh, this is just wonderful!" Fiona exclaimed, "You're going to wed one of me brothers and then we'll be sisters." She couldn't contain her glee, reaching over to hug Georgina right there over the breakfast things. Georgina couldn't help but get swept up in Fiona's enthusiasm, letting out a giggle along with her friend. She let herself imagine what it would be like to stay here and get married, living happily ever after in the castle of a laird. Her glee was short-lived, however, as she remembered that the life she had run away from was very likely to be out there, and would surely catch up with her. Besides, her father would never give his consent to marry a MacGowan or any other clansman, especially after the scene they'd caused at the wedding. "Dinny worry yourself, lass," Fiona soothed. Having picked up on Georgina's sudden downturn of mood, Connell likely saw an opportunity to get one over on Bolton. He has a personal feud against the man. Hell, we'd all like to see him get his comeuppance, but that doesn't mean he wasn't trying to do right by ye at the same time. And he can hardly be a prisoner if he came willingly, can ya? She asked. "Oh, I'm sure you're right, Fiona, that does make me feel a bit better," Georgina said. Fiona certainly did have a way of soothing nerves and seeing the best of a situation. "Come on, let's get outside and go for a turn about the castle grounds," Fiona suggested, getting up from her seat as she spoke. Georgina was full from the oats and the bannock, having washed down what she could manage with the local breakfast tea, and rose from her seat to join Fiona in taking in some fresh air. As they walked, Fiona explained that she'd stepped into the role of the woman of the house given that they'd lost their mother during childbirth when Fiona was born. After the death of their father, they'd left just the 3 siblings. It gave Georgina a better understanding of Fiona's caretaking role within the family, as she really seemed to be the glue that held them all together. She also learned of the tragedy that had befallen Connell's closest friend and his wife, and that Morgan Bolton had personally tracked them down and killed them in cold blood after Connell had been victorious against him on the battlefield. It fed her hatred of the man, and she was grateful that she'd trusted her instincts to get as far away from him as possible. "So, ye can see why Connell would have taken any chance to get revenge against him," Fiona explained. Her voice was pained as she told Georgina the story, the Campbells having been like family to the MacGowans. Georgina felt remorse about being so fixated on herself, now after hearing about the amount of loss the MacGowans had experienced. "Oh, Fiona, I just feel terrible hearing all that. That must have been awful," Georgina said, reaching out to her friend. "Yes, it certainly was. Alistair was a loyal friend to Connell, to us all. They were practically brothers growing up together," Fiona continued. Georgina's heart went out to Connell. Perhaps she'd been too harsh on him so far. They walked in silence for a couple of minutes, Georgina processing all that they talked about. The view from the castle really was beautiful. They were perched on top of a hill, and she had a clear view of the wilderness of the land for miles around, the forest of lush green trees, the expanse of the hills, the freshness of the air. Just taking it all in made her feel so light and free. "Achai, here comes trouble," Fiona announced, her eye on the road leading up from the village. Georgina followed her gaze, seeing Connell and Marcas striding up the road towards them. "Oh, no," Georgina groaned, not feeling ready to face Marcas just yet. "Don't be silly, lass, just be your normal self and tell him what's what," Fiona ordered, giving her a nudge with her elbow to get her going. "Well, if it isn't little Miss Legless," Connell called out as they approached the girls. "Oh, ha, ha, and I'm sure you were as sober as a minister," Georgina quipped back. She remembered Connell being rather red in the face last night, laughing louder than usual and even falling off his chair at one point. Where would be the fun in that? He bantered back, grinning his usual cheeky grin. "Are you a fair gone, pished as anything?" Marcas joined in. "I'd be surprised if ye remembered anything at all." Georgina's spirits lightened at this comment. Now this is my chance. "Well, it was my first time trying ale after all, and the strength of it certainly took me by surprise," she stated. "You can salvage this, just keep your cool. I have to admit the whole evening is a bit of a blur." The ale and my tiredness from such a long journey did rather run away with me. She made an effort to sound demure and embarrassed by her behavior, the latter of course she wasn't faking one little bit. We can let ye off this time, ye're a delicate wee English lass after all. Marcas joked, but she could see a sincere depth within his eyes and she knew he was talking about her attempts to bed him. Well, we'll just have to see, perhaps you'll make a Highlander out of me yet. She gestured back, the tension starting to fall away from her at his words. Ye'll have a long way to go to prove that, lass. Connell pitched in, seeming unable to resist teasing her. Well, Connell, should we get a move on? Marcas asked, putting an end to the light-hearted conversation. Och, aye. Connell agreed, slapping his brother on the arm. Marcas and I have some business to get on. We're best not to be disturbed. He aimed this last bit at his sister. Well, that suits me fine. She fired back, gets the pair of you to me hair? Fiona said with a hint of a smile. It seemed that the siblings shared a close friendship full of laughter and Georgina felt grateful at the chance to be included. Yes, Fiona and I will be just fine on our own. Georgina added with a smile of her own. Both brothers twinkled at this, wishing them a good day with a wink from Connell in Georgina's direction before striding off inside the castle. Well saved, Georgina, well saved. Fiona stated, referring to her interaction with Marcas. And thank goodness too. Georgina replied, glad that she'd faced him and managed to salvage the situation. She was grateful that he'd been gentlemanly enough to give her a way out with his comment on her possible memory loss, which only made him all the more dreamy in her eyes. Then there was Connell, full of wit and charm, made all the more handsome thanks to his hidden vulnerabilities. Oh, what was a girl to do? The next week passed by in a state of bliss. She was enjoying spending time with Fiona, who began to open up about the man she was in love with, Marcas' best friend, Alpin. The pair of them spent their days walking through the garden and delightfully discussing the objects of their affection away from prying ears. Marcas and Connell seemed to be occupied by their business dealings and had barely spent much time at the castle since that first day. Whenever Georgina had encountered them, they were always together and trying to outdo each other with flirty comments and jokes to vie for her attention. She longed for a chance to get closer to Marcas, to be alone with him without Connell there to confuse matters. As long as he was at his brother's side, she'd never be able to enjoy that feeling of intimacy that passed between them during that first dance. It now felt like such a long time ago. She started to worry that whatever interest he had in her was disappearing now that the initial excitement of the situation had worn off. Oh, Georgina, ye'll never guess what. Fiona came running up to her as she took a walk around the castle grounds. Our wish has been granted. Marcas is having Alpin for a visit this night and it'll be just the two of them. Connell has business obligations in town and will be gone until Thursday. Fiona blurted it all out, hardly able to contain her excitement. Both women had been plotting a way to be able to spend time with both Marcas and Alpin without anyone else being there to get in the way. Oh, Fiona, this is perfect. Georgina clapped along with her friend, feeling ecstatic about the chance to see Marcas later that evening. She knew Fiona had been longing to see Alpin again in the hopes that he might start to view her as more than a friend after seeing Marcas with Georgina. They linked arms and chatted away excitedly as they marched through the castle to examine the contents of Fiona's wardrobe for the perfect outfits to wear for the occasion. Chapter 9. It had been a busy week for Marcas, much of it spent clearing up Connell's messes. As much as he loved his brother, he was infuriatingly hot-headed at times and put his own agenda first. He couldn't deny Connell the chance to get even for the death of Alistair and his wife, but if he'd only taken the time to think things through, then they wouldn't be in danger of an ambush or planned attack from the British Army right now. The scene he'd caused with Georgina at the wedding had cost them all the work their father had put into creating a diplomatic understanding with particular British regions. Not only that, but he'd triggered the motion to bring battle upon them. Not that he was complaining about Georgina's presence at the castle, far from it. His mind revisited that first night, when they'd all shared dinner and indulged in a drink of ale together. She clearly wasn't used to the stuff, and anyone who had looked at her that night would have been able to see how drunk she was, but he wondered if she really had forgotten what had happened between them. He certainly wasn't advertising the fact that he'd turned the lassie down, as he'd never hear the end of it from the lads. A part of him was questioning why he'd behaved like such a pansy and didn't just bed her like a normal man. It just hadn't felt right at that moment. During their journey, she'd seemed skittish and fearful at the mere hint of sex being brought up in conversation. To go from that to being forward enough to invite him to spend the night with her. It just didn't sit right. He felt like he'd have been taking advantage of her, which wasn't his intention. She was clearly embarrassed the next morning and it was torturing him. Was it because she regretted making an advance on him? Or was she hurt that he'd turned her down? Either way, I plan on finding out. A knock at the door signaled the presence of his closest friend, Alpin. As to be expected, he heard Fiona answer and talk and giggle away at him. She'd been sweet on the poor lad ever since Marcas could remember, but Alpin seemed fairly oblivious to it. He didn't have the heart to tell her. Aye, how are you doing, Frayne? Alpin asked as they shook hands in greeting. Och, aye, just busy keeping the Laird in line. Marcas joked, passing back and forth their usual banter. Right sis, Alpin and I have some matters to discuss before dinner so. Marcas wanted to be able to talk to his friend properly without having to worry about his sister overhearing, or Georgina for that matter. Oh, aye, ye go ahead. Georgina and I have our own business to attend to anyway. Nice to see ya, Alpin. Fiona said, casting a lingering smile at Alpin before she flitted off in the opposite direction. It left Marcas wondering just what the two of them could be up to. How did he get on out there with Connell's men? Marcas asked once they were safely settled in the study with the door closed. It was fairly standard, not too to the ordinary to report. Alpin answered, taking a sip of the drink Marcas had poured for him. Christ! Marcas exclaimed, I would have expected Bolton's men to be well on their way by now. They'd sent some men out to patrol the northern borders where the landscape gave way to the lowlands. Marcas was of the view that they should be sending more out, that they needed to be prepared to go into battle at any moment, despite Connell's protests that he was overreacting. What have the pair of ye done to get on Bolton's bad side? Alpin asked. It was his sister Sarah who had died at Bolton's hands, so he hated the British officer as much as Connell and Marcas did. Connell's gone and taken his betrothed prisoner. Marcas announced casually, took her right from under his nose. Ha, well done, lads. That must have put his nose out of joint. Alpin congratulated. I'll say. Marcas laughed along, ruddy face was mad, ye should have seen it. Best part of it, the lass was desperate to get away from him. Bonnie, is she? Alpin asked, his eyebrow raised in interest. Indeed. Still an Englishwoman though? Marcas said, trying to sound offhand. From what I hear, they know that much more work to get into bed. Alpin joked. Ach, so the legend continues. Marcas indulged. That bugger, Stuart, he swore on his life that it only took one look for him and that English filly all but lifted her skirt right up and opened her legs right there and then. Alpin regaled an old tale from one of their buddies which nobody had been able to disprove, yet none could vouch for it either. Ach, I still reckon he's fair exaggerating. It takes more than a look, I can tell ye that. Marcas argued. Why, ye had a go. Alpin challenged. Nothing beyond a dance and a bit of wooing in her direction. Haven't he decided if she's worth bedding or no? Marcas said, trying to live up to expectation. All lassies are worth bedding, Marcas, even the ugly ones. They've always got a trick up their sleeves and all. Alpin retorted and they laughed together. Marcas didn't want to be talking about Georgina like this, and soon changed the subject. With any other lass, he'd have happily divulged all the dirty details without hesitation. There was something different about Georgina though. Well, for one he hadn't bedded her, but it was more than that. He respected her, he cared about her honor and he felt protective of her. It was part of the reason he was so set on capturing Bolton's men before they could get anywhere near the region, because surely, he would come for her. "Well, am I gonna get to meet this bonny wee prisoner o' yours or no?" Alpin demanded, putting down his glass and folding his arms across his chest in weight. "I on ye come then, see what ye make o' her." Marcas responded as the pair of them left the study and made for the dining room. The table was laid ready, with a well-cooked meal waiting to be served. As Marcas and Alpin walked into the room, he forgot all the manners and intentions of introducing his friend to Georgina at the sight of her. She was done up in a long white dress, flowing down to the ground and showing off the curves of her body. The soft curls of her dark hair cascaded down her back and over her shoulder, pinned back slightly to show off her rosy cheeks and big dark eyes. "Alpin, Marcas, fine ye could join us." His sister Fiona broke the ice, coming into view in front of them having dolled herself up in a formal dress of her own. Miss MacGowan, ye're certainly looking fine this evening," Alpin said politely, taking her hand in greeting. "Let me introduce our guest, Georgina Andrews," Fiona continued, gesturing to Georgina who came forward to greet them. Pleased to meet ye, so this is the lass I've heard so much about," Alpin said, mischief in his voice. "Why, only good things I hope," Georgina responded with a curtsy. "Why, of course," Alpin responded, the daft grin still plastered on his face. All the pleasantries out of the way, Marcas ushered them all to sit down so that dinner could be served and to stop Alpin from blurting out something stupid. He could see from the way his friend's eyes were lit up that he was going to have plenty of opinions to share on the subject of Georgina. "Well, no, Mrs. Loganak certainly has outdone herself," Marcas complimented as he took a bite of the haggis, savoring the traditional delicacy. "What is that?" Georgina exclaimed, looking down her nose at her plate. Marcas couldn't help but laugh at her. She still looked cute with her nose wrinkled and the haughty tone having come back into her voice. "It's haggis, neeps and tatties, lass. The best dinner ye'll ever taste," he announced. It had been his favorite meal since he was a boy and he always looked forward to it. "Ach, it can hardly get better than this." Georgina looked at him blankly as he shoveled another mouthful of dinner into his mouth, clearly not understanding what he had just said. "Haggis? Neeps? Tatties?" she repeated, looking more confused than ever. "Haggis is a wee beastie that runs aboot the hills of the land, a rare wee thing. It takes a real man to be able to catch one. It's a real Scottish delicacy and will bring you 7 years of good luck after eating it," Alpin answered jovially in a bid to wind her up. "Neeps are turnips in your English tongue and tatties is what we call the humble potato," Marcas pitched in to explain. 7 years good luck?" Georgina countered, her eyebrow raised in disdain and not sounding convinced by Alpin's explanation. "Och, aye," Marcas answered, not able to resist teasing her a little. "Ye're no a real Scotsman until you've caught, killed and skinned your own haggis." He watched her take a careful bite, holding his tongue from laughing out loud. "I see. So what else is in here then? It doesn't have the texture of regular meat," she stated. "She's no daft, that's for sure." "'Tis the nature of the haggis, darlin', it's not your typical meat," Alpin answered. Marcas could see Fiona staring daggers at them both and she shook her head in exasperation as he caught her eye. Georgina took another bite, taking her time to chew it as if she was trying to assess it and figure out if they were lying. "Gem, it's certainly an interesting taste, this strange species," she concluded. That did it. Marcas and Alpin simply couldn't keep a straight face any longer, especially when Marcas took in his friend's shaking shoulders and cheeky grin, his own laugh escaping from his lips. "All right, what's so funny?" Georgina demanded, all but slamming her fork down onto the table. "Surely that's no way for an English lady to behave. Where are your manners?" Alpin jested, unable to keep from laughing. "You men are such children at times." Fiona scolded, "Georgina, they're having ye on. Haggis is indeed one of our delicacies, but it's not an elusive wee animal. It's made from offal, oats and spices, cooked inside the stomach of a sheep." The stomach of a what?" Georgina repeated, staring at her meal in horror. Alpin had dissolved into hysterics and Marcas couldn't help but laugh at the poor lass's expression. He'd never seen anyone look so horrified at the prospect of their dinner. "I'm afraid what Fiona says is right enough, lass," Marcas confirmed. "A good bit of liver and stomach lining will keep you going all right." He agreed with joy, smiling at her put-out expression. "You eat this?" she demanded of the three of them. "Ach dinny worry, lass, once ye've tried it ye'll soon forget what's inside it and lap it up. Ye can hardly say you've visited the home of a laird without trying haggis," Marcas coaxed. Georgina looked around the table skeptically, watching everyone else digging in with gusto, Alpin still recovering from the fit of laughter, shaking his head in amusement as he tucked into the meal in front of him. She took a deep breath as if steadying herself and took another bite, as if determined to rise to the challenge. Her eyes met his across the table and her look oozed disdain, so Marcas quickly looked away and back down at his own plate, stopping for a quick drink of water. "Well, I suppose it's not bad. It's certainly unique anyway," Georgina announced. "Aye, that's the spirit, lass," Alpin congratulated. They finished their meal without any more commotion or shocking surprises, much to Georgina's relief. The conversation flowed easily. Alpin had been practically family since they were boys and Georgina held her own in amongst them all, making her all the more dazzling in Marcas' eyes. A lassie wee brains and beauty, it can hardly get much better. After they'd finished and their plates were cleared away, Marcas longed for an opportunity to be alone with Georgina, to not have to keep up appearances in front of Alpin. Connell had kept him rushed off his feet since the moment they arrived at the castle with her, and he often found himself wistfully imagining how he could sweep her off her feet. He got up to pour a dram of whiskey for himself and his mate as usual, then Fiona piped up, "Oh, Alpin, you simply must come and see my new horse. She's a thoroughbred and really quite magnificent." Alpin's family were keen horse breeders and kept a large number of the animals, often supplying good steeds for battle. "Aye, why no?" Alpin said good-naturedly, following Fiona out of the dining room, who was already chattering away about the horse's every little detail. Marcas held the 2 nips of whiskey that he'd poured out in both hands, turning his attention to Georgina, and making an effort to speak as casually as possible. "Well, I suppose that just leaves the pair of us, eh?" he asked and smiled. "It certainly looks that way," she responded expectantly. "Well, let's take these to the drawing room where we can get more comfortable," he suggested, nodding his head toward the door. "Will we be needing the bottle too?" she asked, a sly smile spreading onto her face. "I thought you'd never ask," he said. "Hell, she's sure getting a taste for the booze. Or maybe it's a touch of Dutch courage." She boldly grabbed the bottle of whiskey and followed him through. Perhaps it was the lack of appropriate company present or not having a chaperone present, but he felt an excitement in the air, like they were doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. Well, why the hell not? It wasn't every day that I'm chanced to be alone in the castle with this beauty of a girl, even if she's technically our prisoner. There was hardly a book about social etiquette in such situations. His stomach swooped in anticipation as he sank down onto the comfortable couch and she sat down next to him. Granted, it was at the opposite end of the sofa, but still. "Well, cheers," Marcas said as he passed Georgina one of the whiskey glasses. He felt goosebumps tingle over his skin as his fingers brushed hers for just a second, holding his own glass up in the universal cheers motion before knocking back the whiskey, the familiar warmth spreading down his throat. She followed suit, a slight blush in her cheeks, and he watched as she held the glass to her lips and tipped her head back to sip the strong drink. Her face soon screwed up as the taste of it hit her, and she came up for air, coughing and spluttering. "Oh, my, I was not prepared for that," she choked out. That's nasty." "Aye, it's strong stuff for a lassie, right enough," Marcas admitted. "Ye'd better water it doon until ye get used to it." "I doubt I'll ever get used to it," Georgina exclaimed, "but if you don't mind, I'll take that water." "That's good, so she sounds agreeable at that. That's got to be a good sign." "Here ye are, lass." Marcas said as he reached for a jug of water that was sitting on the table in front of them and topped up her glass with it. Normally only pansies water doon their whiskey, but don't worry, I won't tell on ye. He joked. My hero. She bantered right back, her eyes smoldering at him as she raised her glass once more before trying the whiskey again. Now, this is a definite improvement. It still burns more than a drink should, but I can at least get it down, she announced before knocking back the contents of her glass just like Marcas had. Och, she does have bonny eyes indeed. I just want to grab her and plant a kiss on her. Marcas refilled their glasses once more, a nervous feeling taking over him. Are ye here because ye like me? Or is it Connell? How do I take the conversation to a deeper level? You seem to be very close to your siblings. Georgina broke the ice. He thanked God, and he leaned forward in his seat to face her. I suppose the three of us are fairly close. Since our father passed away, we're all that's left really. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. She fidgeted as she spoke, clearly uncomfortable at him bringing up the topic of loss so soon into the conversation. Thank you, lass, sorry, I didn't mean to put such a downer on the evening, especially when we're only one dram in. He apologized, trying to lighten up the mood again, not wanting to scare her off. Oh, it's all well, I just know how difficult it is to lose a family member, that's all. She paused to take another drink, a sense of loneliness showing in her eyes as she looked down at the ground like she wasn't really seeing it at all. It sounds like we're both in the same boat then. Who did ye lose, if ye don't mind me asking? Shite, that sounds completely insensitive, ye Dalton. Wait to sour the night before it's even started. He breathed a sigh of relief when she answered his question, seemingly unfazed. My mother? She passed away 3 years ago after becoming sick with a fever. It's just been my father and I since then, she explained. I love him of course, but he only thinks of things in terms of business, of what we can gain from people and situations. He's shut off the part of him that's capable of feeling true love or happiness. She hadn't once brought up the topic of her engagement, or her father, since the moment that they had fled from both. I see, so that's why he had ye set up to marry that bellend. She let out a small laugh at his words, but her eyes spoke of the pain behind them. Yes, that is indeed why he was trying to have me married after that. Bellend. Marcas laughed out loud at the sound of her trying out the insult, like she was unsure of how it would feel rolling off her tongue. Least it's made her smile though. Ye learning the words fast. Marcas complimented. Oh, I don't know, I think I've got a lot to learn if I'm ever going to keep up with you, she said. Does that mean you want to be here to keep up with me? Ach, Marcas quit being such a soppy git. So ye weren't sweet on Bolton then? Marcas asked, hoping his question sounded casual. My God, no. Georgina practically spat out the words, I hate that man, there was no way I was letting him come anywhere near me. Seriously, I don't know what I would have done if you and Connell hadn't come to my rescue that day. I don't know how I can ever thank you for saving me from a life of misery. Her words were charged with emotion as they came tumbling out of her mouth. I can think of a way. Marcas breathed as he leaned in closer to her. Their bodies had gradually gravitated toward each other as they talked, and Marcas closed that last small gap so that there was nothing left to do but lean in for a kiss. He gazed down into her eyes, which were glazed with longing, slowly leaning in so as to savor the moment. His heart was thudding so hard in his chest she could surely hear it, and he felt her breathing spike as their lips almost touched, pausing to run his hands through her hair and cradle her face with his hands before. Aye, ye made off wi' me dram did ye man? Alpin's voice sounded out as the drawing room door opened and his friend waltzed in. Oh, ye bastard, I'm gonna punch ye where it hurts furthest. Georgina pulled away, gasping in surprise at the interruption, her cheeks burning red, and Marcas cursed Alpin even more. That was our chance and now I've blown it. Well, I don't reckon ye deserve one now and all. Marcas called out, clearing his throat, the intimacy that hung in the room just moments before completely gone. He reached out for the remains of his glass and drained it to try and calm the frustration bubbling up inside him, wanting nothing more than to tell Alpin to get lost. Ach, come on, just a wee nightcap, Alpin urged. Find that, just the one. Marcas grudgingly agreed. As Alpin sank into the armchair opposite, his eyes glittering with questions, Georgina made to stand up. I'd best leave you gentlemen to it and see to Fiona. The earlier familiarity in her voice was gone, leaving nothing but a polite formality. Aye, good night, lass, Marcas replied, his heart sinking. Fine to meet ye, Georgina, ye're no bad company for a prisoner, Alpin said. Och, ye just couldn't make the situation worse, Alpin, ye big bampot. Yes, it was nice to meet you too, Alpin, Georgina said, all the jest gone from her voice, and she left the room, closing the door behind her quietly. Marcas waited a few moments, listening to her footsteps move away from the door before letting Alpin have it. Och, ye bloody bugger, ye couldn't hae picked a worse moment to walk in, Marcas began. I could have kicked ye right there and then. Oh, no, a good time for me to appear, was it? Alpin grinned, wanting more details. I'm sure there are worse moments for me to walk in on. It's no like the pair of ye were stark naked and going at it on the couch. Well, we hardly had the chance to, thanks to ye and your goddamn awful timing, Marcas argued back. Ach, lighten up, man, ye'll get your piece eventually, if she'll let ye, that is, Alpin teased, raising his glass and draining the whiskey down in one gulp. Och, piss off, Marcas retorted, keeping an edge of humor to his words and following suit with the drink. He reluctantly fell into bantering back and forth with Alpin. His friend had been sorely in need of blowing off a bit of steam, they all had, he supposed. Before the wedding of the Earl of Aylesford, the night he met Georgina, they were all coping with the loss of Alistair and Sarah Campbell, Alpin's sister and Connell's best friend. He's trying to act his usual self, to tell himself that everything is fine in the hope that it will be. I can hardly blame him. The duty always fell on the men in the family to be the brave heroes everyone looked up to them to be in tough times. They were Highlanders, not some namby-pamby English bairns after all. Och, I'd best be off, Marcas man, Alpin announced, getting to his feet with a stretch and a yawn. I'll be riding Dune Sooth the morn with a stonking headache at this rate. He'd taken a fair few drams, but they hadn't reached the point of being overly pished, more they'd hit the sweet spot of the booze taking the edge off, and feeling relaxed and happy. They exchanged a slap on the back hug as Marcas saw him to the door. Maybe ye can still bed the lass yet the night, Alpin said, she is your prisoner after all. Surely ye can day what ye like wi' her. Ach, aye, he'd in the gutter as always, eh? Marcas said affectionately. He could hardly tell off his friend for the way he spoke about women, it was just how things were done, whether the words had meaning or not. Right ye are, Marcas, right ye are, Alpin agreed with a grin, loping off into the night and in the direction of home. Marcas closed the door, locking up for the night. Connell wasn't expected back until morning, so he was the man of the house for the night. And I damn well will make the most of it. Maybe she is still awake right enough. He crept up the stairs, not wanting to make a commotion and wake the whole castle, but unable to get his mind off the almost kiss that had happened between him and Georgina. Was she thinking about it too? Surely, she must be. I couldn't have imagined the heat that passed between us. Her eyes said it all. As he approached his bedchamber, he paused outside of the door. It was too tempting, knowing that she was merely across the hall from him, perhaps awake and waiting for their kiss to continue. He took a deep breath and crept softly across the stone floor, reaching out to knock gently on her door. Steady now, ye can do this, man. Surely, she'll answer. He waited painstakingly, desperately hoping that she'd heard him. I know ye there, Georgina, don't leave me hanging. I ken ye ken it's me. After what felt like an hour, he finally heard a shuffling noise and a click as she turned the doorknob and creaked open the door slowly. Her worried face relaxed as she clocked him standing there. Marcas, she whispered, what are you? He didn't give her a chance to finish her question. It is now or never. Instead, he stepped in close to her, took her in his arms and gazed down into her eyes just like before. The initial surprise in her face quickly melted into a look of longing and expectation, and he didn't hesitate this time as their lips found each other. His whole body tingled with excitement as he kissed her, soft and gentle at first, taking his time to run his fingers through her hair and down her back, longing to feel her against him. Her lips felt like delicate rosebuds, and they moved against his more perfectly than he could have imagined. He couldn't get enough of her softness, of her warmth, and pressed his lips more urgently against hers, spilling out all that pent-up passion and longing he'd felt since the moment he laid eyes on her. As he began to nudge her mouth open with his tongue, to explore her taste and tease her tongue with his, he felt her stiffen slightly and pull back. Trying to bring his gentlemanly side back, he did the same, but softly, keeping his arms wrapped around her and moving back to see her face, stroking his finger gently down the side of it. They gazed at each other silently for a few minutes, letting their breathing slow down. Now would be the time to be a gentleman and go back to your own bed. He slowly disentangled himself from her, as much as it pained him, stroking her arm as he breathed "Good night, Georgina," and turned around to walk away. Chapter 10. Georgina heard Marcas door close with a soft click, feeling a smile engulf her face and a warm gooey feeling spread through her. He kissed me. Marcas kissed me. Oh, could there be a better feeling in this world? She spun herself around in a circle, dizzy with glee and wide awake. Oh, Marcas, please come back and kiss me some more. I've never felt so tingling in all my life. She simply didn't have the words to describe what she was feeling. It's not like she'd never kissed a man before. Well, that's not entirely true. She'd kissed boys, not a real man like Marcas. They'd only been awkward teenage fumbles with nothing but an overload of spit and ungainly limbs, unsure of what they were doing. Not like this, like fireworks were exploding inside of me. I could never have imagined that desire could feel so intense. All those love stories don't seem so silly anymore. Maybe I could sneak through and wake Fiona to tell her. Oh, I just want to laugh out loud and yell from the rooftops. Their plan couldn't have gone better. Fiona was a mastermind at coordinating situations, knowing both her brother and Alpin so well that she could predict their actions and words long before they'd even thought them up themselves. We'll put on bonny frocks, she'd plotted, looking through her wardrobe for suitable dresses. Then we'll greet them at the dinner table. I've asked Mrs. Loganak to make their favorite tea special. Then, once they've eaten, the pair of them will no doubt get ready to disappear to the study for a dram. Georgina had long since learned that dram referred to a drink of liquor, usually whiskey, for that was all they seemed to drink up in Carnarvon, besides that horribly strong ale. That's when I'll interfere. Fiona had continued, on quite a roll. I'll make a show about Alpin having not seen our newest horse. His family raises and breed the animals, he has a healthy regard for them and will surely want to come out and see it. Besides, it would be rude for him to refuse. That's my chance to get him on his own and take a turn around the castle grounds with him. Oh, it'll be so romantic, the sun will just be setting, and we'll take our time to savor the beauty in our surroundings. Maybe he'll be so taken with it all that he'll finally really see me and fall for me right there and then. Fiona had been in love with Alpin Campbell for a long time, but he seemed to only love her as a sister. And then, that's your mark to go through to the study wi Marcas in place of Alpin and have your chance to be alone wi him. Fiona had concluded. At the time, the plan felt so exciting and Georgina had been giddy as they prepared themselves for the evening ahead. Oh, I can't wait to tell Fiona that her plan went better than we hoped. She'll surely have her own tale of success to tell me in return. She toyed with the idea of creeping out of her bedchamber, bursting to tell her friend all about it, but as she opened her door as quietly as she could, the proximity of Marcas' room consumed her. What if I knocked on his door and continued the kiss? Would that be too forward? Or would he perhaps be expecting to take things further? As much as the idea thrilled her, a part of her was frightened at the prospect of it. She'd never been intimate with a man before, and she didn't want to rush things and give Marcas the wrong impression. It simply wasn't proper to lay with a man before being married. She hovered outside of Marcas' bedchamber, the scolding inside her head telling her not to act on her urges just yet. Instead, she crept down the corridor toward Fiona's room, tapping softly with her fist. "Fiona?" she whispered as loudly as she could muster. "It's me, Georgina." She paused, waiting a couple of moments, but she got no response. "Fiona, are you awake?" She tried again, but after a while she was still met with nothing but silence. Giving up, she moseyed back down the hallway toward her room, but she was simply too wound up to think about going back to bed just yet. Instead, she headed for the stairs and savored the nighttime quietness of the castle as she descended toward the grand entrance hall at the bottom of the marble stairs. The heavy front door was closed and locked up, so she moved through the empty kitchen toward the side entrance that she knew the cook and some of the other hired help used to come in and out. She slipped out, breathing in the cool freshness of the night air. After her mother died, Georgina had often found herself unable to sleep at night, feeling the loss of the center of her family all too sharply to be able to feel at rest with herself. So, she'd taken to nighttime strolls in order to ease her mind. She had had to be very careful about it to avoid drawing her father's attention. If he had known that she was sneaking out of the estate in the middle of the night by herself, there would have been hell to pay. A young lady cannot be seen to be taking off alone in the middle of the night. "What shame are you trying to bring to this family, Georgina?" she imagined he would have said. "Well, he's not here to tell me what to do now." She rejoiced in the freedom, enjoying the empty expanse of the castle grounds, that feeling of having it all to herself without a single eye upon her. This walk was different to the ones she used to do, however, for her restlessness was offset by simple joy and the burgeoning of love. She simply couldn't stop thinking about the kiss, how perfect the moment had been. "Oh, Marcas, how I wish you'd see me from your window and follow me out here." The surroundings looked different under the light of the stars. During the day you could see for miles across the hilly landscape of the region. Large forests full of lush green trees spread out for miles and fields of livestock and horses were peppered all over the place. At this time of night, everything looked dark and mysterious. Georgina could still see a little bit in front of her thanks to the stars twinkling in the sky, the slight dampness of the ground having a hazy look to it in the dusky light. Her mind played over each little detail of the kiss as she reached the bounds of the castle grounds, far too preoccupied with feeling such delicious joy to notice the man standing in silent wait as she strolled out through the gate. Suddenly, a hand clapped over her mouth and an iron-like pair of arms imprisoned her from behind. Shocked, she instinctively tried to scream, but her voice was muffled and no matter how hard she tried to wriggle free, her captor squeezed all the harder. What was going on? "Marcas, help. Help me." "Well, that was far easier than I expected." An English male voice hissed in her ear. "It's not every day that your prisoner wanders right into your hands." She strained and tried to pull herself free with all her might. What on earth is this man talking about? Prisoner? Like he was here waiting for me. "Sir Bolton will certainly be pleased that I've got my hands on you, Miss Andrews. Your disappearance has caused quite the stir." The faceless voice continued. He was one of Bolton's men. The realization hit her like a punch in the stomach and she felt her breathing shorten as she began to panic. "He came to march me home, back to Morgan, where I'd be forced to become his wife." Hysteria rose up within her as she began to understand what was happening, lending her a new surge of strength to struggle out of the man's grasp. This time he really had to fight against her thrashing, fueled by pure panic to escape his grasp. "No, no, you can't do this. You can't take me back to him, anywhere but there. Will you hold still?" he commanded, trying to still her attempts to break free. "You're not making this any easier on yourself." He was panting at the effort of keeping a hold of her, and she finally jerked her head to the right angle to be able to sink her teeth into his hand to free her mouth. "Help, Marcas, Fiona, anyone, help!" she shouted out. "Oh, you little bitch!" he swore at the same time, angry at her biting him. "Hell!" He cut her off midway through her cry for help, and then before she knew what was happening she felt a thud on the side of her head and everything went black. Georgina began to come to, feeling groggy and confused. She felt a throbbing pain on the left side of her head and she became dizzy as she tried to sit up. Where on earth am I? It was dark wherever it was. She heard voices somewhere nearby and strained to listen to what they were saying. Did you see the reward he's offering? If we can deliver her, then we'll be out of his debt, and we'll have a healthy sum to keep us going. A vaguely familiar man spoke. How can you be so sure? As soon as we hand her over to one of Bolton's men, they'll take all the credit for themselves and leave us in the dust. I say, we hold our own ransom, for double the amount he's offering as a reward. Split it 50-50. Hand her over to one of Bolton's men? So, whoever they were, they hadn't been sent by Morgan. And how do you propose we do that? Besides, think of the consequences. We've already got a bad name with the Bolton family. How are we ever going to get our reputation out of the mud if we go ahead with your idiotic plan? The first man spoke again, and she finally placed his voice as the man that had captured her. Oh, my gosh, I've been kidnapped. All that joking about me being the MacGowan's prisoner, and now it has come true. Oh, Marcas, please help me. She held as still as she could, listening to the two men bicker, her fate entirely in their hands. Eventually, the second voice grudgingly agreed to follow the original plan of her captor, which seemed to be to deliver her to Morgan Bolton's men in exchange for a cash reward. Well, better check that the lady's still alive then, she'll be no use to us dead. The man grumbled as agreed. A ripple of fear shot through her as the sound of a gate clanked open and heavy footsteps moved toward her. Oh, you awake in there? Her captor's voice was filled with menace, and she scrambled to her feet before he could hurt her. Where am I? She demanded. I'll take that as a yes. He growled in response. What is this place? She asked, trying hard to keep her voice from shaking. Prisoners don't get to ask questions. Just shut your mouth and do as you're told, young lady. The second man advanced on her, grasping her arm so hard that it hurt. Get your hands off me. She shouted, wanting to scream at him. He did nothing but laugh and sneer at her, however, grabbing her all the harder and seeming amused at her struggle. Oh, leave the girl alone, Malcolm. The more reasonable of the two sighed. He released his hold on her grudgingly. Well, it's not like she can go anywhere, is it? He resigned. The other man shoved some water and bread in her direction before the pair of them backed off and closed the gate behind them. Wait. She called out, please. But they were either long gone or uninterested in listening to her anguished cries. She felt hot tears cascade down her cheeks as she came to terms with her situation. How could things have gone from so perfect to so wrong? The blissful moment with Marcas felt like a lifetime ago already. Now here she was, locked up in some dark smelly cellar with these strange men set on using her for a cash reward. Chapter 11. As the cockerel crowed to announce it was a new day, Marcas awoke with a start. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes and tried to get his wits about him. Something doesn't feel right. He looked around the room, unable to see anything out of the ordinary. His body was tense and ready to leap into action, thanks to all his training on the battlefield, and he swiftly got to his feet and crept towards the door, pausing only to pull on a kilt so his naked body wouldn't be exposed to anything that was waiting outside for him. As he made his way out of his bedchambers, scanning the hallway left and right, again everything was just as he'd left it last night. Indeed, a thorough check of the insides of the castle turned up nothing to worry about. Am I going mad? He padded back upstairs to have a wash and get dressed properly for the day. A tingling feeling of excitement set upon him as he looked forward to seeing Georgina again after their kiss. I could just slip into her bedchambers and take her into my arms right now. I can hardly wait. Something still niggled at the back of his mind as he set off outdoors to check on the horses and muck out the stables. They were short of a stable hand, but the MacGowans weren't against helping out where it was needed. We aren't some fancy pants English lords with sticks up our asses, after all. Marcas felt his muscles stretch and awaken while his arms flexed as he shoveled the waste and soiled straw into the wheelbarrow. He enjoyed putting his body to work with the physical labor. As he did so, His mind mulled over the dream he had been awoken from so suddenly. Marcas had been standing in the night air with Georgina in his arms. He was wrapped up in their kiss, slow and intimate, but as he opened his eyes, she was gone. She'd vanished in the blink of an eye. He roamed the castle grounds trying to find her, but they were empty, just him and the darkness under the light of the stars. But somewhere in the distance he could hear her crying out his name. It was a scream, a moment of panic. She was in danger and Marcas tried to run but his legs wouldn't move. He had stepped into quicksand and was sinking further and further. Georgina. Unable to shake the bad feeling, he quickly shoveled the remainder of the waste from the stable and chucked some straw down haphazardly. Wiping the dirt off his hands, he marched straight back indoors towards the castle, needing to see with his own eyes that she was safe and sound as usual. Fiona was up and about as he entered, frowning at the sight of his disheveled appearance. "Where's Georgina?" he asked. "She's no up yet. Thought I'd best let her have a lie-in," Fiona answered. Marcas headed straight for the stairs without answering. "Marcas?" Fiona called after him. "What's the matter?" He heard her footsteps scurry after him as he took the stairs two at a time, not wanting to voice the worry inside his head just yet. "Please be fine, lass, let it just be the drink fae last night messing wi' me head." "Marcas?" Fiona demanded, grabbing onto his arm as she hurried down the hallway after him, stopping outside Georgina's door. "Get off me, hen," he said irritably, twisting away from her grip, pausing to take a deep breath before knocking loudly on her door. "Lass, are ye in there?" he called out after the knock returned nothing but silence. "Marcas, what are ye doing?" Fiona hissed as he turned the doorknob and gently pushed the door open. "Hello? Georgina, are ye here?" he called out softly. Still not hearing any signs of life, he stepped into the room, banging the door against the wall and was confronted with the sight of an empty room. "Shite," he swore under his breath. "She's gone. Someone must have taken her." His eyes circled the room in a practiced fashion, checking for any signs of forced entry or struggle. Windows tight. Nothing knocked over. No torn clothing or stray shoes. Just an unmade bed. His sister kept bleating his name as he barreled in and out of the room again. "Stick with me and be quiet, will ye, until I figure out what's happened," he snapped. "Can hardly think straight with her blethering. Just let me get on. Check all the rooms up here, make sure she's not in any of them," he ordered. Maybe she was a sleepwalker. Some folk do daft things in the night, especially sleeping in an unfamiliar place. Running down the stairs, he called out for the maid who was busy cleaning up the dining room. "Miss Cameron, I need ye to check all the rooms in the castle for any sign of Miss Andrews. Report back to me immediately if you notice anything out of the ordinary," he ordered. "Yes sir, Marcas," she agreed, with a slight curtsy and scuttled off immediately to do as he asked. "Mrs. Loganak," he announced as he entered the kitchen, "did you notice anything unusual this morning?" The round, middle-aged woman was busy kneading dough on the tabletop, flour up to her elbows. Aye, Marcas. What's this no?" she asked. "When ye arrived this morning, was there anything out of place? Anything at all? Think carefully," he repeated. She continued her kneading of the bread dough, her expression contemplative as she considered his question. "Well, now that ye mention it, the side door wisely locked when I arrived. I hid me keys out like usual, went to unlock the kitchen entrance like every morning, only to find that the door was slightly ajar," the cook explained. "Thank ye, Mrs. Loganak, I'll no take up any more o' your time." Marcas thanked her as he took a good look at the kitchen entrance. Granted, it was only really used by the staff, but as he inspected the door it bore no signs of anyone having caused damage to it or broken into the castle. Did she just get up and walk out? He wanted to make absolutely sure that no intruders had entered the castle, for that would signify a battle was upon them. Of course, he'd been expecting this ever since the moment they'd rode off with Georgina, but not a cowardly sneaking about in the night situation. Whoever's doing this, They did not want to make themselves known. Marcas walked carefully out of the kitchen and out into the castle grounds. The compost heap and basket of firewood was set out as usual, and as he walked further, he had yet to find anything to indicate the presence of an unwelcome visitor. Last night's dream came back to haunt his thoughts. What if that was trying to tell me something? Could someone have indeed taken her, and she'd cried out me name for help? And like a fool I'd not noticed anything, it had just permeated me subconscious while I'd been asleep. Why hadn't I woken up and done something? Och, I could kick myself. He was filled with rage and frustration as he mulled over this possibility in his mind. And here I was, the protector of Carnarvon and everyone inside it, and look what happens. God, I hardly have a right to think I could be capable of being in charge. Right, shake yourself out of it, Marcas. I can still make this right. It's up to me to take charge and find her. Fiona and everyone else is looking up to me in Connell's absence. There's no time for brooding. He shook himself, turning to stride back towards the castle, jaw tight and emotion locked away so that his head could think straight and sort this mess out. Right, Fiona, did ye find anything? His sister was pacing at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for him. No, nothing. I can't find any sign of her, Marcas. Oh, I'm so worried. Fiona wailed. We'll find out what's happened, don't ye worry. He stated calmly as his sister threw herself at him sobbing. Come on, look. He said, not unkindly, there's got to be an explanation. If someone's taken her, then they've got us to answer to. He said with venom. If some bastard so much as lays a hand on her. Marcas felt his fists tightening as he thought, pulling away from his sister. Miss Cameron, did you find anything out of place? He called out to ask the maid what she'd found. No, nothing, sir, everything's as it should be. She responded. Oh, thank you, Miss Cameron, ye can get back to your work now. He responded, before turning back to face his sister. Connell's due back any minute. There's no time to waste. Tell him what's happened and that I'm off scanning the perimeters of our land for any signs of intrusion. I'll call on Alpin to help. Marcas instructed. He didn't wait for a response before hurrying outside to saddle up his horse and ride away down the hill as fast as he could. He'd barely reached the site of the village before Connell came into view on his own horse, running full pelt in Marcas' direction. Whoa, buddy, whoa. He steadied his horse, slowing down to meet his brother in the road, who slowed into a trot as he caught sight of Marcas riding towards him. Georgina's missing, Marcas stated, not having time for pleasantries. I can. Connell replied, pausing to run his hand through his curly red hair, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Some slimy English git approached one of me men last night, seems to think he can demand ransom for us. What's this? Marcas asked. Ransom? He got a hold of her last night it seems, made a big song and dance about us letting prisoners slip to our sight with little concern. Says he's holding her ransom and he'll hand her over to either Bolton or me, whoever gets him the cash first. His voice was hard, dripping with anger. Well, this is hardly me fault. This is the last thing I wanted to happen, Marcas wanted to say, but any argument on his part would make him sound weak and unsure of himself. Right, where is the bastard? Where's he taken her? Marcas demanded. That, he'll only reveal once we show him the money. Connell responded. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Marcas urged. Let's think about this for a minute, Marcas. These men are going to be giving the same offer to Bolton, and he'll no doubt send some of his men up to check out the situation. He'll ken that we no longer have the upper hand, and that puts us in the same standing as his stinking ass. Connell reasoned. We need to get there ahead of him, track down where they're keeping her and break in and get her out of there before anyone sees us. That way, Bolton marches up and parts we his money, only to discover that he's paid for shite, that she's already gone. He'll ken it was us, even if he can't prove it. Connell said, sounding more and more gleeful by the minute. And then that just gives him even more ammunition to strike an attack on us. Marcas argued. This feud against Bolton is making Connell near daft. Let him. I'd say he needs to be a man and face me on the battlefield like a real fighter. Connell spat out. I ken the man's a piece of shite, Connell, but you're letting your anger get ye carried away. Marcas said. Like I said, that's the plan, Marcas. He's coming after us whether we like it or no. I say, instead of sitting twiddling our thumbs we get off our asses and gear up, show these pansy Brits what we are made of. Are ye with me? Connell asked. Aye, let's get the bastard. Marcas agreed. Connell could sure pull a half-decent motivational speech out of thin air, and the man had a point. There was no use lying in wait for Bolton's men to descend upon them. The further away from home they were when it happened, the safer their community would be. Aye up. Connell shook the reins and urged his horse into action, taking off into a canter. Marcas followed suit, the conversation over, and he knew there was no point in asking further questions. Chapter 12. The clanging of the gate awoke Georgina with a start. Before she could get to her feet and gather her senses, a rough hand grabbed her by the arm and yanked her up, making her stumble over her own feet. Come on, move it. His equally rough voice had a threatening tone as he whispered in her ear. A fleck of spit escaped from his mouth as he spoke, and Georgina edged as she felt it land on her face. I'm going nowhere until you tell me where you're taking me. Georgina hissed, digging her heels in and attempting to yank herself free from his grasp. You're in no position to bargain, love, now move. He growled. Get off me. Help. Someone. She screamed. He clamped a sweaty palm over her mouth to stop her from yelling out any further, increasing the force in his grip so that she couldn't move of her own free will. Let me go, you disgusting excuse for a man. He began dragging her forcefully out of the dungeon-like prison she'd been kept in for the past couple of days. It could have been a week, but it certainly felt like forever. Oh, I longed to see the sun and the outside world once more. As scared and alone as she felt, she refused to let it show. You haven't broken me, you haven't broken me. She clung to this mantra, trying to convince herself more than anyone else. If I break down in front of him, then I lose any sense of dignity that I have left. As he marched her out and up a set of dusty stone steps, the brightness of the morning light blinded her after spending so long in the dark. She blinked continually, her eyes trying to adjust to this sudden change, but it was such a relief to finally breathe fresh air. Right, so you've got your wish, I moved. Now I demand to know what your intentions are. Georgina said firmly. Maybe if I look like I'm cooperating, by not trying to struggle or argue, he'll give me some answers. He chuckled, awfully full of demands for a prisoner. You are. They kept walking. Georgina didn't recognize where they were. It was the countryside and the land was mainly flat, which suggested that they were no longer in the Highlands. Aside from that, they could be anywhere. If I'm your prisoner, then that suggests you're punishing me for something, she stated. I would like to know what it is I've supposedly done. Or perhaps you're valuable enough to get the attention of some powerful people, Missy, he retorted. It was in a matter-of-fact way, but there was a hint of amusement in his tone. So, you're using me as bait? She fired back. I suppose you could say that, he said. My brother wants to do things properly, take you back down south and hand you over to Bolton's men for a so-called reward. Me, I don't reckon the officer can be trusted. Besides, I'm certain we can get more out of him than the measly sum he's offering. Georgina paused to take in what he was saying, trying to make sense of it all. I've done one better. I've got a ransom on your head and made it clear to both Morgan Bolton and Connell MacGowan that whichever one of them shows me the money first can have you. He finished, a hint of pride sounding in his voice. Great, so you're selling me off to the highest bidder, Georgina said, careful not to give away any emotional response until she could figure out a plan. This is good. Connell knows where I am, which means Marcas must too. He'll come for me, I know he will. I suppose so, indeed, you're not just a pretty face, are you? He replied. So, I've been told, she retorted, her voice like ice. She wanted to punch him. He was just like her father and Morgan, turning her into nothing but a business arrangement. In the light of day, she got a proper look at the man who she'd only heard so far. While undoubtedly rough around the edges, he wasn't nearly as horrible as she'd pictured in her head. His ragged clothing and unwashed aroma suggested he was down on his luck and making a desperate decision with this plan. It was certainly better than waiting to be handed back over to Morgan Bolton. She had to play this carefully though. If he thought that she was content with this in any way, then he might do something rash. If only I can convince him that targeting Connell would be the much better option. Perhaps if I can figure out where exactly we are, then I can calculate who's most likely to get here first. How are they going to know where to find me then? She asked, keeping her voice casual. Oh, I've sent word, darling. He snarled back. Surely if you make it too difficult, then you're only delaying the chance to get your money, she stated, watching him contemplate her words before straightening out his expression again. Don't you worry, you'll no doubt have a knight in shining armor coming to your rescue soon enough, he responded. Right, that's enough chit-chat, up on the horse, he commanded, standing by the side of a horse and gesturing for her to mount it. She stood still, crossing her arms over her chest and glaring at him. Tell me where we're going, she demanded. Look, you can either cooperate or I'll be blindfolding you and tying you up to this horse so that you can't move a muscle. Either way it's happening, he retorted, hands twitching toward the length of rope he had looped around his belt. There was no way she was having this dirty, lowlife tie her up and force her to come with him. No need. She shrank away in disgust. I'll come with you. She suppressed a shudder as he bared his filthy yellow teeth at her in a smile, swatting his hands away as she pulled herself up and over the saddle. Somebody's clearly been spending time with the Laird, he commented. Most ladies of your stature don't have the knack nor the strength to get up there all on their own. Well, I'm not most ladies now, am I? She retorted, sick and tired of being talked down to. He merely chuckled in amusement and got up on the horse behind her. His proximity to her made her gag. Oh, get away from me, you filthy, rotten brute. Think, Georgina, you can do this. It's only until Marcas comes for you, which he will. I'm certain of it. Any funny business and you'll pay for it, darling, you hear? He hissed in her ear, holding something solid and sharp against her side as he threatened her. She gasped, her heart rate spiking and fear shooting through her. Yes, I hear you, she choked. Perhaps she was wrong not to be scared of him. As they traveled across this unfamiliar expanse of countryside, he kept up a tirade of commentary in her ear. So, who do you reckon will come to your rescue first? My money's on Bolton. The man has the whole weight of the British Army at his command after all, plus more wealth on his side, he voiced. Or perhaps it will be Connell MacGowan. Lairds are bloodthirsty and menacing, after all, I can just see them all now, charging down here in a fit of fury. Then again, Bolton must be furious at MacGowan for snatching you up from right under his nose. I doubt he'll want to risk being the loser once more, he continued. How do you even know what happened? Georgina asked, finally irritated enough by his chattering to bite. He was certainly several classes lower than she. How would someone like this know all the details of what happened at the Earl of Aylesford's wedding? It's not like he could possibly have been a guest. Word gets around, love, he said. It made quite the scandal it did. The whole region is talking about it. Still, it doesn't explain how you knew where to find me, plus had the capacity to blackmail both Connell and Morgan. I saw me an opportunity. You see, I may not look like much, but my brother and I were once proud members of the British Army. Sadly, our family got into debt with Bolton due to falling behind on the rent. You see, he was also our landlord, he continued. He struck us off without pay and we were evicted from our home. Ever since, he's been making our lives impossible, bad-mouthing our names all over. Of course, once he announces that you're a good-for-nothing git, everyone takes notice. This here is my last chance to turn our lives around. Georgina listened to his story, almost feeling sorry for the man. This is Morgan all over, asserting his dominance over the lives of this family when he easily could have shown empathy. Of course, that would imply that he has any humanity buried underneath his cold exterior. That certainly is an unfortunate turn of events, Georgina said, choosing her words carefully and feeling her previous spark of hope plummet. This surely means he's more favored toward Morgan than Connell, meaning we must be traveling further south toward England. Unfortunate, he scoffed, muttering to himself. Perhaps I could just jump off this horse and run. The reality of that would hardly be any better though. I don't even know in which direction to run, and if I were to escape, then Marcas and Connell would have less of a chance to be able to rescue me if they weren't able to find me. I'd only be doing myself a disservice, with no guarantee of food, water or shelter out in the unknown open. As grim as it was, she was stuck with being an amiable prisoner, humoring this man's conversation and musings. He must be lonely if he was so willing to open up to her like this. Then again, it's not like I have the power to use any of this information against him. I don't even know the man's name. Finally, they arrived at his intended destination. Georgina frowned in confusion. Where are we? She couldn't help but ask. They'd stopped outside a large building which looked to be bustling with activity. There was nothing around it for miles apart from trees and an expanse of green lawn out front, and the place itself had a sinister look about it, largely due to the bars on the windows and the ugly brickwork. It didn't make sense. If he is holding me prisoner, then why would he bring me somewhere so public? Unless... No. This here is Greyfriars Sanatorium. A women's insane asylum, he announced. Georgina felt sick to her stomach. No, no, you can't do this. Please, I'll do anything, take me back to the dungeon, chain me up, anything but this. She begged, her resolve to stay strong was over in that one moment. She'd heard awful stories about insane asylums, people being chained, beaten and tortured by water. It all seemed like the stuff of horror tales, something that could never possibly happen to her. You have no grounds or authority to commit me. Who's going to listen to you? She yelled out. On the contrary, I do indeed have the power to do just that, he said as he began stripping off his outer layers of shabby clothing, to her horror, revealing a clinical-looking uniform underneath. And there are numerous possible reasons for committing you: lunacy, women's troubles, hysteria. All too easy to believe given the state of you, he said calmly, looking her up and down. Georgina felt terror consume her, a fear she'd never experienced before. She looked down at herself. She was still wearing her nightdress that she'd been captured in that night. It was now stained and dirty from the time she'd spent locked up in that dirty underground place and from not having the opportunity to wash or tidy herself up. She dreaded to think what she must look like, having not had the opportunity to see her reflection all this time. The reality of his words sunk in, hitting her hard and causing unwelcome tears to rise up in her eyes. Please, she begged, you can't do this to me. Her voice was thick with emotion. What kind of monster was this man? Oh, I think you'll find I can. There is nowhere more secure, barred windows, chains and guarding round the clock. There are doctors tasked with ensuring you are kept safe and locked up, and I will be able to keep an eye on you too, he explained, his voice cold and unfeeling. Besides, no one will be able to find you here. You see, you are expected under the name of Sally Compton, so even if any rogue rescuer were to come asking, there would be no record of a Miss Andrews here at all. She let out a sob as his words sunk in, unable to see a way out. Panicked, she looked about her to find the best direction to try running in. Maybe if I could distract him for just a moment, that would give me the opportunity to get out of his grasp and make a run for it. Perhaps I could deliver a punch to incapacitate him. There's no point trying to run, he said, as if he'd read her mind. That'll only make you look crazier and make a case for having to restrain you. He smiled as he spoke, clearly having calculated every last detail of this plan. There was no hope, none whatsoever. Nevertheless, her survival instincts kicked in. I am not just going to stand by meekly and let this brute lock me away in this hellhole. He glanced away from her direction for just a moment and she seized her chance. Swinging her knee upwards with all her might, she crashed into his groin and he yelled out in pain, releasing his grip from her arms and bending over in a ball, a stream of profanities tumbling out of his mouth. She took off running without a moment's hesitation, heading for the trees as fast as her feet could carry her. Come on, come on. Her mind was a blank blur as she focused on nothing but putting as much distance between her and this horrific fate as she could. Thundering footsteps and yells sounded out behind her, but she didn't stop to turn around. No, 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 I have to get away. This cannot be happening to me. Suddenly, her breath was knocked out of her as a heavy weight struck her in the middle of her back, sending her flying and landing with a thump on her front. Aha, got her. An unfamiliar voice shouted out in victory and she heard several more sets of footsteps running to catch up. He twisted her arms behind her back and picked her up in a practiced fashion, binding her hands whilst another equally burly man held on to her other side. She could no longer stop the tears from cascading down her face, blurring her vision as the three men forcibly dragged her to the entrance of the asylum. Oh, Marcas, Connell, please come for me. Please. Chapter 13. It had been some time since Georgina had been thrown in this god-forsaken place against her will. How much time had passed, she had no idea, for her world had become foggy and bleak ever since. In the beginning, she was filled with terror all the time, at the men who locked her away in a cell, with no windows or any way to reach the outside world. She heard the screams and shouts of the other patients, the sound of pain and suffering traveling through the halls. At first, she assumed that these people must be the truly insane, that she was the only one here under such barbaric circumstances, but she soon came to realize, as she listened closely, that perhaps these women weren't so different after all. Nobody would believe her when she stated that her real name was Georgina Andrews, that the horrible man had thrown her in here for his own gain and given a false name to keep her hidden. They also refused to entertain the story of her capture, telling her to be quiet and calm down. She soon learned that the only way to survive in this place was to be silent and appear to go along with instructions. After all, who was going to believe the hysterical girl in her nightdress and covered in dirt? It probably looked like she had escaped from another institution just like it, especially after she tried to flee from the man who made out he was trying to help her. It was of no use. The only power she had was internal, to hold on to who she was and why she was here and her faith that Marcas would come for her. A loud clacking sound alerted Georgina to the fact that someone was opening the door to her cell. This horrid, windowless room could be described as nothing else. The walls were bare and there was nothing but a hard, uncomfortable bed, a bedpan and a chair inside of it. "Here ye are, miss," the nurse announced as she entered with a tray of what looked to be food. "Whatever this is, it smells vile and looks even worse." Georgina wrinkled her nose as the woman brought it close to her. "You need to eat," she commanded, glancing at the chart she held in her hand, eyebrows raised critically. "Am I going to be ticked off for misbehaving if I refuse to eat this disgusting slop?" Instead of ignoring the nurses, like she usually did, Georgina straightened up and reached out to take the tray from the nurse's bony hand. "Thank you," she said. Picking up the fork to find the least repulsive place to start, she snuck a quick glance at the nurse, who was enthusiastically noting something down on her chart. "So, here's my chance to prove I don't belong in here." She began to eat, trying to imagine that she was at the dinner table with her father, entertaining guests and enjoying a luscious stew or a freshly baked slice of pie. Akira. No fantasy on earth could disguise how vile this grey mush is. It's like they've mashed up the remains of whatever was left in the kitchen into one big slab of muck. "Someone will be along soon to collect the empty tray," the nurse said as she strode across the room to leave, barring the door behind her as she left. It wasn't long before someone else entered, only this time the face was familiar. "Aha, we meet again, Miss Compton," said the voice of her captor. You did this to me," Georgina protested, as the sight of him hit her like a slap to the face. She'd been wondering when she'd catch sight of him again, but she wasn't quite prepared for the sheer rage she'd feel when he did reappear. She was on her feet in seconds, her entire body pulsing with adrenaline. "Careful now, you don't want me to have to administer treatment for aggressive behavior now, do you?" he asked calmly. "No, because we both know that I'm not crazy," Georgina retorted, her voice shaking in a mixture of fear and anger. "How am I here? How did you do this?" she demanded. "Well, lady, as you can see, I am a member of staff in this here institution. I needed a place to keep my prisoner that was safe from both my brother's prying eyes and those of Bolton and MacGowan. After all, if you were easy to find, then there would be no need for them to come up with the ransom, now would there?" he explained. He spoke in an unsettling calm tone of voice which chilled Georgina to the bone. He must be thoroughly unhinged to have thought up this plan and to have gone through with committing an innocent young woman into an insane asylum just so that he can hold her ransom. It made her shudder just thinking about it. Or perhaps he's acting in desperation. I wonder what he did to get on Morgan's bad side in the first place. "You're a vile, sadistic excuse for a man," she spat out. "I'm just doing what I need to do to get by, sweetheart," he said tauntingly. "I'll expose you, I'll tell everyone in this awful place what you did," Georgina threatened. And who'd believe you, love? You're a hysterical young woman, liable to cause outbursts and misjudge and interpret situations as threatening or harmful. You can shout any old nonsense all you like, no one will listen," he said with that horrible calm voice, like he knew he was taunting her. "Now, I'll take that," he said, picking up her half-eaten tray of food, "and it's time for me to press on with the rounds." She glared at him as he moved out of the room and locked her back in behind him, leaving her shaking with the aftermath of the shock of seeing him. "That vile, cruel creature? Oh, I want him to pay for this. Hysterical, am I? Well, from now on, I'll be the calmest and most polite patient in this place." She vowed then and there that she'd get out of here and make sure he got what was coming to him. Chapter 14. Marcas and Connell approached the inn that the fellow who had captured Georgina mentioned. Connell was to enter, ask for Greg, and then he'd be taken to the right person where he would have the opportunity to negotiate for Georgina's freedom. "Let me do the speaking," Connell had instructed. "I'm the one that they're expecting. Your job is to listen in, and if they reveal her location, or any clues that can let ye figure it out, then ye go right then and there while I stall them. If they say nothing, that's when ye threaten the bastard and get him talking." Connell continued with menace. "They'd come armed, that was for sure. I can hardly wait to get my hands on the bastard that has taken her. If he has harmed her in any way, he is dead." They walked into the Cobalt Inn, just another regular village inn filled with local folk enjoying a glass of ale and visitors having their tea. Marcas could smell the roasted beef, making his stomach growl. "Evening, gentlemen." The barkeep greeted them. He was in his 60s, grey and well-rounded. "Doesn't seem like the type to be having dealings with criminals, but then again, what do I know? The man could easily be keeping secrets. Och, I'd just love to hold ye by the neck and demand some answers." "Evening, sir." Connell greeted pleasantly in return. "Will ye be needing beds for the night?" the barkeep asked. "Och, aye, that would fairly be splendid," Connell replied jovially. "Sounds like you're from up north away. What brings ye to Midlothian?" he asked. "That we are, fine fella. We're just on a trip for some business dealings done in Edinburgh," Connell said. "Long way to travel. Ye'll be needing a spot of tea and all, surely?" the man behind the bar said, as he finished polishing up 2 glasses and began pumping them full with ale. "Me mouth is watering just walking into the room. Smells delicious," Connell answered. At these words, the man softened slightly, extending his hand across the bar. "The name's Harris, Bill Harris," he said as Connell shook his hand. "Laird MacGowan, nice to meet ye." Connell responded, "And this here's me brother Marcas." Bill's eyebrow shot up at Connell's mention of his title. No doubt sensing money to be made. "Laird MacGowan, eh? Well, I'll be sure to make up some of me best rooms for the pair of ye," Bill said as he placed the 2 pints of ale down on the bar. Connell placed down some coins before picking up their drinks. "I trust that will cover our stay?" he asked, already turning away to look for a seat. Aye, indeed," Bill said. "Thank ye for your warm welcome, sir. It's fine to meet ye," Marcas said, making up for his brother's rude exit. "And ye, son?" Bill nodded before his attention was caught by another patron waving him over. Marcas sat down opposite Connell at the corner table he'd chosen. "What are we doing sitting here and exchanging pleasantries when we should be out there looking for Georgina?" he hissed. "Brother," Connell sighed, "we're no good to anybody we can't tired. Let's just fill up, get a bit of rest, and then we can get to work in the morning." He stopped to gulp down a few sips of ale. I suppose he does have a point. Marcus' stomach was crying out for a decent meal and he ached all over with tiredness. Besides, we can't barge in here and ask questions right away. We need to establish a bit of trust with Mr. Harris here, or we might end up deeper in shite than we already are. Connell continued, keeping his voice low. "Well, if he is the person that can point us in the direction of Greg, then I reckon he's already cottoned onto what we're doing here. It's no like ye made our names a big secret or anything," Marcus argued back. Connell can be a right arrogant idiot sometimes. Always having to push his weight around and never stopping to think. "Relax, man," Connell hissed. "Let's just take a break to cool off and eat up," he said as Bill approached their table with 2 plates of hot food. Being served by the owner himself, what a fine welcome indeed, Connell said as Bill placed the plates down in front of them. "Ach, well, it's a slow night and best show me manners, Ty Laird," Bill said before wishing them a fine meal and turning back toward the bar. "Well, now ye've done it," Marcus hissed. Harris was on the verge of politeness, but there was a bit of sarcasm mixed in. He must know something, they had to get it out of him. "Och, hold your wheezed, I was only making conversation with the man," Connell retorted, unfazed as ever. "Ye were the one banging on a boot no getting us in the shite as soon as we walk in the door. Ye really think he's gonna be any help with ye mouthing off at him?" Marcus asked. He couldn't help being frustrated. Every moment they spent not hunting down Georgina and her captor was a moment wasted. It was killing him imagining her locked up somewhere, held there against her will, all because some bastard was desperate enough to use her as a pawn to get the ransom money. Well, Marcus was damned if he was going to let this arsehole get away with it, that's for sure. Even if he had to kill a man, he'd do it to save Georgina. "Hey, Marcus, look, calm down," Connell urged, taking in Marcus' demeanor. His leg was jiggling up and down with impatience and both fists were clenched. "I care about making sure that she's fine and getting her to safety as much as ye do, but right now we don't ken where that bastard is or where he's got her. There's no sense in charging off into unfamiliar lands when we have no idea where to go," Connell said, his tone having lost its edge and showing a rare moment of soothing. "Fine that," Marcus admitted, uncrossing his arms and leaning forward to taste the untouched ale in front of him. He was loath to admit that his brother was right, but he didn't know what else he could do. "Come on, lad, eat up, you're gonna need your strength," Connell urged, slapping Marcus on the back in encouragement before turning his attention to the food in front of him. Marcus followed suit, unable to deny that he was ravenous. "Hell, this is good, feels like I've no eaten a right meal in a week." "I haven't really," he supposed. He and Connell had been on the road for days now, gathering their men, tracking down possible sources of information and traveling down to the dreary expanse of Midlothian. A part of him felt guilty for enjoying a proper meal when Georgina might be given next to nothing to keep her going. "Don't you fret, my love, we're coming for you." Despite his reservations, Marcus slept soundly, and he was out of it the second his head hit the pillow. Connell was already up and chatting away to Bill Harris as Marcas emerged from the upstairs sleeping quarters, laughing away like they were old friends. He made a beeline for the pair of them, anxious to get going and figure out a plan.
"Ach, there ye are,
brother," Connell announced as Marcas joined them. "Mornin', Mr. Harris, Connell." He greeted them both. "Now Mr. Harris," Connell said, his voice lowering slightly. "Oh,
please,
call me Bill," the landlord said affectionately, waving his hand like it was pure nonsense that they needed to be so formal with him. Christ, Connell could charm a sheep if he tried. "I'm looking for a fella by the name of Greg," Connell stated. "I see, and is this business dealing of yours got anything to do with him?" Bill asked skeptically. "Sadly, it does me, man," Connell responded, his voice serious in response to Bill's tone. "He has indeed put us in a tricky spot, ye see, sir." Marcas pitched in apologetically. "Hopefully he'll see that we don't want to be associated with whoever this bugger is." "Ach, I'm sorry to hear that indeed. He's not the most stable of men and can be right thrown when something gets his temper up," Bill explained. "I ken he's staying out by the asylum, Greyfriars that is, couple of miles east of here. Stony Cottage I think the place is called," he continued. "And have any Englishmen been in asking about him?" Marcas asked. He had to know whether or not Bolton's men were already on Greg's tail and whether there was a chance that they'd already gotten to Georgina. "Ach, I'm no sure I should be telling ye that," Bill said, sucking the air through his teeth like he was unsure about crossing a line. "Oh, come on old man." Marcus' stomach was in knots with all this uncertainty, wanting nothing more than to hold her in his arms again. "Bill, please," Connell urged, "I assure ye, we would nie be asking if it weren't important. He has taken someone from us, a young woman, and she could come to harm if we don't find him and get her back. Surely, if it were a woman ye loved, ye'd do anything to save her from the likes of someone like Greg?" Bill's face was somber, and his eyes darted to the back where his wife was doing the washing and getting the linen prepared for the rooms upstairs. He flicked his gaze back to Marcas and Connell, measuring them up before opening his mouth to speak. "All right," he said, his voice hushed. "Two Brits came in last night, no too long afore ye. Came right up to the bar and asked for Greg. I says to 'em, ye buy a drink first 'fore demanding anything fae me. They showed some coin pretty quick and I gave the bare details. They got themselves a room and as far as I can, they're no up yet so you've got the advantage so far," he finished. "Thank ye very much, Bill, we appreciate your help," Marcus appealed. "Yes, ye've shown us great hospitality indeed," Connell agreed. "Right, well ye'd best be getting on. I wish ye the best in getting your woman back and I'd appreciate your discretion, gentlemen. This here's me livelihood and I don't want folks up to no good in here," Bill said firmly. "Of course, we understand," Connell agreed, shaking Bill's hand and wishing him a warm goodbye before his hand landed on Marcus' shoulder to steer him in the direction of the door. Soon they had saddled up their horses and were setting off east, following Bill's instructions. "All I want to do is set off running, find this Greg and grab him by the neck. Of course, that would be drawing attention to ourselves and raise Bolton's men to no doubt be right on our heels." Marcus was unable to keep his mind calm as he rode next to Connell. It was a dreary day outside, nothing but clouds and drizzle as they steered their horses at a nice slow pace while they were still in view of the inn. Once they were down the hill and past the cover of the trees they could go full pelt. Marcus couldn't stand the waiting around. Once he knew exactly where she was and what to do, then he could focus properly and switch off from all the anxious fury inside of him. Then he could take back control of the situation. He hated the fact that someone else was essentially playing them like puppets. Finally, they were able to lengthen their pace and run against the drizzly air. They were soaked to the skin in no time, but they were long hardened to the volatile Scotland weather, so this hardly made a dent on them. Let's hope the rain puts off those dozy English bastards. Of course, he knew that they would follow eventually and be on this same route, but Marcus was ready to fight them when that happened. He wasn't going to let Morgan Bolton snatch the girl he loved from right under his nose. Let him see what us MacGowans are made of. It wasn't long before they arrived at Stony Cottage, a crumbling wreck of a place. It didn't look like much of a home and bore little evidence of life. Was this a setup? That Bill could easily be having them on. Ye sure he didn't send us on a wild goose chase? Marcas asked, dismounting from his horse. Nah, I reckon there's more to it. He made a point of mentioning the asylum, but we could have found this place easily enough without knowing about it. Connell mused, pacing back and forth as he worked out their next move. What if that was a clue? That the asylum is where he's keeping her? Connell asked. Marcas snorted, the idea was ridiculous. What the hell would she be doing there? He asked. Think about it. Connell continued, he could easily hide her amongst all the other troubled women. She'd be locked up, secure and unable to run, and it's just clever enough to win over the stupidity of the English. I doubt they have the space in their thick skulls to think of it. It was a hunch, but maybe Connell was right. Even if he wasn't, Marcas needed to be sure that she wasn't trapped in such a horrible place. Right so. The sound of hooves approaching stopped Marcas from speaking any further and he met his brother's wide-eyed gaze for a moment. Go. I'll raid this shite pit and find out what I can. Connell ordered. Marcas leapt back up on his horse, nodded at Connell and took off as fast as he could, the time for dilly-dallying over. As Marcas pushed his horse to keep on in the direction of Greyfriars Asylum, he could hear the thundering of two sets of hooves approach his brother who was there alone, without backup. Oi, ye yellow-bellied bastards! Marcas yelled out, in the hopes of distracting them and splitting them up so that they could each take one of them on. He didn't pause to listen in and find out whether his call had any impact on the two Brits. Instead, he focused on the route to the institution, going over in his mind the best course of action. I could storm the place, demanding for Georgina's release. Or pose as a family member come to sign her release. Maybe I'll just track down the bastard that did this to her and make him pay. Connell was usually the battle-hungry one of them, but now that Georgina was involved, a fire, nothing like Marcas had ever felt before, engulfed him. Come and get me, just ye try. Marcas urged his horse onwards, jaw set and feeling tenacious in his determination. The big ugly institution soon came into view and he leapt off his horse, muscles fired up and ready for a fight. Luckily, he didn't hear any signs of the men having caught up with him, so he led his horse at a jog to the cover of the trees to tie her up before striding in through the main entrance. Ah, Mr. MacGowan, I thought I'd be seeing one of you clowns here, although I was expecting it to be your brother who showed up to play the fierce hero. The words were scathing and saturated in a Poncy English accent. Marcas whirled round to be confronted with the unwelcome sight of Morgan Bolton. He stood there in his army uniform, proud with his arms crossed and eyes narrowed with the challenge. Bolton, Marcas stated, puffing out his chest and raising his chin, feeling his knuckles clench. I'm going in there to claim my wife-to-be. I'm willing to pay any ransom to get her back, and a brute like you will not get in my way. Morgan threatened. I wouldn't count on it. Marcas argued, she Disney want ye Bolton. Why don't ye just go home where ye belong and leave her be? Oh, and you think a fine English lady would give the likes of you a second look, do you? Morgan snorted, attacking Marcas right back. She was living out some silly romantic fantasy like the stories in all those novels. Now that she's gotten the help she needed, she's come back to her senses and realized that she belongs at home by my side. It's like ye believe your own nonsense, ye English sack of filth. Marcas retorted. Why no just be a man and let her speak for herself? Morgan took a step towards Marcas, his hand hovering on his belt where a sword was sheathed. Hold your wheesht and come at me, ye coward. Before Marcas could twitch his hand toward his own weapon, Morgan had unsheathed his sword and swung it right at him. Ye bastard. Marcas ducked skillfully, grabbing his sword and swinging it upward to meet Bolton's, the two blades meeting in a loud thwack. They spun, jabbed and crossed, Marcas' strength and power matched by Morgan's skill with the sword. The crossbow was Marcas' usual weapon of choice during battle, as he preferred to aim from a distance to injure the enemy, rather than to look into their eyes as he wielded a deadly weapon upon them. He was so consumed with anger, however, that it kept him going enough to finally wound Bolton to the point that he yelled out in pain, dropping his sword for just long enough for Marcas to escape to the entrance of the asylum, to find Georgina. His feet began to climb the steps and he reached out for the heavy wooden doors to announce his presence through the bars, when he felt a sharp pain pierce the back of his leg and he crumpled before he could take it. What happened? Howling in pain, Morgan stepped over him and strode right into the institution as if nothing had happened, Marcas powerless to stop him. "Oh, that English prick will pay for this. I'm no letting him get his hands on Georgina, no chance." Trying to pull himself up to sitting, another yelp of pain escaped from Marcas. He twisted himself around to take a good look at his leg, find out just how bad it was, and he let out a gush of breath as he saw the bloody mass that was the back of his leg. "Oh, ye bugger, it was painful." A thundering of hooves announced Connell's arrival soon after. His face set and he leapt off his horse as soon as he came to a stop. "What's the damage?" he asked as he approached Marcas. "Dinny ken. All I ken is me leg is bleeding like a bitch," Marcas answered. His head jerked up in a panic as he heard another horse approach and he looked around for his sword. "It's only Alpin. I sent word for him and some of the others as backup," Connell explained. "Oh, thank God. I am in no shape to be dealing with another hostile English tit right now." "Aye aye," Alpin yelled down in greeting. "Got yourself in a bit of a scrape then?" "It would seem so, right enough," Marcas called back, trying to make light of the situation. "Well brother, we need to shift you to here and quick," Connell urged. "Dash that Connell, they've got Georgina locked in there. I'm no letting Bolton march in there and snatch her up," Marcas argued, trying to move into a hostile-looking position. "I've got a plan, don't ye worry. I'll be getting the better of him yet," Connell said smugly. "Well, you'd better have something good. We can't let him swan off wi' her," Marcas intoned. "Och, he'll be doing no such thing," Connell said confidently, waving to a man who was approaching them on foot. "Aye aye, Wilson," Connell greeted. "Ye all set?" "Yes, indeed sir." This Wilson spoke. "I'll be taking them on a detour round to Leithin. It's due heavy rain this afternoon so that we'll stop the journey in its tracks." "Right, and I'll wait for your signal," Connell confirmed before the man nodded and moved back to the carriage that was awaiting at the bottom of the road. "What was all that?" Marcas asked. "Plan B. Had to think fast," Connell answered. "Now, let's get ye up off the ground." Alpin and Connell both picked Marcas up and managed to get him up on a horse. His wound was bleeding heavily and Connell instructed Alpin to take him back to the Coiburre and to get him patched up and ready for the road again. "Don't ye worry Marcas, she'll no be in his clutches much longer," Connell said as he took off on his horse for the woods, in a bid to stay under cover of the trees and follow the route of the carriage. "Of course, he's the one that gets to play the hero while I sit here nothing but a useless lump." The only consolation was that his brother was both determined and hot-headed enough to follow through with his daft plans, meaning that Georgina's well-being was going to be the priority. "I can count on Connell to rescue her, once again, and bring her back home to Carnarvon where she belongs, with me." Chapter 15. Georgina had finally been taken out of solitary confinement to the sitting room. It was the first time she'd seen any of the other inmates, having only heard their screams and cries vibrating through the walls. If they weren't crazy when they arrived, then they no doubt would be now. For there was nothing but being kept utterly alone, away from human contact or any sight of the outdoors, to ruin one's state of mind. She'd always assumed that the inhabitants of institutions such as this were demented, deranged and dangerous. Now, she knew better. "Sit down here, Miss Compton." The blank-faced nurse pushed her towards an empty chair. She'd given up the fight against her false name, now responding listlessly to it. The alternative just didn't bear thinking about. Having learned that good behavior was rewarded around here, She used it as an opportunity to find a weak spot in the staff. There had to be a moment when one of them stepped away to empty their bladder, or rest their eyes, before the next nurse arrived. She sank down into the stiff, uncomfortable chair, pretending to look blankly across the room like the others that were put in here. I wonder if they're playing along like me, or maybe they're trying to make the most of the change of scene from their prison cell of a room. One door. One nurse. One window. Georgina had been documenting the layout of the building and all possible escape routes. The first 2 days in this place had all but broken her as she sobbed and yelled out that someone had made a mistake, that this was nothing but a trap. My name is Georgina Andrews, I'm not crazy, this is all a huge misunderstanding. She'd cried out over and over again. Yeah, nothing we ain't heard before. An emotionless doctor said in response, after she'd yelled herself hoarse. He made her drink down some foul-tasting medicine, making her feel woozy and tired. When she eventually came to, his words stuck in her mind. Nothing we haven't heard before. It was then she grabbed onto the little courage she had left and concocted it into a way out. Would good behavior be enough to get her discharged? Probably not without a proper guardian or companion to make the final ruling, but she wasn't going to let that stop her from trying. I already tried, you can't pull the wool over that one's eyes. Georgina turned to face the woman in the chair next to her who had leaned over slightly to speak to her. Georgina's eyes darted from the nurse at the door to the pale, dark-haired woman staring at her. Her skin was sallow, and she looked positively ill, but her eyes were keen and indicated that she was aware of her surroundings and what was going on. What do you suggest? Georgina whispered, not wanting to look like she was engaging with one of the other patients in case it turned a strike against her. What you need is to earn your way into the front room. Closest to the exit you'll ever get, minimum security. The woman answered, keeping her voice low. How come you're not there? Georgina asked. I made it once upon a time. Tried to jump through the window and lost my chance, had to start again from square one. She answered. Georgina leaned back in her chair quickly as she saw the nurse frown over in their direction, ending the brief conversation. When she turned back to her new companion, the woman's eyes had glazed over, and she was staring into space like she wasn't in the room at all. Did I imagine that conversation? Maybe the loneliness is making me crazy after all. Her days passed by, all blending into one, but she still wasn't any closer to an escape. Oh, when will this torture end? What if Marcas wasn't coming for her after all? What if her captor intended to keep her here hidden away forever? She was almost at her wit's end and ready to give up, when she heard the sound of a commotion. Shouts, outbursts and incidents were frequent in here so, at first, she barely raised an eyebrow, but there was something familiar in amongst the noise and the raised voices. Something Scottish and commanding. Marcas. It had to be, he'd finally come for her. A bolt of lightning shot through her and she was instantly upright and alert in her seat. The minutes kept ticking past and eventually she heard a set of footsteps marching purposefully and they were coming in her direction. This is it. I'm getting out of here. She tried to keep her face straight and her excitement carefully hidden as the doctor strode into the room, his eyes focused on her with a detached purposefulness. Miss Compton, your release has been officiated. You are to be released into the care of your husband, he stated. Husband? She felt a rising of elation at this word and the prospect of attaching it to Marcas. Come along now. The doctor ushered impatiently. She stood up all too readily, glancing back toward the other women sat in their sitting room chairs and feeling a pang of sadness that they were all being left here alone, to keep on this horrible day-to-day existence. As she approached the exit, she managed to meet the eye of the woman she'd spoken to the other day. She winked at Georgina, the movement so slight that she could have dreamt it, before her gaze went glassy and returned to watching the clock ticking on the opposite wall. Georgina followed the doctor's rushed steps down the dim hallway, finally emerging in the entranceway, which she'd only seen once before as she was dragged in through it kicking and screaming. The sunlight streamed in much stronger than it did through any of the barred windows in the building, and the bright light dazzled her after spending so much time indoors.
Sir,
Miss Compton is ready for you. I just need your signature on these papers, the doctor announced.
Of course, Doctor, happy to oblige.
An unpleasantly expected voice spoke, certainly not the melodic but roughly accented tone she'd been longing to hear. These words were spoken in a nasal British tone, of a self-important imposing man. Morgan Bolton stepped forward, a triumphant grin on his face, and reached out to sign the documents that were presented to him.
No,
No, no, this cannot be happening.
Georgina was shocked to silence.
Where is Marcas?
Has something happened to him? Come on now, dear,
Morgan said in his smarmy voice, let's get you out of here. He held out his arm for her to take it, but she stood stock still, repulsed by the idea of being near him. I'm going nowhere with you.
Oh, dear.
He laughed as if she were a silly little girl acting up. I do think she's had quite the shock, he said for the benefit of the doctor.
It will be well.
You'll feel much better after some fresh air, he continued, this time taking her arm himself and steering her toward the exit. I thank you again, Doctor, for taking care of my lady. It's tragic indeed when women like her with such delicate dispositions have a turn, but I will certainly keep a close eye on her and make sure nothing is put in her path to upset her like this again. Morgan babbled on. Delicate disposition, my ass. As she thought of the curse word that she'd picked up from being around Connell and Marcas, her heart sunk. I really thought he'd come through for me. Maybe that kiss wasn't as life-changing for him as it was for me. As they turned to leave, Georgina saw the man who had captured her sidle interview and share a knowing look with Morgan. It was one of triumph, which suggested that he had received the ransom money and released Georgina into Morgan's care. Passed on from one prison to another. Best of luck, Miss Compton. I hope that this institution has provided you with the respite that you needed. He spoke. I am sure that Mr. Bolton will provide you with all the health and happiness you could wish for. She merely glared at his mocking face, longing to spit in the man's face. If there was anyone she hated more than Morgan Bolton, it was this man, and she didn't even know his name. Surely there couldn't be a more twisted, cruel creature that existed in the world than him. Yes, thank you, my good doctor, Morgan said before ushering her out the door as if he was worried the scunner would change his mind. Morgan steered her down the front steps and into a waiting carriage, quickly ushering her inside before dashing round to enter next to her. Make haste if you will, he urged the driver, and then they were off.
Why the hurry?
She vaguely wondered before beginning to fall into a pit of despair. Oh, Marcas, what if we never see each other again? I never got the chance to tell you that I love you. I'm happy to see you well, Georgina, Morgan spoke. Do not worry about what people will think of you when we arrive home. I have explained that you were suffering from poor health and that those northern brutes took advantage of that by alluring you to come away with them. Now that you've received the help you needed, it is down to me to ensure that your continued care and needs are met. You will have a maid and a nurse on hand to see to you, and all the best luxuries once the wedding celebrations are finalized, he announced. Does he believe his own lies? Georgina was processing all this with an increasing feeling of anger. He told everyone that she was mentally unstable, just to save face. All he cares about is himself and his own reputation. Oh, thanks, she responded flatly, the first words she'd spoken to him so far. She listened to him talk further, more assertive statements about how things were going to be, her gaze set on the passing view from the window as she contemplated the future that she had tried so hard to escape from. No matter how tempting he tried to make the luxuries he was promising sound, it only propelled her further into despair. Was one real kiss all that I deserved? Surely it can't be that it was only destined to be a memory. As the carriage moved through the countryside, images of Marcas, and Connell too, played over and over in her mind. Perhaps I am not destined to get the happiness that I dream of after all. Chapter 16. Her wallowing was cut short, however, as the weather began to take a turn for the worse. The light of the sun had soon disappeared behind the clouds after they left Greyfriars and rain fell from the sky. It was the kind of day that the MacGowans would describe as typical Scottish weather. Wild, interchangeable and unpredictable. Georgina shuffled uncomfortably in the carriage as the lashings of rain really began to pelt the roof, and the wind caused the ride to feel rocky as the horses battled against it with their heads down. Soon after, the driver shouted that it was no use, that they must stop for shelter until the worst of it passed. Morgan reluctantly agreed, the suggestion doing little for his short temper. "Oh, for heaven's sake, this is utterly ridiculous." Luckily, there was an inn not too far away and the driver managed to steer the carriage toward it fairly quickly. "The sooner we get out of bloody Scotland the better," Morgan complained as they pulled up outside of Leith Inn. Morgan marched her to the front door as they tried to get out of the torrential rain as quickly as possible. Inside, the place was lovely and warm, a fire going in the corner which Georgina felt that eased the chill that had taken hold of her. Despite having gotten out of the asylum, Georgina still felt like a prisoner as Morgan held her arm to lead her across the room to sit in the armchairs by the fire. She wanted to throw all her thoughts and feelings at him, to tell him what she really thought of him, but it was futile. She knew how powerful he was, and now that they were alone together, she was fearful of him. It wasn't like being around Marcas and Connell, where she could share a joke with them and speak her mind. Morgan would only scorn such behavior. She wondered how he had gotten her out of Greyfriars in the first place. Had he caved to the ransom demands of her captor? Or had his powerful network of men tipped him off as to her whereabouts? Morgan waited for his assistant to come in from seeing to the horses before getting to his feet again. "Wilson, keep my lady company for dinner while I attend to business," he commanded, without so much as a second glance at Georgina. "Suits me fine not to have to look at your ugly face." While his features weren't altogether hideous, the coldness in his eyes and the hardness in his face made her shudder to look at him. "Is this what my life is to be? Answering to commands from this man and holding my tongue?" Despair set in as she contemplated this bleak future. She thought of Marcas, Connell and Fiona's faces, a family where she truly felt like she'd fit in. "Oh, why has all that been taken away from me?" Having dried off from the rain, Wilson made polite conversation with her about the weather and how she must be glad to be getting home. "Why certainly," Georgina answered blankly. The poor man had clearly picked up on the tension for he seemed nervous and at a loss of what to say. Luckily, the innkeeper strolled over to them with 2 hot plates of food soon after, Wilson's face lighting up in relief. Having not eaten a proper meal in some time, Georgina fell on her meal, not caring about her manners. If Morgan finds cause for complaint at this, then it's tough luck for trying to control my life in the first place. They ate in silence, Georgina savoring every bite and enjoying the warmth of the fire. "Nothing like a good meal to buck up the spirits, eh?" Wilson said, as they placed their knives and forks down on empty plates. "Oh, of course," she agreed politely. "If you only knew." While she felt nourished from the dinner, her mood had hardly taken a 180-degree turn. The only upside being that Morgan wasn't here with them. As the evening wore on, the weather showed no signs of getting any better. A loud rumble outside announced a thunderstorm and Morgan grudgingly accepted the fact that they were here for the night. "Wilson, let's be ready to go first thing in the morning. I'll not stand for any more of this dilly-dallying," Morgan snapped. "What's the rush?" Georgina asked, unable to hold her tongue. "He seems awfully anxious to be out of here as fast as possible." Morgan turned his foreboding gaze upon Georgina, his eyes became predatory as he drank in the sight of her wearing the dress and clothing he'd bought for her. Not that she'd had much choice after being admitted to the asylum in nothing but her nightgown. "The sooner we get off Scottish land and back onto English soil the better," he replied. "I do have an army to command after all." His eyes darted about the place as he spoke, revealing a hidden worry of some sort. "To command? Why, are you expecting to go into battle?" Georgina asked. "This conversation topic is no place for a lady." Matters of battle are discussed between men, not divulged to our women. You do well to remember your place." Morgan snapped at her curiosity with a cold finality. "Well, if you are intending to charge off into battle, at least I'll be rid of your company. Now, if you'd please retire to your room for the night, I need to speak with Wilson about the coming day's arrangements," he finished. "Of course, sir." Georgina bowed her head and stood up, inferring an apology for her transgression but inwardly lacking any sincerity. "Oh, just go stuff your boring rules." The innkeeper was waiting by the door to show her upstairs. "Right this way, madam," he said warmly, making a sweeping gesture with his hand to show her the way. "Thank you, sir," Georgina said, following his lead up the stairs and to the rooms. "I've set you up in here, you'll have a good view of the Pentland Hills in the distance. Well," he paused to laugh, "on a half-decent day that is. Perhaps the morning light will bring better clarity." She smiled politely. "Let's hope so indeed," she responded. "Mr. Bolton requested our finest rooms, so I've put yourself in the best room we have," he continued, "and Mr. Bolton will be placed at the end of the hallway just there." She followed the nod of his head with her eyes. "Thank goodness, he's far enough away from me that I don't have to worry about being heard." "Oh, that's just wonderful, sir," Georgina gushed, trying to put on her most charming disposition. "Would you possibly be able to tell me which region we are in? All this traveling around has gotten me positively disorientated." She let out a gentle little laugh, warming his demeanor into a smile. "Ah, of course, you won't be used to the heathered landscape, madam," he indulged. "Oh, please, call me Georgina," she enthused, brushing her hand lightly on his arm. "Oh, well then, Georgina." He blushed. "We're just south of Edinburgh. You're well on your way to the border, probably another day of traveling and you'll reach home." "I see, thank you indeed," Georgina said. So, Greyfriars was somewhere on the outskirts of Edinburgh from snatches of conversations she'd heard from the staff, which means they can't have gotten very far. "Would you perhaps have heard of an institution called Greyfriars? I have a friend who is a patient there, you see, and I'm just sick with worry. I was hoping to convince Morgan, Mr. Bolton that is, to stop by and pay her a visit in the morning before we depart for home," Georgina said, trying to figure out which direction she'd come from. I'm sorry to hear that indeed, madam, I mean Georgina," he said, his tone serious and apologetic. "As luck would have it, the place is only a couple of miles north of here. If you were to go straight through the woods and round the Pentlands, you'd be there in no time, but the road takes you on a big winding circle. Likely so that the Coybury Inn gets a fair enough footfall of travelers." She considered his words carefully. So, it could be possible that Marcas or Connell are still nearby. If she could perhaps send word to this Coybury Inn. Or maybe she could sneak out in the night and make her way there all by herself. "Would the Coybury Inn be the only inn in the vicinity?" she asked. "Aye, we're the only other place nearby besides the city itself," he said. "So that would be the most likely place to find them if they were close." "Splendid, thank you so much for your help," Georgina said. "Why, it was a pleasure, Georgina. I do wish you and Mr. Bolton all the best for your marriage. I'm sure you'll be happy together," he said politely before nodding farewell and heading back down the stairs. Georgina waited for nightfall, listening out for Morgan's footsteps as he retired to his own room for the night. She had absolutely no intention of staying put. I did not escape his clutches only to end up back in the same situation. I'll risk it all to get back to where I belong, in Marcas' arms. If I could endure the asylum, then what's a bit of rain and cold going to do? She'd been working on a plan all evening long. Her journeys with Marcas and Connell had taught her how to ride a horse properly, how to stay warm and, most importantly, that she was capable of it if she only put her mind to the task. Waiting for enough time to pass, wanting to make sure he was sound asleep, she heard a soft knock on her door. Frowning in confusion, she crept across the floor and tried to peer out through the keyhole to see who it was. It was too dark to make anything out, however, so she had no choice but to open the door. "Miss Andrews, come with me, quick," Wilson whispered with urgency as he stood waiting at her doorframe. She was too taken aback to say much at all, snatching up her shawl to protect her from the cold before obliging. There was something in his tone that suggested this command wasn't Morgan's doing. "It's lucky that I'm still dressed and was ready to go." He glanced worriedly in the direction of Morgan's door, holding his index finger to his lips to indicate that they should be quiet. She crept out of the room, closing the door as carefully as possible so as not to make a sound, tiptoeing after him down the hallway and the stairs. She held her breath the entire way, on edge in case a sneeze or a cough gave them away. He led her the opposite way from the dining area they'd previously occupied, toward the kitchens and through the staff entrance. The whole place was in darkness, the air heavy with sleep as the rest of the occupants rested for the night. She felt herself relax now that they were a safe distance from the other rooms. Wilson indicated for her to pause, listening out for any potential movements from the floors above, but all was silent. Finally, they slipped out through the back door and standing waiting for them was Connell. "Oh, Connell!" Georgina exclaimed, completely taken aback. "Oh, am I glad to see you." Relief was sweet indeed, as she didn't know if she'd ever see them again. She flung her arms around him, letting go of all the pent-up tension and fear that she'd held inside her all this time, feeling his strong embrace catch it all and steady her. "Oh, thank goodness. Marcas must be nearby." "Oh, my prayers have been answered." "Right, lass," he said, devoid of his usual light-heartedness, "as flattered as I am at your show of affection, we've no time to lose." "Wilson, my man," he said as he vigorously shook the man's hand and placed in it a pouch of coins, "I trust you'll be satisfied with that." She watched Wilson peer inside the little leather pouch, his eyes flashing at the sight of the money. "Why, yes indeed, Sir MacGowan, pleasure doing business with you," Wilson said, bowing his head toward Connell. "Ye'd best get back in there afore he notices anything amiss. Go and delay the old fart as long as ye can in the morning," Connell said to Wilson, his voice hinting at his usual tone of carefree laughter, unfazed in the face of adversity. "Right you are, sir," Wilson said. "Miss Andrews, it was a pleasure." With that, he darted back inside the inn and carefully closed the service door. How on earth? Georgina was gobsmacked at this exchange. How on earth had Connell managed to bribe Wilson into doing his bidding right under Morgan's thumb? "Trust me, I can talk just about anybody into doing just about anything," Connell answered with a wink. "Come on then, the horse is waiting down the road a piece, couldn't he risk anyone hearing who's coming and going?" Connell urged, holding his arm out for Georgina to take it before hurrying her through the dark, damp grounds. They walked in silence for a while to be sure nobody heard them. "There's no way I'm risking Morgan hearing us." "Oh, his face will sure be a picture tomorrow morning when he realizes that I've gone. Serves him right." As the horse came into view, Georgina realized there was only one there waiting. "Where's Marcas?" she asked, the feeling of bliss dissipating quickly. She was so sure he'd be waiting here with the horses for Connell and her. "He's got an injured lass," Connell said matter-of-factly. Georgina's heart hammered. "What? Where is he? What happened?" she choked. "He'll be fine, lass, no need to get into a tizzy. There was a fight wi' Bolton, weapons were drawn and Marcas came out worse for wear. We've got extra men on hand, he's resting up at an inn and they'll get on the road when he's recovered," Connell explained, Georgina feeling a twinge of discomfort at all this information. "This is all my fault. Oh, I hate Morgan. You'd better get what's coming to you." A combination of the shock of seeing Connell, the events of the past week, her overall tiredness, and now the news about Marcas caused a well of emotion to flood her. She felt her face heat and tears began to spill down her cheeks. "Oh, why do all these bad things keep happening?" she burst out. "It's all my fault, Connell, I must be cursed or something. I. Too overwhelmed to continue, she succumbed to the tears, unable to do anything but sob into his hard, muscly chest as he drew her into his arms. "Shh. There no," he soothed as she let it all out. It's nobody's fault but that English bampot in there. Too much of a pussy to admit defeat. Connell said, even his insults having a soft edge to them. She felt so safe right now, like Connell could right all the wrongs in the world. Greetings gonna do no good though, we need to get on the road and fast. Connell said, gently pulling away from her grasp. Georgina wiped her cheeks with a handkerchief, blinking the tears away. He is right, no use standing here crying like a little girl. It won't change Marcas' injured state, nor everything that's happened because of my escape. You're right, she croaked, let's just get out of here. She let him help her up onto the horse, wrapping her arms around him and leaning her head against his back as he led them forward and into the night. There was something incredibly comforting about being back on a horse with him, like she could finally relax knowing that she would come to no harm. Will I ever get a good night's rest? It felt like forever since she'd left her bed at Carnarvon that night. While riding with Connell in the open night air was miles better than being locked away in that horrid institution or the dank dungeon before that, she longed for a proper bed to rest her head in. For now, cuddling into Connell on the back of his horse would have to do. She inhaled his musky scent, nuzzling into the heat radiating from his body. Despite the bumpy feel of the horse as they sped across the countryside in the dark hour, Georgina let her eyes close and felt herself drift off, soothed by the rhythmic sound of the horse's hooves. She dozed on and off for much of the night, unable to fall into a proper sleep sitting upright, as the horse kept a steady fast pace. The snatches of sleep she did get were fraught with strange dreams which featured Morgan as the doctor keeping her imprisoned and the unnamed man who had locked her up as her husband-to-be. I honestly don't know which option would be worse. They're both as vile and vicious as each other. As the sun began to rise, Connell finally slowed the pace. Are you all right back there? He asked. I'm rather tired, but anything is better than being locked up in that place, or forced to be by Morgan's side. Georgina replied, failing to stifle a yawn as she spoke. Atch I can, it's a right horrid ordeal you've been through this past week. I'm sorry that you've been caught in the middle of the feud between me and Bolton, Connell said, his voice serious. She didn't know what to say, having never heard him speak so openly. He wasn't the type to apologize for anything, his actions spoke of dominance, and nothing about him suggested regret. His confidence and outgoing demeanor was what made him so compelling, but this new softer side of him made her feel a warm glow flow through her. I should have taken better care to make sure you were safe in the castle, been more vigilant about spotting any strange folks around the village, or anybody looking suspicious. He continued. It's hardly your fault, Connell, Georgina answered, I'm the fool here. I went outside for a moonlit stroll, and that man's brother was waiting right at the castle bounds and snatched me up right there and then. How silly must I have been? I should never have left my room that night. If anyone is to blame, it is me, she said, her emotions threatening to rise back up and spill over again. If anybody is to blame, it's that piece of shite that thought this whole thing up. Connell raged. He was a dodgy fella that got himself into trouble. When folk are scared, they lash out and hurt other people in the process for their own gains. Which is certainly no excuse for what he's done. She took in his words, watching the sunlight hit the world around them. Suddenly it didn't feel so private anymore, she felt exposed, like the wrong person could lay eyes on them at any time. Dinny worry, ye'll get a chance to rest soon, Connell said, as if he could read her mind. We've covered a good bit of ground, enough to put Bolton far behind us, before he's even realized that anything has happened. I'm just so tired, Connell, Georgina said, feeling her voice crack as she spoke. You don't know what it's been like in that place, not knowing if I'd ever get out of there. She'd spent so much time trying to be strong and not show weakness in the face of adversity, that now she felt safe again. The hardships she'd gone through were beginning to catch up with her. You're a tough one, lass, Connell said in response. Ye've got out of there in one piece and showed Bolton where to go. Just another day on the road and we'll be home. Ye're welcome at Carnarvon for as long as you want to be there, you can? Georgina was touched at his words, tears welling up behind eyelids. Don't cry, Georgina, don't cry. Just one more day, and then you'll be back where you belong. Right, what do you say take keeping on for a while longer and then we'll stop off for a proper rest? Connell asked. We canny risk an inn in case any of the English come looking. That'll be the first places they'll check, and innkeepers would happily part we information in exchange for some coin. Georgina sighed. All I want is a proper bed, to lie down, be comfortable and sleep like the world isn't out to get me. I'll bet if it was Marcas, he'd let us stay in an inn. All right, if we have to, she said, the tiredness making her impatient and snappy. It's a chance to get your native legs. Connell joked, if you want to pass as one of us. Oh, ha ha. Let's just keep going, she said. I'd settle for my own set of legs if I could only sleep. Finally, after what felt like a year, Connell deemed it acceptable to stop. While it was familiar to be out in the open, eating the scanty meal of oats that Connell had hastily packed long before, it felt strange to be here just the two of them. Her last journey with them had been fraught with excitement as she was caught up in the bubble of having her prayers answered by these two handsome Highlanders who swept her up and whisked her away. Everything was a new experience, riding on horseback, being close to the two men, sleeping and eating out in the open. Now there was a feeling of intimacy in the air, and it left her feeling uncomfortable. As she lay down in close proximity, all she could think about was the fact it wasn't Marcas. Oh, how I wish it were Marcas that was here and not Connell. Will he be angry with me for being close to Connell like this? Or has he forgotten me already and found a new woman to occupy his attention? Probably someone with a tendency for less dramatic escapes. Deep down she knew that wasn't true, but all the worry inside her mind was creating all sorts of possibilities. Oh, just shut up and sleep, she told herself, it'll all look better once we get to the safety of the castle. Eventually she managed to drift off, trying to ignore the hard ground underneath her and succumbing to the warmth of Connell's embrace. It's only to stop myself from freezing to death, she imagined telling Marcas as she sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Georgina awoke, disorientated and baking hot. Her eyelids fluttered open to reveal the mid-morning sun beaming down upon them, a sharp contrast to all the rain she'd experienced the previous day. Where am I? She bolted upright in a panic before seeing Connell's sleeping figure beside her. After spending all that time locked away by that terrible man, and then thinking that she was going to be forced to go back home to England with Morgan, she was so relieved to find herself safe with one of the MacGowans. At least in this way I'll be reunited with Marcas soon. And Fiona, of course. Oh, I've missed her companionship. Taking a deep pained breath, she took in Connell's face. In sleep, he looked peaceful and devoid of his usual bravado, like a lion transformed into a kitten. Maybe I was too hard on him last night, wishing that he was Marcas. He did step in and get me out of my inescapable fate once again, after all. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and flashed her a grin, making her jump out of her skin. Watching me sleep, eh? I should be flattered, he said, with his usual cheeky attitude. No, I was merely trying to see if you were awake or if you were still dead to the world, she retorted haughtily in a bid to cover her embarrassment. Ach, well, no need to worry about me, lass. I'm tough enough to endure the hardships of being on the road, he said, his eyes trailing over her with a lustful edge as he spoke. Georgina cleared her throat, breaking the moment and looking away, heat rising in her cheeks as she did so. Well, shall we press on? She asked. You were the one going on about a quick rest so that we can get moving as fast as possible. Find that, Connell said offhandedly, springing to his feet and stretching before striding off for the cover of the trees. Just gimme a minute, and we'll be off, he said as he walked, his back turned away from her. She stood up, trying to gather up their things as best she could, Connell reappearing just moments later and untying the horse. Right, let's crack on, he ordered, his usual humor gone to be replaced with a flat tone of instruction. Sure, now is good, Georgina responded, letting him help her up onto the horse. They rode mainly in silence the rest of the way, and it was a long hard slog before Georgina began to recognize their surroundings. Oh, we've been here before, she exclaimed. Yay, we sure have, Connell responded. We're near Golspie and less than an hour's distance fae home. Oh, thank goodness, I thought this journey would never end. Georgina began to recognize the hilly, wild landscape of the Northlands a while back which perked her up. The beauty of it was enough to take her mind off the arduous journey and the tension between her and Connell, but after a while the jolt of excitement wore off and she became restless and impatient. Right, will we run the last of the way? Connell asked. I thought you'd never ask. Georgina responded with enthusiasm, sighing in relief as Connell urged the horse onward and they sped up. Chapter 17. Oh ye bloody devil! Marcas yelped out as he stood up, testing his weight on his injured leg. Ye dine in there or what? Alpin's voice sounded from the hallway just outside of Marcas' room in the inn. Nah, it's gonna take a lot more than a stab tie the leg take kill me off, son. Marcas joked, wincing at the shooting pain up his calf where Bolton sliced it with his blade. Ach, it's all in a day's work, Marcas. Go home wi' a few battle scars and the lassies will be all over ya. Alpin said jovially, leaning against the open door frame with his arms crossed. Och, I indeed. Marcas agreed with his friend. The only lass I want anywhere near me is Georgina. I hope to God that Connell has come through. Marcas felt like an utter failure for not being able to overthrow that English oaf. He had been beating himself up for losing over such a stupid injury. What was I thinking turning my back to him like that so soon? I should have delivered a blow that would have knocked the bampot out, ye bloody fool. This was certainly a case where his battle-shy demeanor had not helped one bit. Right, ye gonny manage or do I have to carry ye like a cripple? Alpin asked, waiting for Marcas to make a move so that they could continue downstairs. I'll be fine, Marcas said, brushing off any further help. I'm no gonny let folk think I'm ever more of a wimp than they already do. That bloody Bolton has a lot to answer for, that's for sure. Alpin ranted, he'll get his comeuppance for his dirty, underhanded tactics. Alpin hated the man as much as Connell and Marcas, if not more, so this at least stopped him from ripping into Marcas about getting such a ridiculous injury. Marcas limped his way down the stairs of the Cobalt Inn, following Alpin, and slowly made his way to the bar and dining area. Hi, sir, I see you're looking a bit better now that you're patched up and all. Bill Harris, the landlord said. Aye, good as new, Marcas said with a grimace. Will ye be having a spot of scran before ye set off? Bill asked, scran being the Edinburgh regional slang word for food. Och, go on then, Alpin said with relish, settling into a table near the bar area. As long as we're quick, Marcas said to him, raising an eyebrow. Although a good sit-down and some decent scran would be very welcome right about now. Marcas carefully lowered himself into the chair opposite his friend, trying to keep from wincing at the action of moving his injured leg. This damned leg. The Cobalt Inn had been the closest place that Marcas actually knew, with the added benefit of having already made the acquaintance of the landlord. After Bolton had struck him down outside of Greyfriars, Connell and Alpin were close on his heels and rode up to Marcas 8 minutes later. That bastard, had been Connell's comment on the matter, spitting out the words like venom. With Alpin's assistance, the pair of them heaved him up and got him sitting upright, Alpin tearing a length off the bottom of his shirt to tie around Marcas' bloody wound. We have to go in after him, he's gonna snatch her up and run off doon to England the second the coast's clear. Marcas insisted, gasping for breath as the pain spiked every time he moved. Nah, brother, I've got a better plan, Connell said in his scheming voice, his gaze fixed on the carriage which was meandering up the road toward them. Right, Alpin, get Marcas out of sight as quick as ye can. I'm gonna intercept the driver and make sure they dinna get you to Scotland, Connell ordered. Right now, Bolton's in there negotiating a hefty price with that piece of dirt Greg. Once he has his cash, he'll have no reason to go after the lass again. Meanwhile, I get the driver on our side, the heavy rain will hit them in a matter of hours and he'll insist they need to stop for shelter. I'll get him to smuggle her out in the night, and we'll set off as fast as the horse will carry us fur home and meet ye both there. Bugger that, Marcas had thought, I couldn't have thought up a better plan myself. He bit his tongue through the pain as Alpin helped to haul him up onto the horse, which made his wound gape all the more, bleeding out through the makeshift bandage they'd fastened it with. He refused to show weakness and rode through the pain as Marcas led them to the nearby inn which Connell, and he left only that morning. By the time they arrived at Coiburray, the entirety of Marcas' bottom left leg was soaked with blood. They lucked upon Mrs. Harris, the landlord's wife, seeing them arrive, and she had dashed out to help, managing to get his wound stitched up and much of the blood cleaned off once they were inside. "Righto, some bacon and eggs should sort you fellas right out," Bill announced as he came over with 2 steaming plates of freshly cooked food. "Ach, this looks just the ticket," Marcas said appreciatively. "Aye, just what we need to fill up for the journey home," Alpin agreed. "The wife passes on her concern for ye, Marcas. She says ye'd best wait a bit longer before traveling on that leg," Bill continued. "Ach, I appreciate that, Bill, but we need to be off. Tell her thanks for all her help and concern though, ye've got a good one there right enough," Marcas said. Flattery seemed to be Connell's method of getting by. "Maybe if I tried to be more charming with my words, folk would look up to me just as much. I'm tired of always being in his shadow." "Aye, she's a gem indeed," Bill agreed joyfully. "I says to her already that a big tough hero like yourself likely wouldn't want to rest any longer." "I'll let ye eat up, enjoy your breakfast, lads," he said. As he turned to leave, Marcas and Alpin both made thank you noises through their already full mouths. "Oh, that's the spot indeed," Marcas thought as he swallowed the soothing hot food. Soon they were packing up to leave and saying their goodbyes to the Harris. "Och, you take care, do ye hear?" Mrs. Harris insisted, giving Marcas a hug. "I'll be fine, don't you worry, Mrs. Harris. Us clanfolk are made of strong stuff after all," he said indulgently, appreciating her kindness all the same. "Thank you both for your hospitality once again," Marcas said as he shook Bill's hand. "Safe journey, lads, and if you're ever doing this way again be sure to stop in," Bill encouraged. "Find that, I'll certainly be back for your excellent scran, Mrs. Harris," Alpin said, making a show of bowing down to kiss her hand. "Oh, Mr. Campbell, you're making me blush," she said with a giggle as they said their final goodbyes and made for their horses. Marcas turned to wave as they began out a walk, soon testing out if his leg would cope with a faster gait, as the pair of them made off for the arduous journey back home to Carnarvon. Chapter 18. "Oh, thank heavens, where the crivens have ye been?" Fiona yelled out, coming flying down the front steps of the castle much like Georgina's original arrival at Carnarvon. "Oh, Fiona, how glad I am to see you," Georgina said in relief, hopping down from the horse and embracing her friend. "Connell, what the hell has gone on?" Marcas was all in panic, shouting about Georgina being captured, and next I can he's running off on his horse never to be seen again. Fiona shouted, her cheeks pink with anger. "Calm down, sis, we're here now. And it's just as Marcas said, some slimy git, no right in the head, kidnapped her and locked her up." Connell began to explain, demanding ransom for Bolton or me, whoever got him the cash first. "Bolton paid the man, I intercepted, and here we are." "For heaven's sake. But where's Marcas?" Fiona continued, "and Alpin?" Her breath caught in her throat as she said his name. "On their way. Marcas got injured, so I had to go ahead and get this one out of harm's way," Connell explained, jerking his head in Georgina's direction as he spoke. "Before ye start, he's perfectly capable of grinning and bearing it so that they can get on the road. They would have gone to nice wee and to get stitched up and have a rest, so no sense in worrying, fi," Connell said with finality as he addressed Fiona. She was aghast as Connell sauntered off to unsaddle the horse and let it out in the field, her face softening as she turned to face Georgina. "Is all he said really true?" she asked. Georgina nodded. "That's the short version of the story, but he has summed it up rather well," she answered. Oh, I am so relieved to finally be off the road. Oh, Georgina, I can hardly believe it. I've been sick, we worry. Fiona gushed. What an ordeal. Ye must just be exhausted, ye poor thing. As her friend's voice softened, Georgina felt all the tiredness and emotions that she'd been trying to hold in well up inside of her, her bottom lip beginning to tremble as a tear escaped and dribbled down her feverish cheek. I hardly know where to start. Oh, I'm just so happy to see you, Georgina managed to say before she succumbed to weeping on Fiona's shoulder as her friend embraced her and patted her shoulder gently. Come on, let's get ye inside and we'll sort ye right out, Fiona said soothingly, guiding Georgina in towards the front door and through to the dining room. Mrs. Loganak? Fiona called out, the larger woman peeking her head out from the kitchen at the sound of her name. Yes, dear? She asked. Would ye be so kind as to rustle up something for Miss Andrews? She's had quite the shock. Fiona answered. Oh, heavens, lass, of course. The older woman clucked around her in concern, coming out with some hearty chunks of bread and cheese followed by a big pot of tea. Get some food in ye, lass. Mrs. Loganak encouraged as she took in Georgina's teary-eyed and pale-faced demeanor. Ye'll be able to think straight wi' a full stomach. Mrs. Loganak is a firm believer that an empty belly makes for an unsettled mind, Fiona said as she carefully poured out some tea and placed it in front of Georgina. Picking up one of the generously buttered slices of bread, Georgina took a bite and chewed slowly. Oh, this is heaven. I've not tasted real food in weeks. Soon she was devouring the meal in front of her, and she felt herself relax as her stomach was soothed by the simple but filling food. That better? Fiona asked, having been quiet as Georgina ate. Oh, yes, thank you ever so much, Georgina said. I'm not going to forget my manners, no matter how upset and frazzled I feel. Besides, everything is back to normal, I'm safe, comfortable and in the company of a friend. Ye certainly look like you've got some colour back in your cheeks, Fiona observed. Ye fairly looked like a ghost when ye rode up with Connell back there. I'm not surprised, all that prison cells, dark rooms and lousy sustenance. Plus, the constant fear that Morgan was going to advance on us and plunge his sword through Connell, severing my last possible means of escape. Georgina sighed, not wanting to voice her thoughts just yet, hoping that Fiona wouldn't push her for answers just yet. Ye look like ye've hardly slept a wink for days, Fiona continued. That's probably accurate, Georgina responded, feeling her eyes itch and her body ache now that she'd come to a stop from all the horrid excitement from the past week, or however long she'd been gone. It felt like a lifetime. Come on, off to bed ye need some rest, Fiona commanded as she got to her feet. It certainly felt nice to be looked after right now, and Georgina had no desire to argue with Fiona. She was flat out knackered. She let Fiona lead her upstairs, where her room was waiting for her just as she'd left it. The only difference was that somebody had been in to make up the bed for her, the clothes she discarded on the floor having been washed and were hanging up ready to be worn again. Right, ye just rest yours for a while. I'll come and wake ye so's ye don't sleep the whole day away, once I've gone and give Connell a good clout, Fiona instructed, gently closing the door and giving Georgina some privacy. Now that she was alone and in the comfort of her bedchamber, Georgina finally felt herself relax. She managed to shed the dirty, travel-worn gown that Morgan had handed her after being discharged from the asylum before crawling into the soft sheets of her bed, eyes heavy as her head settled into the pillow. Opening her eyes, she was pleasantly surprised to find she'd slept without issue, not able to remember a single detail of her dreams if any. It was still early in the day, but the nap had definitely refreshed her, and she mentally thanked her friend's caring nature. Fiona certainly has a mothering way about her, she really must hold the family together. She made her way down the stairs, wondering where the others were and what activities were going on. The smell of meat cooking suggested that Mrs. Loganak was preparing the evening meal, the mere thought of it making Georgina's mouth water. The hallway was bathed in light from the late afternoon sun, beaming in through the large front windows which looked out upon the vast expanse of the countryside from their vantage point on top of the hill. Georgina caught sight of Fiona out in the grounds, stroking the neck of her horse and feeding it something out of the palm of her hand. Georgina let herself out through the door, making her way toward her friend and enjoying the fresh air once more.
"Oh, there ye are.
I was just gonna come in and check on ye," Fiona said as she approached.
"Thank you, I do feel much better after a nap and something to eat,"
Georgina responded, stopping just outside of the fence where the horse was leaning its head over towards Fiona's bosom. "Come and say hello,"
Fiona encouraged. "She won't bite."
The horse in question was a chestnut brown color with a white stripe down its nose.
"Oh,
I don't know," Georgina said, feeling unsure, as she'd never really been up close to a horse before. Riding in the saddle with both Marcas and Connell had been as close as she'd gotten, and it was always them that took care of organizing the reins, saddle, and feed. "Go on, just reach out and rub her there, just above the soft part of her mouth and nose," Fiona encouraged again. Georgina tentatively reached her hand out to touch the majestic animal.
"Oh,
"What if it bites me?"
To her surprise,
it barely blinked, merely whickering softly and nudging against her. "She wants ye to rub a bit harder," Fiona explained.
"Like that?" Georgina asked,
trying to mimic Fiona's touch, the horse letting out a gentle snort of air through its velvety nose. Georgina let out a giggle. "Oh,
my.
This really isn't so bad. Horses are gentle creatures after all." "Her name is Lucky," Fiona said.
"Why, hello Lucky,"
Georgina said to the horse, giving her nose a good rub. Soon Lucky appeared to get bored with the attention and turned back to concentrating on nibbling on the grass in the luscious green field. "No, are ye going to tell me what happened to ye?" Fiona asked, her voice curious but the Scots dialect making her question seem sharp and direct. She wasn't one for tiptoeing around a subject after all. Georgina let out a sigh as the pair of them fell into step, taking their usual stroll around the castle grounds as she began to speak of her ordeal. "Oh, Fiona, it was just awful," she began. Soon the whole story came pouring out, how she had been unable to sleep and stupidly came out for a moonlit walk, colliding with the man who'd been out to capture her from the safety of the castle. How he and his brother locked her up in a dark, dingy basement as they discussed how they'd deliver her to Morgan in exchange for a reward. She explained how the other brother had his own plan, locking her away in the asylum he worked in as a pawn for ransom, in wait for either Morgan or Connell to offer the best price. Fiona gasped, looking distraught as Georgina detailed her time in the asylum, how she'd been treated like she were mad, that no one would believe her real name and identity. Finally, she summarized the carriage driver's part in helping her get away from Morgan Bolton, once again, Connell awaiting to smuggle her away and the grueling journey they'd taken under cover of the night. "And then, we arrived here this morning, just as you saw." She finished talking, practically out of breath after recounting all of the events she'd been through. "It does feel like a weight off my chest having voiced everything though." "I can hardly believe it, ye've sure had a rough time of it," Fiona said as she processed all that Georgina had told her. "Oh, come here," Fiona said as she threw her arms around Georgina. "I see ye as me own sister, ye ken, and I was in such a fright when we realized that ye'd disappeared. For a while I was convinced that ye'd maybe ran off back to England without saying goodbye." "Oh, Fiona, of course I would never do such a thing. You're like the sister I never had," Georgina exclaimed, feeling a fresh bout of tears come on at Fiona's words. "I've never had a friend like you, nor any siblings. Being here was the happiest I'd felt since my mum died. I don't ever want to leave," she continued. As she spoke the words, it really hit her, the feeling of belonging somewhere, like Carnarvon was where she was meant to be. It was an overwhelming feeling of coming home. "Och, well you'll marry one of me brothers and then we'll be sisters for real," Fiona said, "and I'll marry Alpin and we'll both raise our bairns together." The pair of them hugged for a few more moments, wiping away tears as they parted. "Well, speaking of marrying one of your brothers, your plan for that evening all those days ago worked perfectly," Marcas and I kissed," Georgina confessed, moving on to more light-hearted topics of conversation.
"Wait, what? Oh, this is exciting news," Fiona squealed, letting out a high-pitched noise of glee as she clapped her hands together.
"Tell me everything," she insisted, grabbing Georgina's arm in excitement.
"Wait, maybe you know every gory detail. It is me brother we're talking about, after all."
"Well, we had gone into the study after dinner while you and Alpin took that walk together," Georgina began. "We were having a lovely conversation and getting the chance to really open up to each other, but before our lips were able to touch, Alpin came barging in and ruined the moment. I was embarrassed at being caught in such a suggestive moment and got up to leave, the mood well and truly broken. I'd gone upstairs to retire to my room, but I simply couldn't sleep. My mind was too excited by what almost happened."
"And?"
Fiona encouraged, impatient to learn the rest of the story. "Then, a while later, I heard his footsteps coming down the hall, slow, like he was deliberating upon his next action. He knocked softly on my door, and when I opened it he pulled me in for a kiss, and oh, it was just amazing. I never—" All right, what did I say about the gory details?" Fiona butted in, clamping her hands over her ears so as not to hear about what Marcas was like to kiss. "But this is just fantastic," Fiona exclaimed, continuing on an excited rant about the perfect couple the two of them would make and planning out the details of their wedding. "Except, on that same night I was snatched away from the castle, and we haven't laid eyes on each other since," Georgina countered, bringing Fiona back to the reality of the here and now. "Oh, Marcas, how I miss you. I wish you could have been the one to save me from that horrible place." After reliving those perfect moments all those nights ago, thoughts of Marcas were fresh in her mind again. A part of her had felt disappointed as she laid eyes on Connell that night, with Marcas nowhere in sight as they left the inn. Surely, he would have wanted to do what he could to save me? Maybe he doesn't love me, after all, and I'm just fooling myself by reliving that one kiss. He's surely kissed plenty of other girls before. Och, it's hardly something that can be helped. Marcas was in a fair frenzy trying to find Eve that morning. I've hardly seen him so worked up before," Fiona said soothingly. "He was up and off out of sight right away, and I've no seen hair of him since. It's only when Connell showed up that I got any hint as to what was going on." "The boys and their battles," Fiona said with a heaviness to her voice, shaking her head slightly as she spoke. "I tell ye, it ain't easy being the one left at home and worrying about whether or not they'll make it back in one piece. The pair of them are that competitive, I worry that it'll cause them harm." Georgina was silent as she considered this, unsure of what to say in response. "It sounds like quite the hardship indeed, and this latest worry is all my fault. I am sorry if I've contributed to that worry. It was because of me that they went off this time, causing Marcas to get injured. I certainly didn't expect for any of this to happen," Georgina said, feeling the uncomfortable prickle of guilt at her friend's words. "Och, no, it's hardly your fault any of this happened," Fiona said. "I just have to let the boys be boys, I suppose." "Why don't you tell me about what happened between you and Alpin that night?" Georgina asked, turning the attention to Fiona. "Gosh, I feel like such a selfish friend indeed, talking of nothing but myself and my concerns. Och, it seems like no matter what I do, he'll never see me as someone more than a friend," Fiona said with a resigned sigh. "No, that's simply not good enough," Georgina retorted. "Perhaps he just hasn't had the opportunity to see you outside of your usual station, as Marcas and Connell's sister." "Perhaps," Fiona said, not sounding entirely convinced. "Come on, you've spent so much time listening to me talk about Marcas, let's plan the perfect event for Alpin to see you as the advantageous match that you are," Georgina encouraged. Finally, she saw a hint of a smile break out on Fiona's face, and the two of them began to enthusiastically discuss different options, most of which were too far-fetched to feasibly occur. The conversation landed a great deal of enjoyment, however, and their joyful suggestions took them right up to dinner time, Mrs. Loganak even having to yell out for them to come inside. It was halfway through dinner when Connell marched in to join them. "Och, Connell, you're late." "Mrs. Loganak scolded fondly, "You're lucky I kept a plate warm for ye."
"Ach, thank ye, Mrs.
Loganak, ye certainly keep me right." Connell indulged as he sat down and patted his stomach. "Don't ken what I'd do without ye." "Aye, ye and your charm lad," Mrs. Loganak said as she put a plate in front of him and smiled.
He tucked in right away, as if he hadn't eaten for a week.
"Aye, that's the stuff. Nothing like a home-cooked meal," he announced with satisfaction between bites. At first, Georgina had been struck by how friendly the MacGowans were toward the help. It certainly wasn't often the case in households she had visited back in England. Fiona had explained that Mrs. Loganak had been with their family for as long as she could remember and had watched them all grow up. "She's as good as family," Fiona stated. Now that Georgina had settled in, this only made the castle feel even more welcoming, like it was a real home.
"How are ye lasses getting on?"
Connell asked, now that he had hoovered up most of the food on his plate.
"Just dandy,
Connell," Fiona replied, still sounding a little icy towards him. "Look, Fiona, I did the best I could to go out there and rescue Georgina, and I've succeeded, didn't I?" he argued. Georgina felt her cheeks flush as he mentioned her name. "Please don't let me get caught up in a family squabble."
"Yay, hey, and of course I'm glad of that," Fiona said back, and Georgina managed a weak smile at her words. "I just wish ye had the sense to send word, or to let me ken what was going on. I was sat here for a whole week worried sick that something had happened to ye all." Fiona scolded. "You're right, sis, that's hardly fair on ye," Connell agreed, sounding uncharacteristically sincere. "At least when you're off to battle I get some notice. All I'm asking is for ye to think, before ye go charging off on some mission or other," Fiona said. Connell leaned forward over the table, taking Fiona's hand in his own. "I promise I'll take more care next time. Ye're the one that holds this family together, and without ye, I dinna ken where we'd be," he said, his voice low and face serious. "Thanks, Connell, I'd appreciate that," Fiona said with satisfaction, leaning back in her chair, the tension diffusing as quickly as it rose. Georgina squirmed in her chair, unsure of what to say. Should I acknowledge the argument that's just taken place, or change the subject? Maybe I'll just clear my throat and remind them of my presence. This sure isn't a situation my manners are accustomed to. "Lass, I do apologize for this most uncouth display," Connell said, emphasizing the last two words. "The MacGowans are a family that say things as they see it, nae hiding here. That's something to get used to if you're planning on sticking around." "Well, it certainly makes for a rather exciting time around the dinner table," Georgina said in response. "Do you know any brothers and sisters of your own?" Connell asked. "No, it's just me and my father. My mother passed away 3 years ago. Things haven't been the same since," Georgina said. "Ah, I am sorry to hear that, lass," Connell said, putting his hand on her arm in sympathy. "We lost our father, as I'm sure ye'll hae heard too. I had to step in and take his place as the Laird and try to live up to his hard work and reputation. It's certainly no easy at times." This was the first time Georgina had seen this rather vulnerable side of Connell. He was so full of charm and confidence all the time that she'd imagined him as not having any hidden depths. "Well, I'm sure you do your best," Georgina said in response, "especially as it's just the three of you left. At least you have each other to rely upon." "Aye. It would be nice to expand the family though, hey, some bends of our own," Connell said longingly. Georgina felt herself blush as his gaze fixed upon her as he spoke. Was that a wink and all? The movement was so slight I could barely tell. "Gosh, is he talking about me?" "Oh, here we go again," Fiona burst out. "Let's pick on Fiona as the childless bro of the family." She folded her arms violently, glaring in Connell's direction. Clearly this topic of conversation was a sore point, Georgina thought. "Och, lass, hold your wheest, I wasn't speaking about ye," Connell retorted with a sigh.
I was talking aboot myself. It's aboot time I found a fair maiden and make an honest woman to her. Clearly, this time he definitely winked at me.
Ye'll find yourself the right man yet, Fiona. He continued, and if they're daft enough to turn ye doon, they'll be getting a square hit tie the jaw.
Fiona merely moved and recrossed her arms, looking away from her brother's direction.
Well,
I fair enjoyed the pleasure o' your company this evening, including ye Fiona, but I've got business to attend to.
A laird's work is never done,
Connell said, making a show of bending down to kiss Georgina's hand as he spoke, his eyes never leaving hers. Why, I'm most flattered. Georgina choked out, still taken aback at his recent show of caring vulnerability. Good evening, Connell. They waited until Connell had left the room before Fiona let out what was on both of their minds. What on earth has gotten into him? Chapter 19. It was pouring down with rain by the time home was in sight for Marcas. He'd long blocked out the pain in his leg, grinning and bearing it as they kept on from the inn just outside of Edinburgh, all the way up through the winding road. They'd been forced to stop off in Inverness for supplies, having run out of food, and Marcas' wound beginning to look more and more precarious by the minute. It was more of an excuse for Alpin to visit some of his favorite haunts, where he had a woman in each. Luckily, the first one was adept enough to provide clean bandages for Marcas before disappearing with Alpin in a coy fit of giggles. I'm tellin' ye, man, Alpin had encouraged, there are plenty o' lasses to go aboot in this town, a fair few that could surely let ye forget that ye ever hurt your leg in the first place. Or are ye too hung up on that English filly? Ach, I'm in no shape to be able to please a lass, Alpin. Marcas bantered back, I dinna do a half-assed job when I set out to do something. In truth, none of the women they encountered even came close to Georgina. He simply hadn't been able to get their kiss out of his head ever since it happened. Home is finally in sight, man. Alpin called over from his own horse as they made their way up the hill from the village. Aye, isn't it a sight for sore eyes? Marcas yelled back. Oh, thank God. I don't think I could take another hour of this. The longer they'd rode up north, the worse the pain in his leg was getting from rubbing against the horse's flank. He'd been alternating between holding his left leg slightly out from the horse's body, leaving his quad muscle tight and tense, and letting it relax where it would continue to rub against the movement of the horse. Finally, they rode up in front of the castle where his brother Connell was stood waiting for them. Aye, Marcas, glad ye made it back in one piece. I was starting to worry the English had gotten ye. Connell called out in greeting, his tone light-hearted. They'll have to try harder than that, no doubt. Marcas yelled back as he tightened the reins and encouraged the horse to come to a halt. Where is Georgina? Did Connell succeed in getting her away from Bolton? Well, what's the news? Marcas demanded. Ach, me plan went without a hitch. I bribed Bolton's carriage driver to slow down their journey and smuggle the lass out of the inn during the night. The pair of us travelled up here wi' no bother, Connell explained. Marcas nodded at this update, bristling slightly at the pair of us comment. Here Connell was, getting her to cozy up to him once again. What if something happened between them on the road? Alpin, me man. Connell greeted him with a tight handshake, job well done out there. Aye, it's no bother, Connell, Alpin replied, his tone filled with pride. Ye'll be comin' in for a bit of ale, I trust? Connell asked, to which Alpin agreed enthusiastically. Marcas was itching to get inside and rest his leg and, more importantly, to finally see Georgina again. Part of him was hoping that she'd come running out to attend to him as soon as he arrived outside of the castle. Where's the lasses at then? Marcas asked, trying to downplay his disappointment. He carefully swung his injured leg over the horse, lowering himself down to the ground. Oh, ye buggear, he was powerless to stop himself from letting out a hiss between his teeth as he put weight on his left leg once again before he all but crumbled to the ground. It took Connell and Alpin's combined strength to heave him up on his feet and help him up the steps and into the castle. Soon Mrs. Loganak caught sight of them all and came clucking around Marcas, ordering for him to be taken straight up to bed. Why, ye look as white as a sheet, lad. she said as she examined his disheveled appearance and felt his forehead. "An ye're feverish and all. Bloody hell, ye've no done yourself any favours travelling wi' that wound, that's for sure." He really did feel lousy and his head was swimming. He was determined to limp up the stairs without help, but he could hardly get far before Alpin grabbed one of his arms and wrapped it around his own shoulders, taking Marcas' weight as he assisted him up to his bedchambers. "Oh, this is killer, my body feels like a dead weight that I can hardly lift, what the hell is going on?" As they neared his bedchamber, Marcas began to feel woozy. He was sweating, and his skin felt like it was burning up. "Surely, I can't have caught a fever? Highlanders like me are supposed to be too strong and warrior-like for this nonsense." Soon enough he was lying down on his bed covers, Mrs. Loganak coming with a basin of cool water and an empty pot in case of sickness. "Ach, Mrs. Loganak, this is surely going above and beyond your duties. I'm sure I'll manage just fine for here," Marcas insisted. The family cook just frowned at him with her hands on her hips. "No, Marcas, you're only a human being. We all fall sick and get scrapes and that from time to time, there's no use being shamed of it," she said gently. Luckily neither Alpin nor Connell was in the room, so he let his guard down a little to thank Mrs. Loganak for her help. "Well, I'd best get back to the kitchen, the meat's no gonny cook itself. Fiona and the English lass were off out at the horses, so your sister will likely look in on ye and take over Faye here," Mrs. Loganak explained as she exited the room, not before insisting that he get some rest. It didn't take him long to fall asleep, and when he finally opened his eyes again he didn't have a Scooby what the time was. All he knew was his body ached from head to toe, and he hardly knew whether he was hot or cold. A soft knock sounded on his door, and before he could call out, the door gently opened to reveal his sister Fiona. His heart skipped a beat as she crept into the room and he saw Georgina's concerned face right behind her. "Och, hell, this is hardly how I want her to see me. I pictured our reunion being more me as the heroic warrior, swooping in to save her from some misfortune or other, not me looking like death's door." "Och, heaven's sake, Marcas, ye look awful," Fiona stated in her usual blunt manner. "Och, gee thanks, just rub it in, why don't ye?" "Well, hello to ye too," Marcas said sarcastically. "Mrs. Loganak says ye have a fever?" Fiona began, gingerly sitting down on the edge of the bed to peer at his poorly figure in closer detail. As she rabbited on, he stopped listening and was drawn instead to the sight of Georgina. "Clearly, she's even bonnier than I remembered." Her eyes were wide, and her eyebrows drawn down in worry, her gaze fixed on him as she took in his incapacitated state. He barely noticed as Fiona left the room, leaving the two of them alone. "I see you're back safe and sound," Marcas croaked. "Yes, I am indeed. Connell told me that you'd become injured trying to come and get me from the asylum," Georgina said, slightly hesitantly. Her voice sounds like heaven. "Aye, it was during a struggle with our old friend Bolton. His sword got the better of me, I doubt," he admitted. "Well, if I know Morgan, I'm sure he used less than admirable techniques to wound you," she said. He smiled at her for saying this. "The bugger sure did," he said, feeling his heart flutter as she smiled, and he matched it with one of his own. "Oh, Marcas, I am sorry to see you like this," she said, her voice filled with anguish as she hurried over to him and laid her hand upon his. "Ach, it's nothing I can't shake off," he said, looking into her eyes. "If it wasn't for this fever I'd be grabbing ye and kissing ye." "Let me take a look at your injury," she said, reaching out to move the sheet to one side. As much as he didn't want her seeing him in a weakened state, it made him feel warm inside to have her caring about his well-being. "Oh, my God," she exclaimed, "Marcas, I think your leg's infected." She was looking down at it in horror. "Ach, nothing a bit of rest won't fix," he said offhandedly, downplaying the pain. "Just look at the size of your leg. We need to call a doctor," she yelled out. "What's this now?" Fiona asked as she re-entered the room. "Oh, for God's sake, just give us a minute alone, why don't ye?" He'd been enjoying Georgina's worry over him, dissolving any fears that she'd forgotten about their kiss already.
"Oh, good God, your leg's a sight to look at," Fiona exclaimed, her nose wrinkling.
"I think Georgina's right, we'd best call for Dr. Machinane."
"Why don't I stay with him while you send for the doctor?"
Georgina asked Fiona.
"Yay, ye keep an eye on him. If he insists there's no need to make a fuss, just ignore him, he's just trying to impress ye," Fiona said. She was addressing Georgina, but she narrowed her eyes at Marcas at the last of her words.
"Och, hold your wheezed, Fiona,
I'll no give Georgina any hassle," he said,
giving Georgina a subtle wink when Fiona wasn't looking. Her smile was cheeky at the sight of this, and they shared a silent moment of laughter before Fiona gave him a final look over. "Right, well, I'll be back as soon as I can with Dr. Machinane. Try not to do anything stupid in that time," his sister commanded before dashing off out of the room.
"It's like she thinks I'm gonna get up and run for 5 miles before challenging the nearest fella for a duel,"
he joked.
Georgina let out a giggle at his words, and he relished the way her eyes crinkled as she laughed, her smile stretching as wide as it would go.
"Although, just the sight of ye is enough to make me feel all better," he said as he took her hand in his once more.
A blush crept into her cheeks as she smiled shyly at him.
"Oh,
how I'm glad to see you, Marcas,
even if it is like this,"
she said. "If I weren't so sick I would be pulling ye in for a kiss right now," he said, giving her hand a squeeze.
"How about we wait until you're no longer an invalid?" Georgina asked teasingly, her eyes burning into his just like they had done that night.
"I was fair put out that morning when I realized you were gone,"
Marcas admitted. "We took to the road right away once I realized that you'd been captured. I was ready to kill any man that even thought about harming ye. It was just awful. One minute I was light-hearted with happiness, taking a stroll under the moonlight, and the next this strange man grabbed me and dragged me off." As she recounted her experience of being kidnapped, he winced as she described the way she was hit on the side of the head after she tried to struggle out of his grasp. "If I weren't bedridden I'd be out there scouring the country for that piece of filth." "Sweetheart, it makes me ache all the more for ye, to hear that ye've had to go through all that," he said. "You're safe now and that's all that matters." "What matters is for you to recover," Georgina said, brushing off any concerns about her own experience and focusing instead on him. "I'd rather not dwell on it all. You're right, I'm safe now and everything else is in the past." He lay his head back down on the damp pillow, which was soaked in sweat, with a groan, the energy required to prop himself becoming rather too much. Georgina mopped his brow, holding the cold towel down to soothe his burning skin. It felt wonderful. Her touch was gentle as she continued to wash his feverish skin. He watched her wince as she looked underneath the soiled bandage around his leg, nothing more than a torn piece of rag really. She washed the excess blood that had dried onto his skin as best she could. "Does this hurt?" she asked as he sucked his breath in through his teeth as the wound began to throb again. "Ach, no, it's fine." He exhaled through clenched teeth. "I'd better go and get some clean water, this bowl is full of dirt and blood," she stated, her nose wrinkling slightly as she looked at it. "Fine hid lass, I'll be here," he said jokingly, managing to get a smile out of her. She returned minutes later with fresh water, and some for him to drink as well, encouraging him to sit up and swallow some down. "Mrs. Loganak says that dinner is almost ready," Georgina announced as she put the cup down next to him. "She would like to send you some up." "Well, I wouldn't say no to a decent plate of food," Marcas said indulgently. "She also says she's not taking no for an answer," Georgina continued and smiled. "Best no disappoint her then," Marcas said with a wink. It wasn't long before Fiona returned, with Dr. Machinane in tow. "Well now lad, what have you gotten yourself into this time?" he asked. "Och, just a stab to the leg, doctor," Marcas said, wishing the girls would leave so that Georgina wouldn't have to watch him look weak in front of someone else. Dr. Machinane took a loud sharp breath in when he took in the sight of Marcus' leg. Well lass, ye did the right thing by calling for me, he said, addressing Fiona. If ye'd left it he might have lost a leg. To Marcus' relief, the doctor rushed Fiona and Georgina out of the room so that he could get to work uninterrupted. Right, let's see what we're dealing with, Dr. Machinane said as he unwrapped the wound to take a good look. Silently, he washed the injury and began to apply an herbal balm to the now clean area of skin. Oh, ye bugger! Marcus exclaimed, the balm stinging like hell. Hold still, this will draw out the infection, the doctor instructed. Soon, he'd wrapped the wound back up and ordered Marcus to drink some foul-tasting liquid which would supposedly ease his fever. Take this twice a day, apply the remedy to your leg regularly and make sure you're getting plenty of meat and veg, was the doctor's final instruction before moving to leave the room. And I'll be telling all this to your sister as well to make sure she keeps an eye on ye. Right ye are, Doc, Marcus said as he exited the room. What a fuss over nothing. The lads will think I'm a wimp for having the doctor called out. I suppose I'd better play up the fact I could have lost a leg, that'll shut them up. Least it makes me sound tough in front of Georgina. Soon, there was another knock at the door and Georgina entered, plate of food in hand, after he called come in. I knew it was ye, nobody else about here would wait for me to tell them to come in, they'd just barge in through the door, he said and grinned. Well, that would be rather impolite now wouldn't it? She asked teasingly. Polite or no, I'm glad to see ye, he said with sincerity. A far better sight than the doctor, right enough. I've brought you dinner, Georgina said, her cheeks blushing pink at his words. Ach, thanks love, he said. She moved toward him and he strained to push himself up to sitting. Ye can put that doon there, he said, pointing to the wee table that sat by the bed. I doubt I'll be very good company trying to eat this. Ye go back downstairs and enjoy your own meal, I'll be fine here on me own. I feel like I'm gonna spew and that's the last thing I want ye seeing. Oh, Marcus, I could hardly leave you here all by yourself, she urged. What kind of gentleman would I be if I let ye miss dinner just to hang about the room o' a sick person? Marcus asked. Besides, if I pass out mid-conversation, then ye'll hardly think much o' me, will ye? The doc says I could have lost me leg. He made me promise I'd rest as soon as he left, figured I may as well humor him. Concern fired up in her eyes as he said this. Yes, now I don't look nearly so pathetic. Oh, of course, the doctor knows best. I'll leave you to rest up, and please eat if you can. I'll come and check on you in the morning, Georgina said before she slipped out of the room again. Oh, thank God, just in time. Marcus leaned over the bed and vomited into the empty pot. Mrs. Loganak had left there for just such an eventuality.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 20. Several days passed after Marcus arrived back at Carnarvon. It was a right pain for him to have come back as incapacitated as he did, as Connell could have done with a right-hand man to attend to all the business that he'd fallen behind with. In all the excitement of first taking Georgina up here and then having to go rescue her, much of his duties had taken a backseat. Christ, did Faither ever get a day off? The tricky part about being Laird was acting as a landlord to many folk in the community. Now that he'd taken a look at the rent incomings, it was clear that there were shortages from some of their tenants. Do they think that they can just get away with it and pull the wool over me eyes? Just because I'm not me Faither doesn't mean they can take advantage. He was too darn stubborn to ask for advice on how to handle the situation. Usually he'd rely on Marcus' input only to end up doing whatever he felt like in the first place. As he knocked on the door to the McCall's farmhouse, he tried to put on an intimidating facial expression. Good morning, Mr. McCall, I am here about the rent. Or should I faff about with small talk about the weather first? After waiting a good few minutes to a closed door, he tried again. Oh, come on, I've no got all day. He tapped his foot impatiently. He really hated waiting, but it seemed that was what he was destined for, as there was no sign of his tenants, even after taking a look round the back. Well, dash that. Maybe I should just evict them. The rest of his morning was equally tedious, paying a visit to the village to check up on the running of the local businesses and signing off on some boring deal with the Earl of Caithness. Christ, this man could send the best to us to sleep. Don't think I've ever heard such a droning voice. Some of the lasses were out and about, eager to get his attention. "Oh, hi Laird MacGowan, fine to see ye this morning." Shelley drew him in, purred without an ounce of subtlety. Mary Sutherland was much the same, stroking his arm as she greeted him with a lusty stare. "Ach, they're both easy pickings. Would it kill them to have a touch of coyness about them?" Truthfully, neither of these easy birds held any of the allure that Georgina did. Now there's a fine filly and a challenge too. Perhaps it was the competitive element, given that his brother was clearly smitten with her, or the desire to truly get one over on Morgan Bolton once and for all. It's all very well him thinking that I've beaten him to the bush, but knowing it is quite another thing. Imagine the embarrassment he'd endure with everyone knowing that his betrothed had chosen me instead. I don't care if it leads to battle, as long as he's defeated in every way possible. Connell mulled all this over in his mind as he strolled back up the hill. The closer he got to the castle, the more Georgina was in the forefront of his mind. Find that, she's a challenge indeed, but surely, I have the edge after coming to her rescue like that, and it was awfully nice to cuddle up together on those cold nights on the road. It had unsettled him at first how this had stuck in his mind, even though he'd not done anything close to bedding her. It was certainly unusual for him to lay with a woman like that without taking it further. She looked so sad and vulnerable, it would have been wrong to try and bed her after being kidnapped and all. "Christ, Connell, when did ye get so soppy?" I Mrs. Loganak," he called out as he waltzed in through the kitchen, his belly rumbling. "Mornin' Connell, ye in for a bite?" she asked indulgently. "I thought ye'd never ask," he joked. "Well, find that, I'll fix ye up some bread and cheese," she offered. "And a spotted tea wi' it?" he asked with a wink. "Och, I suppose," she said. "Ya star, Mrs. Loganak, don't ken what we do without ye aboot here," Connell announced as he sat down and waited. She tutted as she came over with a plate of food and pot of tea, trying to look annoyed at him barging in mid-morning, but he could tell she didn't really mind, having always had a soft spot for him. "Ta, Mrs. Loganak," he said, piling on the charm before stuffing a chunk of very buttery bread into his mouth. As he ate, Georgina emerged, carrying some empty dishes down the stairs. "Ye ken we have a maid for that?" Connell said. "What on earth is she doing with those?" She looked at him reproachfully. "I'm just helping out your sick brother, Connell," she retorted. "Dash that. Why can't Fiona do that? Why does it have to be her?" "It's very admirable ye and all, but I hope he's no taking advantage of your helpful nature," Connell said. "He certainly isn't," she quipped, stalking past him to deposit the dishes in the kitchen. "Do you need a hand, Mrs. Loganak?" he heard her ask. "Ach, no dear, that's very sweet to ye to ask," Mrs. Loganak said, dismissing her from the kitchen. "Here lass, sit down, have a cuppa," he said, pulling out a chair and gesturing to the steaming pot of tea. "Oh, I don't know," she said hesitantly, looking towards the door like she wasn't sure where she should be. "Come on, ye'd be doing me a favor keeping me company," he urged, his tone flirty. "Oh, all right." She gave in and sat down. He felt a little thrill of satisfaction. "I wonder what else I can convince her to do." He poured her a cup of tea and made a show of asking how she was, using his most sympathetic voice. "I ken you've had a rough time o' it, lass, I just want to make sure you're all right." She looked into her steaming cup for a few moments before raising her eyes to assess him. "I'm fine, thank you for asking. I'm trying to just put all that unpleasantness behind me," she said. "That's certainly wise," he said in a serious tone, reaching out for her hand and placing his on top of it. You're awfully brave. Her mouth twitched into a hint of a smile, and she let him squeeze her hand for a moment, before moving her arm to reach out for the tea, darting her eyes away. There was something about her reserved nature that made Connell only want her all the more. "So, how's me little brother holding up then?" he asked. "Why not go and see for yourself?" she said cuttingly. "I'm sure he'd appreciate your concern." "Oh, she is a fiery one. Well, with ye hogging his attention all the time, it's hard to get a look in," he said, trying to disguise the uneasy feeling it gave him to know that she was spending so much time with Marcas. "What does he have that I don't? It's me that has the title, the prowess to defeat her captor, and rescue her once again." She blushed at his words. "I'm sure I can let you have some time with him," she said just as sharply. "It'll give you some time off," he said cheekily. "You're almost put in the help to a job." "I'm just trying to earn my keep," she threw back. "You're doing just fine where I'm sitting," he said, giving her an appreciative glance up and down. She scoffed like she was offended, but he could see she was trying to hide a smile at the compliment before she got up abruptly to leave. "I'd best go, Fiona is expecting me," she blurted out, unconvincingly, before thanking him for the tea and darting out of the room. Aha, that got her. Soon after, he leaned against the door frame of Marcas' bedchamber, taking in the sight of his brother's unusually pale and peaky demeanor. "What have I done to merit to visit Faye the Laird himself?" Marcas called out from across the room. "Well, you seem to be awful popular, thought I'd see what all the fuss was about," Connell bantered back, coming into the room and closing the door behind him. "Everyone cans good looks and charm when they see it," Marcas joked. "Glad to see you've no lost your sense of humor, brother," Connell said warmly. "Maybe I should pretend to have a fever and get all the lasses running about after me and all." "Take mine, I'm about done with it," Marcas said. "I heard you nearly lost a leg," Connell stated. "Aye. The bloody wound was infected and swollen like a hardball bag," Marcas confirmed. "Aye, no bad, eh?" Connell complimented. Him and the boys were constantly boasting about who survived the worst injury. "I can," Marcas agreed. "Well, seeing as ye haven't lost your leg, maybe ye can help we spot a business," Connell suggested. "Aye, what is it?" Marcas asked, waiting for Connell's latest scheme. "We're behind with the rent book. Some of our tenants haven't been keeping up with their payments," Connell explained. "All this business with Georgina and Bolton has taken our eye off the game. Maybe if I emphasize this, then Marcas will stop paying so much attention to the lass and occupy himself with the affairs of our estate instead. He's always been the sensible one after all. I wonder what Faith did when this happened." Marcas reflected. "I doubt it did happen under Faith's reign. I reckon they're just trying to pull one over on me, seeing what they can get away with," Connell spat out. "Likely no, Connell. These folk have been renting Faith's for years," Marcas reasoned. "Whether they have or no, they still can't get away with it," Connell insisted. "Let's give them a bit of time," Marcas suggested. It was a rough winter for the farms and they're likely struggling to get back on track. "Fine that. We'll think on it a little while longer, but we need to let them ken that we're no oblivious," Connell said. "I'm no going to look like a pushover. I'll hopefully have use of me legs soon enough. All the fuss Fiona and Georgina made about getting the doctor in. He said the swelling should go down and then I'll be able to walk on it," Marcas said. "Ach, just get a few drams to ye, and you'll be fine," Connell teased. "Pass the bottle, I'm gasping," Marcas said and smiled. "I will as soon as ye get up and stop being such a bairn," Connell goaded. "I'll show ye who's the bairn once I'm up and on the go," Marcas said. Soon, Connell said goodbye and went back downstairs. It was true he'd not been in to see Marcas since he arrived back at the castle. He'd felt like Marcas' injury was his fault somehow, that he shouldn't have allowed him to charge off like that. For all his jokes, seeing his brother bedridden like that was disconcerting, and Connell simply didn't do guilt. It was a waste of time to worry about things that he couldn't change. Desperate to shrug off this uncomfortable feeling, he bade the lasses a good day and strode off out to call by Alpin for a trip into the village for a bit of fun for a change. Chapter 21. Your brother is certainly a charmer, Georgina admitted to Fiona as the pair of them set out for a walk to the village. Which one? Fiona asked slyly, nudging Georgina in the ribs. I was talking about Connell, Georgina confirmed. They're both smitten wi' ye. Ye'd better choose one of them before they end up fighting over ye, Fiona stated in her usual blunt manner. You know it's Marcas I want to be with, Georgina exclaimed. Well, why not tell Connell that? Fiona asked. I don't know. Georgina hesitated. Why don't I indeed? Things are just so new between Marcas and I don't want to spoil things. We've only kissed once. It's just so new I want to keep it between the two of us for now. Fiona's expression was tight-lipped as she considered her, finally letting out a gust of a sigh. Sorry, I'm just feeling like a hopeless case. Here ye are, two eligible fellas after ye and I've been smitten wi' the same man for years and he barely kens I exist. Don't be silly, he clearly knows you exist. He's just not had the opportunity to see you as marriage material, Georgina soothed. Am I lying to her saying this over and over again? I feel sure that her and Alpin do belong together, but how do we make him see that? But I try so hard to make him happy when I do see him, how can he not notice? Fiona asked. Georgina mulled over her own experiences with men, namely Marcas and Connell. Do I try to say and do the right thing around either of them? No. I suppose I just say or act instinctively, by what feels right. Perhaps you shouldn't be trying so hard, Georgina advised. Maybe the best course of action is to be aloof, and focus on yourself, show him what he's missing. You think? Fiona asked thoughtfully. I'm sure of it. Give him the chance to chase after you for a change. Let him see you having fun without him, Georgina advised. Soon enough they entered the village, their conversation having covered both Marcas and Alpin, with the addition of Connell too. It was a quaint little place, full of trees and stone cottages. There were some children out playing and they passed women hanging out there washing in their gardens. Fiona said hello to a few passers-by, all seeming friendly and happy to see her. Fine to see you, Miss MacGowan. An older gentleman greeted her. Oh, hello Mr. Graham, nice to see ye too, Fiona said politely. This is me friend Georgina Andrews, she's up here visiting. Georgina, this is Mr. Graham, chief of the Graham estate. How do ye do, Miss Andrews? He took her hand. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Georgina said, bowing her head slightly as she curtsied. It's a rather unexpected accent you've got there, he said with surprise. Och, aye, she's fae doon sooth right enough, Fiona explained. But I do love it up here, Georgina emphasized, not wanting him to get suspicious as to what an English girl was doing here. Aye, there's no place like it, he agreed warmly. Well, I trust I'll be seeing the both of you at the dance in a few weeks. The dance? Fiona asked. Och, of course, I bumped into Connell no too long ago and extended an invitation for all ye. I doubt he's had the chance to tell ye yet, Mr. Graham explained. That he hasn't, Mr. Graham, Fiona agreed. Well, I hope ye'll join the MacGowans at my little gathering if ye're still here by then, Miss Andrews, ye'd be very welcome, he said warmly. Oh, why thank you, that would be positively delightful, Georgina agreed. Eventually, after some more small talk and polite goodbyes, Mr. Graham went on his way, and Georgina turned to her friend with glee. Why a dance? This is perfect, she exclaimed. What's there to be so excited about? It'll be a stuffy collection of the other lairds and well-to-do folk, mostly men of his age with their wives, none having much to say other than comments on the weather and the bloody English. No offense to ye, of course, Fiona ranted. Except, Alpin will surely be there alongside Connell and Marcas," Georgina mentioned, trying to get her friend's spirits up. "This is your chance to excite him with everything you've got." Finally, Georgina saw a smile emerge on her friend's face. "Maybe you're right," Fiona agreed. After that, Fiona was back to her usual self as they took a turn about the village. They were just approaching the grocery store to pick up shopping, or messages as Fiona called it, when they bumped into none other than Connell and Alpin. Well, what do we have here?" Connell asked suggestively. "We could ask the same of you," Georgina responded. "Och, just business as usual, lass. A laird's job is never done," he said casually. "Well, we'd better not keep you," Georgina said, linking her arm through Fiona's to move on forwards. "Hold on," Connell exclaimed, stepping in front of Georgina. "I wanted to invite ye to this dance that's coming up. It's a local affair and I wanted to make sure ye wouldn't be left out and all alone in the castle." He began before Georgina cut him off. "Mr. Gruham's social gathering?" she asked. "I believe I've already received an invitation." Connell's face was like thunder. "Wah, how do ye manage that?" "Ya know the only MacGowan he kens, Connell. We saw him just minutes ago and he was fair taken wi' Georgina and insisted that she attend wi' us," Fiona piped up. I see. Well, I was just trying to be a gentleman, but if you're going anyway, then I'll save you a dance," Connell said, his eyes on Georgina. "We'll see about that," she said in response. "Connell here's just trying to make sure he has the pick of all the lasses." Alpin pitched in, slapping Connell on the back good-naturedly. "I trust you'll be going too, Fiona?" Alpin asked, his voice as casual as you please. "Oh, Georgina nudged her friend in an indication to tone down the enthusiasm. "I hadn't given it much thought. I'll see what like," she said, her tone flippant. "Well, maybe I'll save ye a dance if ye do decide to grace us wi' your presence," Alpin responded. His face betrayed his surprise, his eyes flashing in hope as he spoke. "Well, Georgina and I need to get on, we'll see ye lads later," Fiona said, not giving them a chance to say much in response before dragging Georgina into the shops that they'd originally been heading towards. "Well done," Georgina exclaimed as soon as they were out of earshot. Alpin was thoroughly put out there, he hardly knew what to think. Now he's going to be desperately hoping to see you at the dance. "You think?" Fiona asked excitedly, "You're a genius, Georgina." As they collected their messages, the two of them chatted excitedly about the prospects of this upcoming dance. "Although, it's only going to be a success if Marcas is well enough to attend. I certainly don't want to be under the scrutiny of Connell's attentions the entire time." Connell's flirtations towards her were leaving her feeling unsettled, particularly when her attentions were focused on Marcas. "If only he was better, we could openly show our affection towards each other and Connell would stop this silliness." As they walked back up the hill towards the castle, both Georgina and Fiona were lost in their own thoughts. Georgina wanted nothing more than to see Marcas and she became restless for them to get back to Carnarvon so she could do just that. Georgina spent the next week by Marcas' side, taking care of him where she could. The relief and excitement she'd felt in seeing him again were dampened by his injured and feverish demeanor, peppering her with worry for him instead. Every day she brought his meals up to his room, rubbed the herbal balm into his damaged leg and sat with him to keep him company. "I simply can't believe he almost lost a leg. He was so brave to fight for me outside of the asylum like that." One morning, she tapped on his door as usual with a fresh bowl of an herbal concoction. Mrs. Loganak had whipped up something to speed up the healing process and his answering call sounded much like his old self. "Come in, lass, nothing indecent to see here," he shouted across the room. "Marcas?" she asked as she stuck her head around the door as usual. This time he was sat up, looking far better and stronger than he had all week. Aren't ye a sight for sore eyes?" he joked, the light back in his eyes as he smiled at her. "Wow, you're looking much healthier," she exclaimed. The fever's gone, I reckon. I'm all set to get out of this bed here and now," he said. But I wanted some time with ye first. He patted the bed beside him, indicating for her to come and sit down. Butterflies took off in Georgina's stomach as the reality of finally getting close to him took hold. Oh, may we finally kiss again? He'd insisted that they couldn't be close until his sickness had passed, not wanting to pass on the fever to her. While she knew he was looking out for her, she had still longed for him to hold her and kiss her once more, just like he had that night. I'm sure I can oblige, Georgina said coyly as she sat down next to him on the bed, Marcas throwing the covers over her so that she could snuggle up next to him. I've been dreaming about this ever since our kiss, Marcas said softly, trailing his fingers up and down her shoulder. The memory of it got me through all those awful days after being kidnapped, knowing that I would see you once more, Georgina said. They talked about the finer details about what had happened whilst Marcas had been bedridden, the threats, the darkness and the loneliness. She told him of her moments of hopelessness and how pretending to be strong was the only way she could make it through the long days. He'd admitted that he'd been filled with rage as he learned she'd been captured, that he barely stopped until he and Connell found where she was being kept. I was terrified that I'd never see ye again, Marcas said, his voice quiet as his eyes were dilated with longing, looking into hers like he was seeing right into her soul. Oh, Marcas, I was worrying about the exact same thing, Georgina shared, her stomach giving a delicious lurch as she heard his words and looked into his eyes. That energy was flowing between them once again, her heart fluttering as his fingers lightly trailed down her back, leaving a tickling sensation in their wake. Unable to stand it any longer, Georgina leaned in closer to him, feeling his body heat upon hers as their faces met. He briefly nudged his nose against hers, teasing her with that gorgeous smile, before tilting his head and meeting her lips with his in a soft, intimate kiss. Her skin felt like it was on fire as he stroked the side of her face and then ran his fingers through her hair, tucking the lengths of it behind her ear to stop it from obscuring their kiss. Oh, I could just melt. Let this feeling never end. His lips felt soft and luscious against hers, and he lingered on each kiss, like he was taking his time with her. Gently, she felt the tip of his tongue ease her mouth open a little and meet with ease. He groaned slightly as she let his tongue explore her own, opening her mouth to him and moving her own hands around his neck to pull him in closer. As the heat between them intensified, Georgina ran her hands down his chest, exploring its hard, muscular surface, generating another excited twinge deep inside her as she felt the shape of his body against her hands. A fire began to rage inside her, nothing like she'd ever felt before. Oh, Marcas, I want you so badly, make me yours. They stopped kissing for a moment, pulling away slightly to look at each other. Everything about his expression suggested that he was encapsulated by the same powerful desire, like tearing himself apart from her would be physically painful, their breathing both short and gasping. Oh, lass, ye've blown me away like nobody else ever has, Marcas whispered, his voice husky. Georgina suddenly felt shy, having not been intimate with a man like this before. What if I can't figure out what to do? What kind of woman would I be if I can't please him? Marcas seemed to sense her hesitation, for his hands stopped exploring and cupped the side of her face instead. We don't have to rush anything, he whispered, gazing into her eyes. I love ye, Georgina Andrews, and I want to do things properly. Her heart practically exploded into 100 pieces of pure happiness. He loves me. Oh, has anyone ever felt this happy? Oh, Marcas, I love you too, she said, feeling a smile break out on her face at the expression of joy on his face as she said the words back. He leaned forward to kiss her deeply, full of the most incredible passion before slowing things down once more and easing away to gaze deeply into her eyes. You've given me all the motivation I need to heal this leg, Marcas said. I'm feeling like today will be the day I get back up and on me feet. She snuggled up to him, resting her head on his chest and listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. That would be just wonderful, Georgina said. There is this dance coming up, after all, she hinted. Ah, and I suppose you'll be wanting an escort and all. He laughed. Well, a girl can hardly be expected to turn up alone, she hinted. Perhaps I shouldn't mention that Connell was eager enough for me to go with him. I'd be honored to take ye, Marcas said sincerely. They lay there a while longer, just enjoying each other's company and the intimacy of him holding her.
This feels so wonderful, I never want it to stop.
Later that day, Georgina found herself alone and occupied with nothing but her thoughts. Marcas was up on his feet by the afternoon, now that the swelling had gone down, and Connell wasted no time by getting him out. Fiona had also gone out for the day to visit some acquaintances within the parish. Even Mrs. Loganak had a rare day off. Whatever shall I do with myself? The castle feels so big with none of the others around. I wish Marcas were here, so we could continue where we left off this morning. Damn Connell for insisting he go off with him. There was something niggling in the back of her mind, however, something she'd been ignoring in the wake of all that had happened since she left England, her father. I can't deny that I'm happy here, that it's more of a home to me than the estate had felt in years, but is it wrong of me to turn my back on father like this? What if he won't ever speak to me again? He hates them as much as the next Englishman, and I've most likely ruined his relationship with Morgan. The more she thought about it, the more she yearned to speak with him, to let him know that she was fine, more than fine really. He might not even know the whole story. How could he really? I can't just sit here with the knowledge that he might be thinking that I am being held prisoner by the MacGowan clan. Whatever has happened, he's still my father. She ran up the stairs to her bedchamber, where there was a sheath of letter-writing paper stacked on top of the dressing table. She carefully picked up a couple of sheets, a quill, some ink, and carried it all back downstairs. Her footsteps echoed in the big, grand hall as she made her way over to the front door. Slipping outside, she walked out to the right, treading through the damp grass right out to her favorite spot within the castle grounds. It was a large, flat stone, the perfect size to sit on. Positioned perfectly at the top point of the hill, she had an incredible view of the countryside. From here, it seemed to go on forever. I could never get tired of this view. I could just gaze at it every day and be nothing but blissfully happy. Today the skies were characteristically grey, announcing a wet day, but so far, the ground was dry and the rain hadn't yet begun, so Georgina was going to fully use that to her advantage. She sat down, laying out the writing materials and gathering herself to poise the ink-tipped quill at the top of the page. But what to write? Whenever I think of father, I just feel horribly guilty. Perhaps if I explain everything to him, then he may understand. She felt a lurch of nerves as she began to write the words "Dear Father" on the top of the page, pausing to find the right words and then putting everything down on the paper. Dear Father, I hardly know how to begin this letter. I am unsure if it should be an apology or something else entirely. That evening at the Earl of Aylesford's wedding feels like a lifetime ago already. All I can do is tell you my side of the story and hope that you will find it in your heart to forgive me. I never wanted to marry Morgan Bolton. The mere thought of it filled me with an undeniable dread. Perhaps if you'd allowed me to have a say, then we wouldn't be in this situation right now. That evening, when you were finalizing the rest of my life, all I wanted was to escape my fate with that terrible man, and lo and behold, I was presented with the perfect opportunity to do so. The MacGowans did not kidnap me. I went with them willingly. They are not brutes and wild, unkempt beasts like we so often talked of them, but gentle and kind folk with a fierce nature to protect their loved ones and their clan. I met Connell MacGowan on the dance floor and told him of my woes. He listened and offered me a route to escape. No harm came to me as I went with them up to the castle, their home, where I was welcomed inside like family. Their sister Fiona and I have become fast friends. She is the sister I never had. Here, I feel welcome and am surrounded with companions, unlike back home where I had been lonely since mother's passing. Danger occurred when I was kidnapped by 2 Englishmen from the castle grounds. I used to regularly sneak out of my room at night to take a midnight stroll if I was unable to sleep. I was doing just this one moonlit night when I was grabbed and knocked out after refusing to succumb to their demands. While locked in a filthy, dark basement, I overheard them discussing their plan to take me to Morgan Bolton's men in exchange for financial reward. One brother disagreed, He wanted to hold me hostage for the best price, convinced that the MacGowans would compete with Morgan to pay the ransom fee. It was his plan that unfolded, for the brute locked me away in an asylum where he worked, admitted me under a false name, and I was forced to comply with the horrid prison rules of that awful place. I do not know how long I was trapped there, for each day felt like two, and I was locked in a windowless room for quite some time. Morgan arrived, presumably after paying his fee for me, and escorted me out. I was thrown into despair in the carriage ride away from there as I contemplated the bleak, loveless future that I had originally run away from. The stormy weather meant that we had to stop at an inn for the night, and I fully intended to slip outside during the night and find the inn which Connell and Marcas had last been to send word to them. However, there was no need, for Connell himself was waiting outside for me, and I went with him gladly to arrive back here in these parts, once more. Bye. I cannot express how happy I am here, Father, and I hope that you will be able to come to terms with this and accept that this is where I belong. Please write back to me at the address on the other side, but do not share this information with anyone, especially Morgan, even if you disagree with everything that I have said. I implore you, as your only daughter, to respect my wishes to ensure that no further harm comes to me. Yours, Georgina. She read over the letter once it was finished, a tear in her eye as she recalled all that had happened since she had last seen her father. Whatever had happened, he was still her father and she loved him. I just hope that he still loves me after all that I have put him through. She was so wrapped up in her own thoughts that she didn't hear the footsteps approaching her until Marcas called out to her softly, "Georgina?" Startled, she whirled around to see his tall, muscular frame standing and watching her, looking even more handsome than she remembered from this morning. "Marcas?" she asked, still surprised at his sudden presence. "I've been looking everywhere for you," he said. "I was frightened that somebody had gone off with ye again." "Oh, no, I've been just fine. This is my favorite spot in the castle grounds to come and sit," she said, her voice still thick from the onset of emotion she'd felt while writing to her father. "What's the matter, Petal?" he asked gently, moving to sit by her, his fingers under her chin as he inspected her facial expression. "I'm writing a letter to my father," she explained. "I guess I feel guilty about how I left him and I wanted to send word to let him know that I'm fine. Of course, he is your father after all. I'll bet that Bolton has twisted the whole thing to paint us as the villains. Maybe if he kens that ye're safe, he'll be able to stop the worry," Marcas said. "That's just what I was thinking," Georgina agreed, leaning in to rest her head on Marcas' shoulder as he put his arm around her. "Any mention of a brave, handsome Highlander in there?" he joked. "Now that would be telling," she intoned mysteriously. They shared a laugh before their private moment was interrupted by the sound of Connell approaching. "Oi, quit bothering the lass. We've a meeting to get to," Connell called out. Marcas quickly moved his arm away from her and shuffled around to face his brother. Georgina sighed. "Why can't we share our love in front of the others? I feel we're sneaking around and hiding." Marcas jumped up at Connell's command. "Och, I'm bothering no one," he said. Georgina turned to face Connell too. His face was like thunder and she jumped a little, feeling like they were in trouble or something. "What on earth has gotten into him? I'd better go, sweetheart." Marcas leaned down and quickly whispered in her ear, "I've likely made us late." He straightened up again and was at his brother's side in moments. "Let's go then." He turned back and gave Georgina a wave as he hurried to catch up with Connell, who was already stomping off back in the direction of the castle, leaving Georgina alone once more. "Perhaps he doesn't want to be seen with me in that way. Is he ashamed? Or is it merely improper as we are not married?" Chapter 22. All Marcas wanted to do was spend time with Georgina, but in the coming days, he was required to be by his brother's side almost constantly. It was clear that they needed to be gearing up for battle soon. They'd been expecting it ever since the night of the Earl of Aylesford's wedding, when Connell had made a direct move against the army officer by making off with Georgina, right in front of him. They were journeying through the parish and beyond, gathering men and preparing their army for an onslaught from the English in the coming weeks.
What will we do about the women?
Marcas asked, as they and Alpin stocked up on oats, cheese, and dried meats from the village. His primary concern was keeping Georgina and Fiona safe, as they were sure to be a target up at the castle.
Aye, they're sitting ducks up at Carnarvon.
Alpin agreed.
Why don't we have them stay at my house?
That way, if anybody does ambush the castle, they won't find them. That's a fine idea. Marcas agreed, slapping his friend on the back.
I suppose that's an option,
Connell said grudgingly, likely grumbling because it wasn't his idea. Ever since Connell had interrupted Marcas and Georgina sitting together in the garden that day, things had been tense between the two brothers. Connell always has to get his way. Whatever I want, he has to have it. Well, no, this time.
It's our best option,
Marcas snapped back. Fine, I'll make sure they're kept an eye on in the meantime, in case Bolton takes a notion to play dirty, Connell said. I'm sure I can manage, Marcas argued, trying to keep his tone cool. Why does Connell insist on jumping in to make sure he's always the hero? Christ, will the pair of ye put your swords away? I'll deal with the women if it's gonna cause this much bickering, Alpin interjected. Marcas bristled slightly at this but nodded. He must be right sick of the perilous at the moment trying to outdo each other for Georgina's attention. He'd made the mistake of admitting to his brother that he was escorting Georgina to the gathering, and Connell had been a sulky git toward him ever since. Hell, it's just like we're kids again and fighting over a toy. I wish I just kept it to myself. They'd almost finished their errands in the village when they caught sight of Fiona and Georgina, walking arm in arm and giggling away, their faces flushed and their expressions giddy. Ach, the lass fits in right well. If I ask her to marry me, then she'll be a fine sister for Fiona. Marcas felt a flutter of happiness for his sister. After losing Alpin's brother and his wife, she'd not really had a close friend since. The way her eyes lit up in Alpin's presence, it was obvious to Marcas that she was carrying a torch for him. He just wished that Alpin wasn't such a dunderhead that he could finally notice what was right in front of him.
Aye, aye,
Connell called out to them as they approached, his voice tinged with cheekiness. I sense trouble. Och, hold your wheezed, Connell, Fiona said breezily, her eyes flicking to Alpin and back. Georgina smiled at Marcas, a blush creeping into her cheeks as she glanced at Connell, her expression betraying guilt as she darted her eyes away from him.
What are the pair of ye up to then?
Alpin asked, probably sensing the tension and wanting to take charge of the situation.
Oh, we're visiting
The seamstress. We do have a gathering to get ready for after all, Georgina said suggestively, slipping Marcas another warm smile. Ach, of course. Wait, if you're going wi Marcas, Fiona, why don't me and ye go together? Alpin asked as if the idea had only just occurred to him. It's rather late to be offering to be her escort, don't you think? Georgina scolded before Fiona could get a chance to say anything.
Aye,
the gathering is tomorrow night and all, ye bampot. Connell jumped in, punching Alpin on the arm good-naturedly. The pair of us will hate to go solo. Alpin looked at a loss of what to say next. Clearly, he'd not been expecting such a response. Well, we'd best be off, we've got much to prepare, Georgina said pointedly, linking her arm through Fiona's and slowly dragging her away down the street. Ye'd best save me a dance, lass, even if ye did reject my offer to escort ye, Connell called out after her. His offer to escort her? Marcas felt a sharp jolt of anger at these words, knowing that Connell was actively trying to pursue Georgina. Ach, didn't ye get your knickers in a twist, man? Alpin said quietly in Marcas' ear. You're the one she said yes to. Alpin's right. I am the one she agreed to go to the gathering wi. Connell's just trying to wind me up. Well, he can get to bloody hell. Georgina and I belong together and I'm no gonna let his antics ruin that. He followed Alpin and Connell as they headed back up the hill towards the castle, determined not to let his brother get to him. We'll be leaving for battle soon enough anyway, What's the use in stirring up bad feelings amongst that?
Well,
It'll be one last night of fun before we head off into battle,
Marcas said.
Aye right, I plan on making the most to it anyway, Alpin responded suggestively. I'm with ye there, lad. All we need to do is whisper to the lasses that we're leaving for battle and they'll open their legs right there and then. Connell joked.
Indeed.
Alpin laughed along, but his tone suggested that he wasn't quite on board with the womanizing, as usual. Or maybe we'll find a decent enough lass to settle doon we once we're home fae battle.
Aye right,
Ye settle doon. That'll be the day. Connell laughed. Ye never know. I might surprise ye one of these days,
Alpin replied,
his tone light-hearted. Don't ye be turning soft on me like Marcas here, Connell said. I dinna ken what's soft aboot finding a good lass, Connell, Marcas quipped. Ye wouldn't ken what to do we want anyway. I would, get her into bed, show her a good time and if she piques me interest enough, maybe go for a second time. Connell boasted like he was above the idea of forming a lasting connection. Marcas shook his head indulgently, that's if she's satisfied enough for a second time.
He jibed.
Says ye who's still no managed to bed the English filly. Connell threw back. Who says I have any? Marcas asked defensively. 'Cause she's all over ye like a dog in heat, Connell said cuttingly. Come on Connell, that's enough, Marcas snapped, not standing for Georgina being talked about like that. Besides, great things can't be rushed. Soon enough, Alpin cut in to stop Marcas and Connell from tearing each other's throats out and directed the conversation back to practical duties. Connell had men stationed out down toward the lowlands in prime vantage points to clock in any incoming English invaders. There were other lookouts right down at the borders, positioned to send word as soon as they saw the army coming their way. Marcas felt ready to face their enemies. His love for Georgina had sparked a new fire within him, a determination to fight their enemies so that he could return home and marry her. He wanted to prove himself as a strong, capable man, that he had the makings of a leader. Then he'd face the true challenge of appealing to Georgina's father to ask for her hand in marriage. Chapter 23. The evening of the gathering was finally here, much to Georgina and Fiona's delight. Georgina was filled with excitement at the prospect of her first public appearance with Marcas. Her time in the area had mostly been spent within the castle, with the exception of a couple of trips to the village with Fiona, so this was something new. She was a little nervous about being the only English person in a room full of Scots, worried that she would raise eyebrows with her presence, but Fiona assured her she had nothing to be anxious about. Once they see ye with us, ye'll be treated just like one of their own, she'd insisted. As they got ready, they discussed their strategy for finally drawing Alpin's attention to Fiona, pretty much repeating the previous day's conversation. Well, we showed him, Georgina had said with glee, as she and Fiona hurried away from the guys. Either that or ye just blew my chance wi' him, Fiona retorted, her face in a pout. No, did you not see his face? We had to let him know that you're not just sitting around waiting for him to click his fingers. Now he's going off and rethinking everything, she explained. He cannot ask you to a gathering the day before, it's simply improper. Honestly, it's like I'm teaching manners as a second language at times. I suppose he did look a bit foxed right enough, Fiona said grudgingly. Oh, do you really think this'll work? I'm certain of it, Georgina confirmed, turning to look at her friend's anxious face. Tomorrow, he will be desperate to make up for his lack of consideration, and once he sees you dressed in all your finery, enjoying yourself like you don't have a care in the world, he'll be tripping over himself to get you on the dance floor. You're such a good friend, Georgina, I do hope that you're right. I've been waiting for him to notice me for so long, Fiona said with anguish. I do hope I am right too, for Fiona's sake. That Alpin just needs a good kick to set his sights straight. You've been the dearest of friends to me, Fiona, so it's the least I can do, Georgina said. Besides, I'll have the opportunity to pick Marcas' brain about Alpin and what he thinks about you. After Georgina soothed Fiona's last-minute worries, she looked at herself in the glass, smoothing down her gown and replaying in her mind the first moment that she'd laid eyes on Marcas. "I was wearing this very dress. I wonder if he'll remember? Ye ready?" Fiona asked. Georgina nodded, and they descended the stairs together. Georgina's heart fluttered as she saw Marcas waiting for her at the bottom of the steps. He was dressed in a kilt with a smart shirt and overcoat, wearing his usual smile which burst with warmth as he laid eyes on her. As she approached him, he held out his arm for her to take it. "Ye look beautiful, Georgina," he said. She could hear the smile in his voice as he spoke. "You look mighty fine yourself," she replied daringly. They shared a private smile before Marcas turned to acknowledge Fiona. "Well no, ye've managed to scrub up well," he teased. "I see Georgina's worked her magic on ye." "Oh, ha," Fiona responded. "I see even ye've scrubbed the dirt oot fae under yer nails and all." She bantered back. "Och, I cannae be turnin' up tae Mr. Gruham's wee dance like a common farm boy," Marcas joked. They set off for the village as soon as the carriage arrived. Marcas explained that he wouldn't usually bother with such frivolity, but seeing as it was a formal occasion, he wanted to ensure Georgina could enjoy it with style. Thankfully, Connell was nowhere in sight. Presumably, he and Alpin would both be going solo and were no doubt up to mischief together. Thank goodness. If he makes one more suggestive comment toward me, then I'm going to tell him to leave me alone, once and for all. It's Marcas I love after all. Surely, he can be happy for his own brother. Soon they arrived at the Gruham estate and Georgina relaxed into the evening. Marcas exited the carriage first, holding out his hand to take hers and help her down. Oh, he looks so handsome dressed in his kilt. They walked in together, her arm in his, and were greeted warmly by Mr. Gruham, who was positively delighted to see them. "Oh, ho, Miss Andrews, Marcas, fine to see you both," he announced jovially, shaking Marcas' hand and taking Georgina's delicately. "Evening, Mr. Gruham," Marcas greeted. "It's a fine spread you've put on." "Ach, aye. As I hear, many a ye young men will be charging off to show the English what you're made of soon. I thought I'd throw a bit of a dance in honor of ye all," Mr. Gruham said encouragingly. "Well, that's right generous of ye. I'll be sure to raise a glass to ye later in the night," Marcas said with a respectful bow. "Ach, it's no bother, lad. I'll leave the pair of ye be, the dancing is aboot to start," Mr. Gruham said. He smiled and strode off to greet the other locals in the room. Georgina turned to face Marcas, her blood running cold all of a sudden. "What did he mean about you going off to face the English?" she demanded. Marcas sighed, taking her hands in his and lowering his regretful eyes to meet her glare. "I'm afraid there's to be a battle. Connell, Alpin and I will be going off to fight. It's our duty to our land and to our fellow men," he said solemnly. "I simply can't believe this." Georgina was gobsmacked. "When were you going to tell me? I wanted us to have a real night out together, to enjoy the dance before I told ye," Marcas admitted. "But let's no let this ruin the night. The band is getting started and you'll have to pay attention to learn the steps." His tone was teasing toward the end and she bristled. "Huh, you think I cannot dance?" She joked back, trying not to let the bombshell of an oncoming battle overcome her. "My dancing skills are impeccable, I'll have you know." "That might be so, but ye've yet to learn Scottish dancing," Marcas hinted. Their conversation was cut off as the sound of bagpipes began to fill the room. It was music like nothing Georgina had heard before. Although Fiona had explained to her what to expect, it was still a welcomed surprise. She watched as the man kilted out in tartan held the strange-looking instrument over one shoulder. It looked like a tartan-patterned bag with several pipes spiking out from it, the smallest one positioned in the man's mouth where his cheeks puffed in and as he blew air into it. She couldn't help but laugh out loud in delight. Lots of whooping and cheering sounded out from the crowd, and the dance floor quickly filled up with pairs of men and women dancing out unfamiliar steps with lots of laughter and smiles. It looks like such fun, but however will I keep up? She didn't have much time to worry, however, as Marcas took her hand with a grin and pulled her onto the dance floor. He proved to be an excellent leader, showing her the steps and moving her in the right direction throughout the reel so that they could fly across the dance floor just like everyone else. Just when she was getting the hang of it, the music slowed to a halt and the musician announced the next dance as the dashing white sergeant. A new tune started up and all the dancers took their places before stepping and whirling their way across the dance floor once more. Although she'd almost stepped on Marcas' feet several times and was relying on watching the other dancers to figure out the cues and what she was to do, Georgina had never had so much fun. She laughed out loud as Marcas' own grin caught hers before he spun her around under his arm, causing her hair to fan out behind her. After a few dances, they stopped for a break, and Marcas led her to the table to find something to drink. "Why, that was certainly an experience," Georgina praised. "Aye, not quite what ye were expecting, eh?" Marcas asked, passing her a nip of whiskey. "It was certainly different from my usual ball experiences," Georgina said, taking the glass gratefully. As they sipped their drinks, Georgina looked about the room. She was struck by the infectious atmosphere in the air. She'd always found balls to be rather stuffy, the dances stiff and carefully orchestrated, but this was altogether an entirely different experience. People were smiling, laughing, and calling out to each other across the room. Drinks flowed freely as did the conversation, and she'd received nothing but warmth from the other guests so far, despite being a stranger to them. "Oh, I never want to leave, this certainly is the life." Across the room, she watched as Alpin held out his hand to Fiona, asking her to dance. She nudged Marcas and pointed out this turn of events to him. "Don't you think that Alpin and Fiona would ever make such an advantageous match?" she hinted. "Indeed. If he'd only man up and stop clowning about," Marcas agreed. "Well, it certainly looks like he is paying her the attention she deserves," Georgina reasoned. "I suppose you're right," Marcas said as he watched them on the dance floor together. "He is my oldest friend and it would be fine to see Fiona happy and all." Connell, on the other hand, had inserted himself into a group of local women, looking like he was laying on the charm. "I hope at least one of them has enough sense to get him to act like a gentleman for a change. And now folks, line up for Strip the Willow," the musician announced to a host of delighted cheers. "Come on, we can't miss this," Marcas said excitedly, draining his whiskey and grabbing Georgina by the hand. "What on earth is Strip the Willow?" she demanded. Strip the Willow turned out to be a dance. The men lined up at one side of the room, the women forming a line at the other so that they were facing their partners. The pair right at the start kicked things off, skipping into the middle and linking arms to turn, before working their way down the line to join each person in a spin around the middle. Once the first couple had begun, the next pair started too. So soon the dance had really gotten underway and Georgina found herself spun around by every kilted man in the room, before it was her turn to skip toward Marcas, making their way down the waiting line. She reached Alpin's spot, Marcas heading toward Fiona. "Ye keepin' up, lass?" he called out as they linked arms to spin around in a circle. "Yes indeed, why I'm having a wonderful time," she called out in response. Suddenly she was launched forward right into Connell's waiting arm, where he gleefully slid his waiting arm into hers and made a show of practically lifting her off her feet as he spun her around. "Ye still savin' that dance for me?" he asked cheekily. "No, I'm having rather too much fun with Marcas actually," she said. "And you can desist with your flirty remarks, Connell. Ye don't know what you're missin'." He was cut off and she was whisked off by the next partner before she could make out what he had said next. "Oh, well, I said my piece so that's what matters." All too soon, the dancing was over, the drinks began to run dry and people began to stagger and sway off of the dance floor to head home. "Shall we?" Marcas whispered into her ear and she nodded willingly. Fiona and Alpin were nowhere to be seen and Connell had left with his arm around some girl's waist a while ago. It looked like Georgina and Marcas were finally alone. She slipped her hand into his as they made to leave, Marcas waving heartily to some acquaintances across the room without stopping to talk. It was a beautiful moonlit night outside, the countryside bathed in the gentle shimmer from the moon, and the sky peppered with hundreds of gleaming stars. "Oh, isn't this just the most perfect night?" Georgina exclaimed, "Look how beautiful it is."
"Yes,
it is," Marcas said, his gaze entirely fixated on her. He gently pulled her toward him under the night sky, kissing her on the lips. She responded eagerly, feeling a wave of emotion rise up within her as they paused to look into each other's eyes. An understanding passed between them silently, and they kissed some more, before wordlessly beginning the short journey home, the air heavy with anticipation as they walked. Chapter 24. Georgina's heart was hammering as she felt Marcas kiss her neck, his lips traveling down to the base of her throat. His fingers were lightly caressing her back as he did so, slowly unlacing first the back of her bodice and then the front. Her skirt dropped to the floor. "Oh, that feels good." She felt like she was melting from pleasure. Her entire body was on fire, every little touch felt incredible, and there was a base longing deep inside her that seemed to take over. His rugged manliness was overwhelming this close-up, and it was exciting. "I just want him to throw me down on the bed and ravish me." They kissed again, hungrily, and suddenly her inexperience didn't matter any longer. "This is Marcas. We're meant to be together, and I can't think of anything more right in the entire world." His hands were everywhere, sliding his fingertips over every curve, exploring places that they'd never touched before. He undid the tie on her shift, slowly sliding it down her shoulders and onto the floor. She gasped as his hands finally caressed her bare skin, traveling up to cup her breasts. "Oh, more, keep going. Does that feel good?" he asked huskily at the sound of her gasp. "Yes, please, don't stop," she gasped, grabbing onto his arms and guiding his hands right to where it felt good. His smile was predatory as she did so, igniting her own desire all the more. His eyes returned to hers, after being transfixed by her bare breasts, and she felt her nipples tingle and harden at his touch. He took her hands and slowly guided her over to the bed and gently onto her back. He stood over her and she hungrily drank in the sight of his tall, muscular frame, dying to know what he looked like underneath his clothes. She reached up and pulled him down on top of her, unable to bear them being separated even for just a moment. Then she kissed him deeply, this time leading with her tongue, teasing the inside of his mouth and tasting him as he met her tongue with his own. His mouth began to travel down her neck again. This time he kept going right down to her chest, flicking her right nipple gently with his tongue. She was unable to stop from groaning out loud, the pleasure was so intense. Then, he took the nipple into his mouth and slowly ran his tongue right around it, nibbling ever so gently with his teeth. "Oh. Yes. Marcas. Oh, that feels so good," she moaned. Just when she thought she couldn't stand it any longer, he moved onto her left nipple, repeating all the same actions with his tongue while using his fingers to play with the other one. "Oh, this feels incredible. Your body is so perfect," Marcas said, his eyes running over her breasts, her stomach, her thighs with an animal-like hunger before he reached down to keep kissing every inch of her. She melted into him as his mouth kept traveling down her torso, his hands in a tantalizingly smooth motion. She raised her hips, feeling an ever more intense need pulse inside of her as his hands caressed the curve of her bottom and down the back of her thighs. "Oh, Marcas, I want you so bad," she gasped out loud. He merely grinned up at her, continuing to tease her with feather-like touches behind her knees up the back of her thighs. "I want to make you feel pleasure like you've never imagined," he said. Her heart skipped a beat at the thought of this and the passion in his voice. She audibly gasped when he kissed the inside of her thighs. "Oh my God. I had no idea such pleasure was even possible." She felt her legs fall open to welcome his touch, unable to even think clearly anymore. "That feels so good. Oh, please don't stop," she encouraged, panting slightly, her breath quickening as she focused on his gliding fingertips. She cried out and bit her lower lip as the feel of his fingers right up against her sex caused another lurch of pleasure deep down inside of her. I never knew it could feel this incredible. Oh Marcas. She breathed, feeling her body relax even more. He groaned out loud too as he touched her, and she heard his breathing quicken as he was in complete command of her body. "You like that?" he asked. "Oh, yes," she gasped. "I like hearing the sounds you make," he whispered. He slowly pulled himself up and knelt between her legs. She reached up to remove his shirt, but he was too tall. Helping her along, he pulled it up over his head and tossed it to the side along with her discarded clothes. His chest and torso were perfectly sculpted, bulging with muscles, and he oozed an intoxicatingly manly smell. He looked every inch the perfect specimen of manhood. His mouth explored the entire length of her body, and she felt the tantalizing tickle travel up her inner thighs, causing an intense wave of pleasure as she succumbed to the incredible feeling of his tongue meeting her sex. She felt the gentle touch of his tongue generate wave after wave of pleasure. The more he kept going, the more intense the feeling got, building up until she could no longer stand it. Suddenly, a warm tingle began to spread throughout her body and she cried out as she felt herself explode underneath his tongue, her sex pulsating with pleasure, her breath gasping and her heart thundering. "Oh, yes. Yes," she yelled out, unable to control herself as her body completely let go. He emerged from between her legs, gazing at her with a huge grin on his face before leaning down to kiss her. "Oh, my God. Marcas," she gasped, unable to find the words, so she grabbed hold of him and held him against her as tightly as she could. This time, she brushed her own hands against the hard, muscled surface of his body, feeling him tense at her touch. Slowly, she moved them down, intrigued to find out what was underneath his kilt. "Ye move your hand just like that," Marcas whispered, guiding her hands down his defined abs, tickling the trail of hair that led from his belly button right down to his groin. He deftly undid the kilt, throwing it aside so that they were both naked now. She looked down and gasped in pleasant surprise. He was erect and pointing directly upwards. His size startled her. He guided her hand to circle it with her thumb and index finger, showing her how to move it up and down the length of it. His skin down there was velvety soft, but he was rock solid underneath that skin. She heard his own breath speed up as he gasped at the feel of her touch. "Oh, yay, just like that," he groaned, closing his eyes, his face utterly relaxed. It gave her a thrill to be able to make him feel good, like he had done to her. Daringly, she began to tease his balls with her other hand, surprised at the soft feel of them. He let out a blissful sigh at her touch. Unable to stand it any longer, she pulled him on top of her, longing to feel him inside of her. He kissed her deeply, guiding himself inside her. Gently he eased himself further and she gasped at this new sensation. "It might hurt a little bit to begin with," he whispered. "I'll be gentle." She nodded, trying to relax as he continued to enter her. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain deep inside of her and she cried out. He kissed her gently and reassured her that it would feel nice, but the pain only lasted moments. After that, she felt him slide into her with ease and she was filled with nothing but pleasure. "Oh, yes, keep going, just like that." She answered the question in his eyes, craving this feeling of fullness inside of her to keep lasting. He moved himself in and out and she instinctively moved her own hips up and down to meet his thrusts, gasping at the intensity of the feeling. They reached out to kiss, and she threaded her fingers through his locks of red hair, needing to pull him as close to her as physically possible. "Oh, Georgina," Marcas breathed out, "You're incredible." Soon, he began to speed up and she cried out as the feeling inside of her began to deepen, the pleasure building up again. Just when she thought it couldn't possibly hold on, that burst of climax came again and she cried out. A few moments later Marcas did the same and she felt him pulsate inside of her. They lay there in each other's arms trying to catch their breath. It could have been mere minutes or hours, she honestly didn't know. All that she knew right now, at this moment, was that she had become a woman in the most incredible way. "Are you good?" he whispered. "Oh, Marcas, I'm more than good. Who knew it was possible to feel such things? She gasped out. She felt his chest shake as he laughed. That's good to hear, he said and smiled. I love you, she said boldly. And I love ye too, he said, kissing her cheek and then her lips once more. They shared a loving smile and he brushed her hair out of her face. It's going to be time for me to leave soon, he said. Oh, no, Marcas, I don't want you to go, she cried. She felt a stab of despair as he spoke the words. It felt like agony to have just experienced such closeness only to have it disappear so quickly. Listen, Georgina, when I get back I plan to ask your father for your hand in marriage. Whether he says yes or no, we'll be together, he said passionately, squeezing her hand. Oh, Marcas, I long for that day, she said, throwing her arms around him one last time before they moved to get up and embrace the world outside their bubble of intimacy. Chapter 25. The day came too soon when Marcas loaded his battle gear onto his steed. It had been 2 nights of rest since their time together and all Marcas wondered was when sleep might come again. He could not get the sight of her out of his mind. Her soft sighs, her eagerness, the feel of her innocence. It was too much for him to say goodbye. And yet, he had to leave her just an hour before, saying farewell as she sobbed. It broke his heart to have to be so cruel, leaving her just as he promised to make her his wife. I'll return, Petal. It isn't going to be forever. The niggling voice deep inside him could not shut off the fact that there were always casualties in battle. But Marcas believed fully that it was his rebuke of this fact that had kept him alive thus far. What's on your mind, then? Connell asked with a sneer. The two had barely spoken in what seemed forever, but since the night of the gathering, Connell's suspicions had grown and his jealousy deepened. Marcas could feel it palpably. Just wondering how soon we can finish off the buggers and come home, Marcas replied. I'm sure ye have no other thought than that, Connell said sarcastically, subconsciously allowing his eyes to travel to the window of Georgina's room. Marcas was irritated by the jab. If Connell had truly loved Georgina, he would not have left with another woman that night and he would not constantly make sexual digs at her. The comments had continued over the past few days and Marcas had grown weary of it. What's it matter to ye? Marcas asked. Nothing in the world, Connell replied bitterly. Well then, are we off yet? Or do you need some time to say your goodbyes to that lass from the other evening? She was no lass, she was someone who could give me what I needed. There's a difference, Connell said. If ye're chasing bodies and nothing else, do you really think you'll ever be happy? I'll be happy when we run our swords through every English blighter we pass. No, are we done with your yapping about happiness? There's a battle to be won, Connell demanded. As ye wish. They finished their reading in complete silence and Marcas allowed his eyes to continually gaze up to Georgina's window. He saw her form looking down on him as well, clearly already missing him. How could he leave such an angel? All right, men, are ye ready? Connell finally asked. The crew of soldiers voiced their agreement that it was time to leave. The battle would soon be fought and many of these men might not come home to their wives. For Marcas, that option was out of the question. Climbing on the backs of their horses, each man rode off into the unknown. Connell charged the way south toward England. The road was clear and there was little to fret about for the day of travels ahead. They knew they would most likely join with other clans that were heading to the battle and finally they would all meet just south of Edinburgh before making their way to the field of battle. What a strange thing it was, to plan a fight like this. And yet, they knew they were needed by those clans along the border who were suffering near constant attacks from the English. Marcas wondered how safe Georgina was without him at the castle to protect her. Carnarvon had plenty of guards and shelter for safety, plus being close to the cliffs meant they had at least one side protected. But what if Bolton came while the brothers were in battle? The other matter to consider was that his leg was yet to be fully mended. He hoped with all his might that he could remain on his horse during the majority of the battle or be at a distance with his crossbow as he generally preferred. And yet, there was a part of him that wondered if Connell might have other thoughts in mind. No, Connell would never intentionally put me in harm's way out of jealousy, would he? What a terrible thing to think of me brother. Connell may not have been the leader Marcas would have chosen to be, but he was still a good leader and one that put his clan's well-being before his own. Marcas edged his horse up alongside Connell's. "A fine day for our journey," he said, making uncharacteristic small talk. The brothers never engaged in trifling chit-chat, but Marcas knew he had to break the ice. "Aye, right," Connell replied, not turning his head but keeping forward at a steady pace, gently bobbing along at the trot of his horse. "Ye think we'll make it before nightfall?" "Not at this pace, but I dinna mind if we reach it tomorrow. So long as we hit Edinburgh by day's end, then we'll see who all has joined us," Connell said dryly. "Ye think it isn't going to be until day's end that we reach Edinburgh? I fully intend to stop before and have a rest. I ken we're Clan MacGowan, strong and brave as all that, but we are heading to battle and I dinna want another like the last. Faith has scarcely lost a man in his wars, and in me last, our number plummeted. So, I've no intention of letting that happen again. Our men will rest, eat well, stretch their groins after riding the day, and then we'll be off and away," Connell divulged. "I think it's a very wise plan, me laird," Marcas replied, feeling true respect for his brother. Connell's pride had prevented him from ever confessing failure, but his careful tactics this time around let Marcas know that it didn't mean Connell wasn't aware that his failures existed. "You laird? Are ye playing at respect now?" Connell challenged casually, as if it didn't hurt him. "What do you mean?" "Well, the laird is entitled to certain rights, ye ken. And ye've taken from me as it is," he answered. "If ye're referring to what I'm guessing, ye should ken that a lass is never an entitlement to anyone," Marcas said by way of scolding. "Aye, right. What a gentleman ye are. I'm betting ye've never used a woman for anything other than true love and romance." The accusation in Connell's voice was undeniable. "I never made any such claim. But I cannae say I haven't been learning," Marcas replied. "Well, ye can keep your lessons to yourself for now and I'll learn me own over time. How's that for ye? If that's what you wish then that's what I'll do." "Right then," Connell said before giving the horse a gentle kick to make him walk a hair faster than Marcas. Marcas fell back with the rest of the men feeling like his attempts to cool his brother's temper had only caused further problems. He had no idea how he might manage to bring peace, but the frosty air between them would not help matters in the clan or in the battle. "How's the leg?" Alpin asked, sidling up to Marcas. "Hurts like a bugger, but I've had worse." "And how's the big, bleeding, pulsing wound between ye and your brother? Infected?" Marcas replied. "Aye, I guessed as much," Alpin said. "Is it as obvious for the whole clan as I'm thinking it to be?" Marcas asked. "Nah, it's only 'cause I ken ye both so well. Most are thinking Connell's just caught up in the lairdship. Trying to be like your faither, trying to keep Bolton out, all that. It's partially true. At least, I'm thinking it's probably why he's gone stressing himself out so bad over little things like women and that silly competition," Marcas said. "Well, I cannae say I'd be angry if he took the rage out on Bolton. Ye ken Connell did an awful lot for me after. And so did your faither when he was around," Alpin said. "I ken. It'd have been a shame if they hadn't. Losing me family to Bolton was the worst thing in me life, but I have to say, it at least let me get closer to yours," Alpin confessed in a rare moment of vulnerability. "And what is it about me family that has ye most drawn to us?" Marcas asked. He knew Alpin was his best friend, and his father and brother had looked after him, but he also knew his sister had carried a torch for Alpin for years. He couldn't help but wonder when Alpin might realize it. "That stalk of flame rooting from your head," Alpin said and laughed. It was clear he wished to say more but wasn't ready. Marcas decided to let it go. It didn't need to be said, not yet anyway, not as they pressed toward battle. But it was a moment that gave him hope that perhaps Fiona did have a shot with him. "Ye think they'll have all turned out?" Alpin asked. I'm sure of it. Who of our men wouldn't he turn out for a chance at battering the enemy?
We're soldiers, that's all there is to it. Marcas answered.
It was true, he had no doubt. It just wasn't like a Scotsman to turn down a battle. They were the thistles, ready to prick anyone who thought them useless weeds or, worse, delicate flowers.
And now Marcas was ready to prick the enemy, one arrow at a time.
After a rest and a few more hours of travel, the army reached just south of Edinburgh. Camps were already set up for those waiting for the coming of the rest of the clans. It was a good-sized crew of Highlanders and Lowlanders alike. The Jacobite cause was thick in the air. And so was the whiskey. Connell had given his men a limit of 2 drams that night. Perhaps only half the men heeded the warning, but the others stuck to it. They knew he gave the order for a reason. Most of them had fought in the previous battle.
For Marcas, the question was who would be alive to fight in the next?
Chapter 26.
Georgina, it looks as though you've a letter.
Fiona declared excitedly. Knowing her new friend had been hoping to hear from her father, it seemed that the prayer was being answered. Oh, really? She asked, excitedly, rushing to Fiona's side. Fiona handed her the letter with a grin. Georgina ripped open the paper sealed with her father's signet ring. The letter contained the smoothly curved lines of his penmanship. My dearest Georgina, it warms my heart to hear that you are safe, that you are well. I cannot say that I understand your decision, nor can I say that I support it. However, the knowledge that you are alive is enough to make me consider that perhaps there is more than I had thought in this for you. My darling, I ask that you reconsider the proposal from the great Morgan Bolton. I fully believe that you will grow to love him, despite your current misgivings. He is a good man, a man who has done more for his country than a young woman could really understand. These matters are not for your concern. But I digress. My wish is that you would return home to me and would accept the proposal of this great man. Should you choose to stay the course you have chosen, know that I will think of you often in hopes that you might return. Your father. Georgina sighed. It was not her ideal resolution, but it was a start. At least her father had not completely shunned her. He was considering that she was his daughter and that was something. If only she might be able to convince him that she needed his support for the MacGowan brothers. What is it, then? Fiona asked, coming close to Georgina and brushing her hair back from her face. He still wishes me to return to England and consider the proposal from Morgan Bolton. How could he think I would ever wish for that? Especially now? Georgina asked with exasperation. He's only doing what he thinks is best for ye. Dinny worry, eventually he'll come around. Truly, the very fact that he wrote ye back is something. If he'd given up on ye, he'd nae have written to ye. Fiona encouraged. I suppose that's true, Georgina said, trying to ease her mind. Do you think the lads are well? Fiona asked, staring out the window. It had been a painfully present question in Georgina's mind as well. She knew it was even more difficult for Fiona. These were her people, her brothers, her love. All of them. For Georgina, they had grown to be family, but it was truly Marcas that reigned in her worries. I'm sure they will be just fine, she replied, having no idea at all. She couldn't allow Fiona to see her grave concern. But the painful thought of Marcas not returning, or of him coming back maimed far worse than the wound in his leg, it was too great for her to bear. Fiona? Do you think it is worth it for him? For Marcas? I mean, he had to battle Bolton for me and heaven knows that isn't over. And he's having to be at odds with his own brother. Do you think it is worth the sacrifice? Georgina asked. Dearie, I've no doubt that me brother would give his life and everything in it to be with ye. Truly. I've never seen him like this about any lass, or about anything. Ye ken he's high and away for ye. Fiona reassured. I hope it's true. It's more than true. And ye ken he convinced Connell to let him hand-pick the guards that stayed with all of us ladies here. He made right sure that ye'll be safe if Bolton tries anything while they're gone. Just no more midnight walks. Fiona warned and smiled.
Oh, you can be sure I have no intentions of trying that again.
Georgina promised. She had been so lucky to escape what she had been through, she would never take such a foolish risk again. I find myself just thinking of nothing but their return. It's like an obsession. I can't rest until they're home, Fiona admitted.
I understand completely. Truly.
It is hard for us women in this situation, I think. I mean, the men go off to battle, they support us, they do all these things on our behalf, and we are expected to just wait them out. It is exhausting, Georgina said.
You're right. It isn't easy being left behind.
In some ways, I'd prefer the battle. At least it would keep me mind busy, she said.
Precisely.
Fiona sighed. And I can't help but feel a bit guilty. Here me own brothers are out there fighting, but more than them, I can't keep myself from wondering about Alpin. He's a fine fighter, but not like me brothers. He never had the training given to a laird's bairns.
Maybe not, but you are right.
I trust your word that he is a fine soldier, Georgina said. True. Ye ken, his first battle he was wounded right terribly. Straight through his abdomen, between the ribs. It was a miracle he survived and recovered so well. He said he'd never let himself be hurt like that again, and I believe him, Fiona said with admiration. Her eyes were gazing at nothing on the ceiling.
How long ago was that? Georgina asked.
4 years. I was crushed, afraid he'd be lost to us. You've loved him that long? Before? Fiona answered. Georgina, I grew up with him, and once I began to see him as more than just me brother's friend, I couldn't see him as anything else. Have you ever considered telling him?
Georgina asked. Aye.
Many times. We lassies aren't like he prim and proper British ladies. We can be bold as we please. But it never did matter for me, me own fears are standing in me way. Fears that he'll see me just as tale for the night. Or that he isn't going to respond even for that. Fiona replied. Have you ever had feelings for another man?
Georgina asked.
Not one. But I've been chased by plenty. As I said, here, we can be bold as ye please. However, as the laird's daughter, and now sister, the men are a bit more cautious about making me theirs, ye ken. Does that mean you've never been with a man? Georgina asked, wondering how Fiona would feel knowing that she had been with Marcas as fully his. Well, I didn't say that.
Georgina laughed.
And ye?
How did Marcas say his farewell?
Georgina began to blush.
I thought as much.
I didn't want any details, but I'm glad ye've finally gotten past the shy state with him. I'm guessing ye haven't dealt much with Connell since? Fiona asked.
No.
Now he either looks at me with anger or makes inappropriate jokes at my expense. There is no in between with him. I want desperately to just come out with it and tell him that I am in love with Marcas, but to be truthful, I'm afraid. Afraid?
Why the hell are ye afraid?
Well, he is the laird. And he made an enormous sacrifice to get me away from Bolton. What sort of gratitude would it be for me to tell him I've gone off with his brother? And what if he refuses protection for me? Or if he takes it out on Marcas? Georgina said, spouting the list. Oh, ye silly lass. Ye ought not to be so afraid. It's true he's got a right temper and he hates the English the same as most folk around here, but he'd never put ye at risk. Nor Marcas. We've lost both our parents. He's not going to kill a brother and risk losing me in the process. Fiona reasoned. I suppose I hadn't thought of that, Georgina replied. Honestly, dearie, ye right beautiful and he likes ye an awful lot, but dinna put too much stock in that. He isn't going to destroy lives for ye. Fiona said, then gently laughed. How foolish am I? Of course, Connell is occupied by far more than merely the thought of making me his. Georgina tried not to be embarrassed when she realized how her thoughts had spiraled into thinking she had such an impact on the clan. It was certainly true that Connell was fond of her, perhaps even in love, but he would never risk his clan for her. He would never sacrifice his integrity as a leader purely out of jealousy. Anywho, Fiona began.
Do you think ye'll write back to your father?
I must, Georgina said.
What will ye say?
I have no answer for you on that.
Not yet anyway.
Perhaps another plea?
Or maybe politely decline but tell him that I love him still and hope he changes his mind, for I certainly will not be changing mine.
It's right clear that he loves ye, so dinna ye worry.
Over time he will come to realize it's best for ye. That time may not be until long after ye've wed and ye are having little red-headed bairns who say ass instead of ass, but one day, he will accept it.
Fiona encouraged.
Do you really think so?
My goodness, where has all this insecurity come from? Where is me headstrong lass that came to us not so long ago and immediately made herself to be more of a Scottish lass than a silly little English girl?
Both women laughed and Georgina began to realize that her thoughts had become rather dire of late. But that was to be expected after an escape to a foreign land, being chased by the affections of 3 men and a season of being locked away in a mental institution. The events of the past few months had been taking their toll. If only she could shake the feeling that everything was soon to come crashing down in the worst of ways.
Chapter 27.
Marcas allowed his eyes to take in the vile sight of corpses. It was a horror and yet, he had seen it all before. Their army would be returning home with a fifth of their number left behind in this field. Nevertheless, their mourning was shared with the joy of their victory. Joined by soldiers from all over Scotland, they had been successful and had overcome the enemy. Ye fought well, Connell said, watching Marcas from the corner of his eye. As did ye, Marcas replied. How's the arm?
Not as bad as me leg.
How's that thing on your back?
Just a scratch,
Connell said. Both tried to push the pain of their fresh wounds away. The real hurt was the number of clansmen lying as corpses on the field of battle. A solid number belonged to their own clan, but they had had fewer casualties than some of the others. It had turned out that Connell's strategies of rest, solid food and minimal alcohol had been wise. Compared to the last battle he had led, the result was far better. But there were still so many wives who would now be widows, so many children who would now be orphans. It hardly seems fair, Connell said, out of nowhere.
What? The deaths?
I can.
It should have been the English, Marcas said.
That's not what I mean, Connell began. It hardly seems fair that these men with wives and children should die and I'm left standing. I'm no like them. I've got no one depending on me like they do. Marcas scoffed and Connell glared darts at him in response. Forgive me for laughing, but are ye daft? Ye're the laird of our entire clan. What do ye mean no one's depending on ye? Ye've got all our lives in your hands. We're all depending on ye, Marcas said. Ah yes, me clan children. Ye've got to admit it's hardly the same thing, Connell said bitterly. Perhaps it isn't, but it's something, Connell. We depend on ye more than ye can. Remember that. Stop belittling our dependence on ye. Like ye didn't think ye'd do better? He challenged. I never said that. Come now, Marcas. We're brothers. I got the lairdship by default. It doesn't mean people wouldn't rather have ye. We ken some people would rather have ye, Connell said, yet again complaining in his vague way. Look here, we're standing on a battlefield. Didn't you get all angry about this now? It's disrespectful to those lives we've just lost, that you'd rather be feeling sorry for yourself, because it's not enough for ye to be laird. Really, what more do you want? Ye ken what I want. Well, so do I. And she made her choice and ye'd best just accept it, Marcas said. Well, I dinna. It isn't fair, Marcas. None of it. And I'll not have ye arguing with me about it. Ye're right about one thing. I am the laird of our clan. And ye can shut your mouth because we've got to head back now, Connell said, moving his aching body toward the horses as quickly as it would go. Marcas watched him walk away and saw the crowd of survivors from their clan. Alpin was joking with some of the others about some heroic action he had taken, and the men laughed darkly, knowing the heaviness of the loss in the midst of their need for battle. Alpin had sustained barely a scratch, unlike most of the men. Even Marcas,
despite having been at a distance with his crossbow as he'd hoped, had been injured quite nastily. He was lucky he'd been able to switch to his sword once his left arm was aching too badly to use the bow. But Alpin remained tall in the midst of it all. He was a great warrior, and with his newfound appreciation for romance, Marcas was more determined than ever to make Alpin the husband of his sister. "And here I thought I'd been trained so well," Marcas said, coming up beside his friend. The men all laughed, knowing that Marcas had sustained a few injuries of late despite having the training of a laird's son. "Training's only half the lesson," Alpin said. "The rest is about being smarter than them. Perhaps spending all your time with an English lass means you've lost your native wit?" Marcas laughed with them, despite it being at his own expense. The cover of Georgina being from the lowlands to the south of Edinburgh had been fairly well uncovered by those who lived in close quarters with the laird and his brother. Despite that, Marcas knew he had to return home and protect her. It wasn't right leaving Georgina with only a few select guards at a time when Morgan Bolton was most likely craving to strike at them. What were the chances that he might try while the brothers were gone? Was there any way for him to know? Morgan Bolton stared into the fire, creating a harsh glow around his bulbous, red face. The dogs at his feet rested, but he found that he could not rest or be at peace until he had retrieved what was his. Those foolish brothers, taking what belonged to him as if they deserved anything more than an English boot to the face. And Georgina, still a child, clearly. He could sway her, he was certain. Morgan swirled the whiskey in his glass and downed it in one go, hoping for a quick escape from his senses. If he could let go to the alcohol and anger, let that drive him as he so often used to do so, he would find a solution. Clearly Georgina's father was useless at this point. He hadn't managed to do more than try to sweet-talk Morgan into forgiving Georgina and giving her time to come to her senses. But Morgan didn't have time. He wanted her. He wanted her now. He looked down at himself and realized that even at this moment, his desire for her was enough to drive him mad. Bolton called for one of his footmen and the man came rushing in to accept the order to find a woman selling herself on the street. Unceremoniously, he handed the footman a few coins to give to the unfortunate lady once he found one. It was not long before the footman returned with a heavily painted thin woman in her 30s. In his room, Morgan threw off his garments without a word and the deed was done in a matter of minutes. Despite finishing his work, he hardly felt satisfied. "You can go," he said bluntly, and the woman silently departed once her skirts were back in place. Morgan rolled himself on the bed and tried to sleep but was tormented by his lack of Georgina. It hardly seemed right that she would end up with the low-life Scots while he was stuck here with a whore. Didn't she know who he was? Morgan Bolton. A soldier. His age was beginning to show, and his face was expanding through a bit of weight gain, but he had stayed fairly trim in his desire to be battle-ready at all times. Georgina had to see that. He just had to figure out the best way of showing her. He had wounded the younger brother while rescuing her from the asylum, but then they fooled him and managed to take her anyway. Perhaps if he learned to play the game better than they had, Morgan would have a shot at getting Georgina's hand back in his and getting her body in his bed. He was, after all, one of the top military men in the entire country with an army at his disposal. So, it would be fairly easy to recruit 100 select men and charge Carnarvon to reclaim Georgina. He couldn't plan it all in one night, however. He wanted to, but knew that battles are never won when they are planned in haste. So perhaps the next day he would gather his crew of finest men and they would strategize together. And soon enough, it would all be over. Chapter 28. "They're coming, they're coming," Fiona exclaimed loudly, bounding toward Georgina where she sat in the library. She immediately stood and rushed to the window to watch as the mass of blurry figures came toward the village. "Have you heard any news? In terms of who was victorious or who of our clan survived?" Georgina asked. "Firstly, lass, I'm loving that ye said our clan. Second, I've no heard anything yet. But I think it's best we wait and find out from the very men themselves," Fiona replied. They exited the library and made their way to the stairs outside the castle, sitting and waiting until the men were closer in sight. The majority separated off and made their way toward the village, but the two women could see a dozen silhouettes coming their way.
"Who is there? Can you see it?" Georgina asked,
straining her eyes.
"No, lass, not yet. Although I do see some red hair that looks like it could be from either of me brothers," Fiona replied.
"Please be Marcas," Georgina thought guiltily. With each step, the figures became clearer and finally, Georgina knew with certainty that the fiery hair did indeed belong to Marcas. She let out a squeal of delight and Fiona smiled in her relief. They identified several of the men, including Alpin to Fiona's delight. "Where's Connell?" Fiona asked, finally, seeing that none of the men were the Laird. "I'm not sure, but don't fret. We will ask as soon as they get close enough," Georgina said. With the men closing in the distance, the two women finally stood and ran to them to deliver their greetings. Marcas swept Georgina into his arms and spun her for a moment before kissing her lips with excitement and passion. Fiona greeted each of the men and Alpin looked at her with a strange question in his eyes. Before he had a chance to express what he wanted, Fiona asked, "Where is Connell? Why is he not among you? Dinna ye worry." Marcas replied, letting go of Georgina long enough to give his sister a hug and proper greeting. "He has sad business to attend to. We lost a good number of men and it's his duty to let their families ken. I dinna envy him just now." Fiona frowned. "Nor do I. Miserable, that must be." "Aye, right enough it is," Marcus said. "Tell me, who did we lose?" Fiona asked with concern in her eyes as they darted between Alpin and Marcus. "Colin McPhee and Arthur Dale. Also, Alistair McCain and Wally Gunn. Honestly, lass, it's a long list," Alpin replied. His pain was evident. "And your injuries?" Georgina urged, wondering how close their men had come to their own demise. Alpin here scarcely sustained a scratch. "I've got a nice new scar on me arm to match me leg," Marcus confessed. "What?" Georgina nearly shouted. Marcus laughed. "Dinna worry, lass, it's nowhere near as what me leg was, and it wasna me only injury, but it was by far me worst. In the end, we were the victors, but it doesn't feel that way when we've lost so many of our own." Georgina nodded sympathetically, again recognizing that she could not fully share in their pain, being so new to the clan. They had quickly become like family, but seeing the agony in Fiona's eyes at hearing the names of men Georgina had never met, it was a painful reminder that she was still a stranger in some ways. Despite her misgivings about the destiny she faced in England, there were days she missed her home and, of course, her father. Some days she missed the proper, fancy meals and the fantastic gowns she wore at balls, although she was grateful to not be wearing the corsets anymore. Georgina snapped her attention away from such thoughts and remembered that she was here, with Marcus and his family, free of the nonsense that was expected of her back in England. Here, in the roaming hills of Scotland, this was her life now, and it was glorious. As if on cue to remind her, a fresh breeze swept up around her. It was so unlike the smog of London. Georgina breathed deeply and laid a hand on Marcus' shoulder. "Do you need me to nurse your arm back to health as I did with your leg?" she asked playfully. "I'd love nothing more, lass," Marcus replied. They made their way inside the castle and up to Marcus' room. Georgina had not gone in his room during the week that he had been away, but it was a constant temptation to visit and imagine he was there. Marcus sat on his bed and let his aching body relax. Georgina came and sat beside him, undressing the wound and putting aside the desire to undress anything else. "Oh, Marcus, whatever did you let them do to you? Certainly, you could have avoided all these injuries," she asked, looking at the primary cut and all the minor wounds around it. "Aye, of course, lass. I could have just walked away, but I stood there and let them all come at me," he said sarcastically. "It's battle, petal. War. This is what happens. I got off lucky with these little things. And ye haven't seen them all. As I said, this was just the worst of it." "I'm sorry." Georgina replied, feeling foolish for having suggested he should have been fierce enough to prevent the injuries. Marcas was irritable. She knew that between his injuries and losing friends, this was to be expected, and yet, she hadn't expected it at all. She had only thought about the joy she would feel seeing him. For Marcas, it seemed, the battle was still playing again and again as he watched his friends fall. She put the herbal balm on his arm quietly and let him stew in his thoughts. For Georgina, it seemed the best route to take was to be present, but not push. So, she finished with the wound and wrapped it before settling herself to just sit beside Marcas. Finally, he turned to her. "Thank you," he said as he took her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Anything for you, my love," she replied. Marcas took her face in his hand and gave her an eager kiss, parting her lips with his tongue instantly as they made contact. While it was full of need, the kiss was brief, Marcas having been too exhausted to allow his body anything further. He broke away and Georgina remained close by, hoping he might take her in his arms and show her the same affection he had once before, and yet, she fully understood that it was not likely to happen just now. Marcas laid his weary body down and she laid herself beside him. He pulled her close and they held one another until a deep, peaceful sleep overtook them both. Marcas and Georgina woke to a pounding on the door of his bedroom. Before there was a chance to reply, Connell came barging in as he always did. The two bolted upright on the bed. Despite the fact that nothing had happened which needed to be hidden, Georgina felt ashamed for being caught in bed with a man. It was so improper, and especially to be caught by the Laird as she was with his brother. A sick dread washed over her. "Ah, I suppose you were in a hurry to get back after all. This was certainly fast work," Connell said bitterly. "Hold your wheezed, it isn't anything at all. She tended me wounds and we fell asleep, and what's it to ye anyway?" Marcas replied. Georgina pushed past the blush in her cheeks. "For a man so constantly speaking to me of the ways of men and women, it would be quite the shock to find that you are really a prude about it," she accused, trying to wound him slightly. She was frustrated that her time with Marcas had been interrupted, and more so that she was being judged. "A prude is one thing I've never been accused of, and it's something you'll never be accused of again either," he teased with an undertone of threat. "Perhaps it would be best if I leave the two of you," she said, knowing it was useless to try and compete with the banter when it made her so angry. "Right ye are. I'll be in me own room later if you'd like to dress me wounds," Connell suggested. Georgina bristled at the comment but chose to let it go and exit the door anyway. She had no desire to be in Connell's presence anymore. "Why do you have to go and be like that with her every time?" Marcas asked once Georgina was out of earshot. "Because she ought to ken her options. She's made a choice. And people often change their choices. Dinna act like ye're all innocent and blame it on her. Ye ken I'm in love with her too. It's no right that I never had a fair shot with her," Connell said. "Ye had the same as me. More in fact. She rode with ye from the start. But ye couldn't handle her sensitivity. Ye ken exactly why ye lost out on her. So, stop your complaining and be a man," Marcas said. It was risky to speak so bluntly to a laird, even his own brother. But Marcas had had enough of the victim thinking exhibited by his brother. "Ach, aye, ye ken I'm man enough for the likes of anybody. So here we are then. Time to move forward," Connell said, as if he thought he could really drop the situation so suddenly. The brothers went on to talk of other issues, like telling the wives and parents of the fallen soldiers and how Connell didn't know how their father had managed to do it. They recounted the pains of the battlefield and ultimately, how to strategize in the future. But Marcas could not help noticing that there remained angry hate in Connell's eye. It wasn't merely his hatred for the British, it seemed to be directed at him. He wondered if they ever might manage to move past this. Would it be like this forever? No matter how they tried to talk around it, it was clear that Connell could not bring himself to forgive Marcas and Georgina. For Marcas, the fear remained that this might be between the brothers for the rest of their lives. Instead of thinking more on what he could not change in his brother's mind, Marcas thought longingly of Georgina. She kept him going whenever things became difficult, and lately, they had been extremely difficult. Between battles and rescuing doomed maidens, Marcas wondered how he had pushed through the injuries and the stress caused by so much drama. Yes, it was Georgina who had gotten him through. Nothing else seemed to matter in the world. He thought of her lips, her eyes, her pale skin, her legs. Marcas realized that he had to stop thinking of her body in that moment, as he was not in a place to handle any desires that came over him. He could think about her, but he couldn't think in too much detail. He would see her soon, however. Surely in the morning he would see her. Chapter 29. Georgina woke early the next morning, making herself ready so that she might see Marcas the moment he was willing to have her. She practiced in her mind how she would suggest the need to change his bandages, but she knew that what she wanted was just to be with him. The day before, despite their lack of coupling, had been marvelous. Resting in Marcas' arms was a beautiful dream. When she had woken beside Connell all those weeks ago, nothing inside her felt as she had yesterday. She wondered when Marcas might ask her father for her hand in marriage. She still had not written him any reply, as she did not yet have the words to do so. Wondering if perhaps it didn't matter what she said anyway, Georgina decided to try. Her first attempt sounded petulant and childish, begging her father to give her grace in her relationship to Marcas as if she were asking him for a pony. She also knew that this would only make him furious in wondering whether or not Marcas had touched her. She could not put her love in such a place. Grabbing another sheet of paper, Georgina tried again. This attempt came out a little better. She informed her father that there would be no circumstance under which she would be willing to marry Bolton, and she hoped that he understood. She also asked that he consider the fact that she had found love and it was a most advantageous match, as the man was the brother of someone with status and a high rank. No doubt, her father would figure out that by this she meant the Laird's brother, and he would not remotely consider this an advantageous match. But in England, title was everything, and Laird was at least a title. Finalizing the letter and signing it with her love, Georgina figured it would have to do. Surely her father would still not approve, but it was something. Just as she finished, a soft knock, so unlike Connell's, sounded on her door. The person on the other side waited. "Come in," she said. Fiona entered, smiling in pride at her own newfound manners. She had been trying to show Georgina what the English believed to be common courtesies. "My goodness, what a lady you are becoming," Georgina teased, invoking a laugh from Fiona. "I right. A lady and a pretty little English princess," Fiona said, giving the last two words her mock English accent. "Forgive me for leaving you yesterday. Once the men came home, I suppose everything was a bit of a distraction," Georgina said. "Aye, true that is. And ye have nothing to worry about. In fact, I'm quite glad ye did leave me, because something happened once ye were gone and I've been dying to tell ye ever since," Fiona said. "Oh, please, do tell," Georgina said with her eyes widening in excitement. Perhaps it wouldn't be proper," Fiona teased, trying to build the suspense. "And we both ken I'm a proper lady now." "Oh, do come on. You cannot leave me in the dark forever. Tell me, what is it that is you beaming so?" "Well, once ye and me brother left to do whatever it was ye did, I walked with Alpin for a wee ways. We crossed through the field and finally decided to sit for a bit in the meadow. He wanted to rest but said he had to be away from the castle. Well, there we were, just sitting and no speaking much of anything, when finally, he looks at me and he says, 'Ye ken, I've had a pretty shocking realization about ye,' and I turned back to him. I waited for the longest time for him to say something more." "And did he?" Georgina asked, hoping desperately to hear the desired end of the story. "Nothing. Not a word. Instead, he put a hand on me face, leaned in and planted a gorgeous kiss right on me lips. I tell ye, I've never felt anything like it before. Then he stood, and I followed, and we returned to the castle in silence," Fiona said, finishing the story. "Truly? Nothing more?" Georgina asked with slight disappointment. Fiona's face momentarily sparked a frown. Nothing more. Perhaps that is because Alpin has realized that you are not like other girls in his eyes. For you, he wishes to take care with his actions, to make the right move at the right time. He has far more in his heart for you than he has ever had for another. Georgina reasoned. Maybe. I dinna ken, lass. It was magical. I can only hope that it will nae be the last of it. You ken? I know, Fiona. Trust me. I had hoped for more yesterday as well, but it didn't happen. In fact, I'm quite certain that after I bandaged his wounds, Marcas and I only had one kiss as well. Not that it's a counting game, but I do understand the disappointment when a man only partially opens himself to you. Georgina said. I'm quite certain he has already opened a bit more than that to ye though. Fiona replied. Yes, just the once. Anyway, it is a good sign with Alpin. It is a sign that he is finally recognizing how he feels about you and he finally sees you as more than the sister of his friends. I suspect he has felt this way for quite some time and is only just discovering for himself that he desired this all along. Be patient with him. Georgina urged. If you really believe that, then I suppose I ought to try to believe it as well. Fiona said. In the meantime, we ought to think of ways to ease their burdens now that they're back from war. I don't know about you, but I've noticed that none of them are quite the same. Georgina said. Dinna worry yourself. They are always like this for the first couple days. They are grieving the loss of their friends, and they are grieving that they have women coming up to them day in and out asking for confirmation that their husbands were brave before taking that sword in the chest. It's a burden and it's always like this. How do they recover? Georgina asked. Ale, typically. After a day or two, they come together with the whole of the clan and we honor those who were lost. The men drink more drans than you've ever seen in your life, and the next day, they are ready to do battle all over again. Fiona answered. Well then, I suppose we shall just wait it out? That is what I've always found to be the best. Me father was the same. He was always burdened after the battles and it was all over his face, but once they drank to the memory of the fallen, all became well. The English really have caused a lot of trouble, have we not? Georgina asked in concern. Dinna count yourself among them, but they really have. Perhaps one day there will be some semblance of peace, but Scotsmen typically dinna forget and our enemies have to work rather hard to get back in our good graces. So, I dinna think there's all that much hope for them. Fiona said. That leaves me rather sad, indeed. Marcas told me he wishes to ask my father's permission to marry me. Now that your brother has burned the bridges the clan had built with the Earl of Aylesford, I cannot help but wonder if it would ever be accepted. Georgina said. Likely it will nae. But that doesn't mean ye shouldn't try. And Marcas loves ye enough to fight the rejection and make ye his anyway. Connell certainly wishes to give it a go also, but I think he's seen now that he's lost his chance with ye for good. Fiona said. Really? Georgina asked. She was hopeful that she might be able to move on with Marcas now, but there were still so many complex feelings she had with Connell. He was the Laird and that left her with a twinge of fear. He was also the man who had rescued her from her marriage to Bolton and again from the asylum. She owed him a great debt. But his constant suggestions and his pride continued to eat away at her. Really? He came to see me last evening after he finished his rounds with the families of the dead, and we chatted for a bit. He loves ye, truly. But he doesn't show it the same as Marcas, and I dinna think he's the type of man that ye desire. He's me brother and I love him, but he's different than Marcas and ye've seen that. It's going to be a different woman who wants to be with him and he's got to just be patient with that. Fiona said. Yes. He is a great man, but he is not the one I wish to be with. Marcas is unlike any other man I have ever met. Do not misunderstand me, we English really are a prudish lot and I haven't exactly had a lot of experience with eligible men. But I have never seen or interacted with anyone close to Marcas. Georgina explained. Once ye meet a MacGowan, there's nothing else like it, right? Fiona laughed. Oh, you have no idea how true that is. I can't imagine being such with an English git. No offense. Ye ken what I mean. I dinna even consider ye English, really. Ye are way too good for that. Ye are beyond them. Is that rude? Fiona asked. Georgina laughed. Yes, it is extremely rude, but I know what you mean, and I don't mind it one bit. Right then, thank ye for the grace. Fiona replied. So, what are you doing up this early? Georgina asked, changing the subject. Fiona looked at her shyly. I'm making myself ready in case a certain gentleman should happen to wake. And ye? Exactly the same thing. I told ye, we're not so different after all. Fiona said. Right you are. Both hopelessly devoted to our men and eager to greet them when they wake. I can only hope that Alpin will grow past his newfound shyness with you today. Georgina said. And I can only hope that Connell will get over ye and let ye and Marcas be at peace. Fiona replied. You think he ever will? She asked. Fiona hesitated. Honestly, lass, he's always been great with a grudge. The familiar ache of dread passed through Georgina again, wondering if this was likely to pass or if she would remain in fear of the Laird for the days to come. Chapter 30. Marcas held still as Georgina cleaned and wrapped his injury. It had become strangely enjoyable for him to have her as his personal nurse, aiding him every time he returned from a fight. It was charming and energizing. He was beginning to feel a little more like himself now that he was back and rested. Georgina's presence was a comfort to him, although he hadn't known how to express it to her the day before. Petal, thank ye for taking care of me, he said. Georgina looked at him with her big eyes and a smile. Thank you for protecting us. What kind of woman would I be if I didn't take care of you in the midst of your wounds? This is what we are here for. To care for one another. She reassured him. Marcas warmed at the fact that she so evidently thought him a great protector. His pride swelled in satisfaction that he was indeed a great hero. And it was all worth it to see her safe. Darling. She began. Do you think your brother has accepted us? Do you think that he is content with our being together? Marcas was quiet. Honestly, lass, I dinna think he ever will be. It's a bit much for me mind right now. I've got a lot happening up here. Do you care if we put off that conversation? He asked. Yes, he was feeling more himself, but he also didn't want to think any more about Connell's affections for Georgina and the divide it had caused. Of course, love. There is no need to speak of it now, she said with resignation. Once his wounds were wrapped, Georgina leaned back, positioning herself so that her chest stuck out temptingly. She had missed the feel of Marcas and hoped he might understand her desire to be with him again. Ye bewitch me, he said gently, gazing at her form. And there is a part of me. A growing part, he insinuated, that would love nothing more than to cast a spell together. But, lass, be patient with me just now. Georgina nodded, plastering a smile over her disappointment. Why was he not interested in repeating the experience? Had she not been good for him? Was her lack of knowledge in the ways of men too much for him to handle again so soon? His eyes gazed at her again in a way that left her confident it was no such thing as that. If ye dinna mind, can ye wait outside while I dunk myself in some cold water and then we can make for tea? He requested. Georgina gave a small laugh and exited to the hall while Marcas made for the bathing room. Once inside he readied himself to be seen by the world. He had spent much of the day resting but he knew he needed his bandages changed and he was missing Georgina fiercely. Once he sent for her, he knew he would have to push aside his wants, at least until after the evening's feast in honor of the dead. Perhaps after that, he could bring her back to his room. Of course, no doubt by then he would be completely drunk out of his mind. Would that bother her? To make love to him in such a sloppy state? He would have to wait and see what the night brought. For now, he put on a clean kilt and dressed himself in his full MacGowan uniform. He opened the door to leave and saw Georgina sitting on the stairs waiting for him. She stood immediately and gazed at him in his full kit. "You look like a hero," she said. "And ye look like me future bride," he replied, making her smile widen further. "Shall we make our way to the feast?" she asked. "Absolutely. I'm famished." Marcas took her hand and led her down the stairs and into the hall used for clan feasts. It was magnificent, covered with ornate carvings and all sorts of Celtic knots that Georgina had seen more of, the further into the Highlands she went. Already the hall was filling with hundreds of people, ready to say a proper goodbye to those who had fallen. At the front was a table reserved for the Laird and his family, so Marcas led the way to where he and Georgina would sit just on the other side of Fiona. Connell had not yet arrived, but the ale was being poured quite freely, and after half an hour, the sound of a bagpipe was heard as it announced the entry of the mighty haggis. Cheers resounded in the hall and glasses clinked together to welcome the feast. Georgina had never seen anything like it. For her it was a completely unanticipated event and one that she had been unprepared for in the best of ways. "This is lovely," she said, trying to be heard above the pipes that echoed within the walls. "Aye, right lovely it is, lass. Dinna get bored now, food and more drink. The bards'll be getting up and giving their tales and songs, telling of the men we lost, telling of their bravery and command. Ye cannae miss that," Marcas warned. "I wouldn't wish to." Marcas saw Connell finally slip in gently from the back, evidently not wishing to be seen. Their eyes connected and Connell gave him a signal that they needed to speak right away. "Wait here, lass. I'll return in a moment," Marcas said. By that point, Georgina had consumed a glass of ale and was already feeling light and warm, willing to accept orders from her lover. "Whatever you say, my darling," she replied dreamily. Marcas smiled and greeted those he passed who were tearing into their haggis, neeps, and tatties, trying to reach his brother without causing any alarm as he now felt in his own chest. "What is it?" he asked, reaching Connell. "It's nae good news," Connell replied. "Well, that's mighty obvious, now isn't it? Ye'd not have called me over if it were." "What's happening?" "The Earl of Aylesford. I received a letter just a couple weeks ago and I've been writing back and forth to smooth things over with him. Now that we're back in good graces, he's written to warn me." "What is it?" "Bolton is coming. He's coming with an army. He wants blood and he's going to use the fact that we're the enemy as an excuse to take it. He's calling it a defense of the English against a blatant attack," Connell explained. "Bugger it all. What a coward. Ye mean to tell me that he's trying to gain English sympathy for the fact that his lady didn't want him but chose instead to run away with us?" Marcas reiterated with exasperation. "I can. He's a fool and that's all there is to it. But he's a fool with power and an army to back him," Connell said. "Ach, aye. I cannae believe he would really do such a thing though. Calling it a part of the English cause? Listen, Marcas, there's more to this we have to discuss. I'm a laird. Me clan is me priority. We'd not have to do any of this if we hadn't rescued the lass from him. That was the decision that brought this to our doorstep," Connell said, hoping his brother would understand. "What are you trying to tell me?" Marcas asked with angry suspicion. "Look, I'm not saying we turn her over or anything. But I also cannae pretend like there is near conflict here," Connell said. "Are ye angry because she chose me?" Marcas accused. "Hold your wheest, I never said anything so silly as that. I'm just telling ye to prepare yourself for the fact that I might be forced into a very difficult choice, and I hate to choose me clan. Every time," Connell explained. "Then we'd best get the piece of shite out of our way sooner rather than later. I'll no give up on Georgina. I ken ye won't. So, what are we planning then? If the Earl is on our side with this then surely he can help us?" Marcas asked. "Help us? I cannae say that he's likely to help us. But the warning was a start. For now, our goal is to be ready as best we can and to defend our clan. Obviously, making that choice would be a last resort but I had to warn ye that the choice might have to be made," Connell said again. "I understand. I will not allow it to happen, but I understand that ye have to consider it. And I'll fight me ass off to avoid it being any kind of an issue," Marcas declared. "Good, then ye'd best enjoy your night, because the Earl sent the letter 3 days ago, and he warned me that Bolton was planning to attack in just 5. That means we've got tomorrow to prepare and then we're ready for battle," Connell said. "Then tomorrow it is. When are ye going to tell the men? Here we are feasting to the memory of those we lost and know we hae another battle?" Marcas asked. I'll tell them first thing in the morning. No sense in ruining their night tonight," Connell decided. "Ye're a wise man and a good laird. I'll kill ye if ye try and give her up, but it doesn't change that ye're doing your duty," Marcas said and laughed. Connell laughed back, knowing that the threat was not entirely idle. "Anyway, head back and eat your feast and drink plenty, because tomorrow we've got a fair bit of planning and preparation to do. Dinny let the lass distract ye too much and tell her not to go wandering anywhere in the middle of the night this time," Connell said. "She'll be too tired to do anything." "I promise," Marcas replied suggestively. No matter how much he may have joked about it, knowing they would be doing battle with Bolton made the urgency more intense. He had to be with her again, one last time before their consequences caught up to them. Chapter 31. Marcas made the rare decision to pace himself with his drink and slow down as the night moved on. He wanted to be ready for her. As if in a dream, he led Georgina up the stairs and into his room. She seemed to be floating before his eyes and he could barely contain himself even in that moment. The moment the door was closed, her lips were on his. She had indulged in the ale as well and it made her bold. She responded with need to his hands around her waist and pulled him toward her by gripping his bum. It drove Marcas wild to feel himself against her, even through their clothing. "That's the only sword I want you using," Georgina giggled, letting her hand reach down and pull up his kilt. Marcas eagerly removed it and quickly took off the rest of his clothing, standing naked before her. For a moment, Georgina allowed her eyes to take in the whole sight of him. From head to toe, and the erection between, he was like a magnificent statue. But Marcas had no desire to be looked upon when he wanted to do the looking. He came close to her again and pulled her dress up over her head. Following, he removed her chemise and finally the undergarment she had gotten used to wearing since coming to Scotland. She was bare before him now and they simply watched one another for a moment, the gentle haze of alcohol making everything seem like a vision. "Have ye ever looked at yourself?" Marcas asked her. "Myself? Why, of course not, why would I?" she asked with that same giggle. "Because I can't imagine ever wanting to look at anything else," he replied. Georgina had no more words to say, so she allowed her body to do the speaking for her. She closed the small gap between them and brought him back into the embrace that they had been so hungry for. Her lips hovered over his, open, holding back just to taunt him and make him more desperate. Finally, she slipped her tongue into his mouth and he responded in kind. Marcas pulled back for only a second. "How much ale did ye have? I need to make sure ye always have that before we do this," he joked. "It is not the drink that intoxicates me," Georgina whispered before letting her lips passionately suck along his neck. Marcas had never felt a sensation like it, the way she inhaled him. It was amazing how her lips could cause such an impact. He was already stiff, but he felt certain that if he ever faced the day when he needed help to get there, this would do the trick. He could feel that it would not take long for him to finish if he didn't distract himself. He needed her to stop so that he could spend some time concentrating on her arousal. "Lass," he moaned, backing up just a fraction. Georgina's eyes widened, concerned that she had made some egregious mistake. Marcas smiled at her. "I had best calm myself." "No, to the bed with ye if ye please." A smile teased at the sides of her lips and Georgina's naked form made its way to the bed. Marcas gazed at her bum the entire time, looking forward to gripping it against him after he'd given her some time to warm up. Lying on her back, Marcas climbed on top of her and parted her legs enough to fit himself between them. While his mouth covered hers with tantalizing kisses, he slipped his hand down gently, running his fingers from between her breasts and along her belly and down to her sex. He played on the outside of the skin for a moment to entice her before sensing she needed more from him. Marcas softly rubbed her with his finger, causing her breathing to become more jagged. Georgina moaned, and it encouraged him that she was ready for him to slip inside her. "Oh, Marcas. Please." She was still so tight that he felt her clench a little, trying to get used to the initial discomfort that he assured her would soon be gone. For Marcas, it only increased the sensation of her around him. Being reminded how large he was, Georgina relaxed her body and allowed him to move as he pleased. She was amazed to experience what it was like to have him inside of her while his hand continued its work externally. "Lass, ye feel amazing," he whispered, moving himself gently inside of her. Georgina matched his slow thrusts and felt the pulsing increase in the way they moved together. At the same moment she thought she would burst from his fingers, she tried to transition her thoughts to what he was feeling. "Marcas, Marcas." Georgina gasped. "Heyo." Marcas began but couldn't finish saying because he was too overcome by desire. He quickened himself and Georgina met his pace. She cried out and he could tell she was close to climaxing. It was exquisite to watch her face expressing such pleasure. Taking her by surprise, Marcas spun her so that she was on top and he was on his back. He wanted to watch her body as she took control and moved against him. He could not close his eyes no matter how good he felt. He had to see everything. His hand firmly gripped her backside and he pulled her eagerly against him as if she weren't close enough. The whole of him was inside of her and it made for a miraculous feeling when she squeezed him tightly. His free hand then traveled up and cupped one of her breasts, squeezing it gently. He didn't know if he could hold out much longer but truly wanted to distract himself until Georgina had been satisfied. It made him press a little more firmly against her with his finger, hoping to help her reach the place he was at. Marcas moaned, unable to resist the sight of her, with her eyes closed and her womanly figure bouncing in all the right places. He couldn't tell if it was her perfect form, her eagerness, or her moans that excited him the most. "Just like that, lass. Dinny, stop." He begged through shallow breaths. "Dinny, stop. You feel so incredible," she exclaimed. "Marcas." In the same moment that Marcas let out a deep groan of pleasure, Georgina released what seemed to him to be a melody of her contentment with everything pulsating through her body. As the waves of their oneness faded, Georgina collapsed on the bed beside Marcas. He pulled her form toward his and gave her a final, tender kiss. It took no time at all before both were asleep. The next morning, Marcas awoke before Georgina. He watched her as she lay, looking perfect even in her exhaustion. He had not told her what would be expected of him today and tomorrow. She looked too peaceful to tell her now. He got up and readied himself for the day, wanting to let her rest for as long as possible. Marcas left the room quietly, leaving a note for her to say that he loved her but had to get to some business. He made his way down to where he knew he would find Connell. "So, have ye told the others?" he asked. "Aye," Connell replied gloomily. "And ye think everyone will be ready for tomorrow?" "Aye." "What can I do to help ye prepare?" Marcas asked. "The usual. Lead the archers. The rest ye can leave to me. It's me duty and there's nothing else to it," Connell said. "But ye dinna have to go at this alone, ye can." "Aye, but I do. I'm the laird and ye ken it. It is my duty to ensure that the men are happy, safe, provided for, paying their debts, caring for their families. And no, I'm to defend an English brat who got us into a huge mess." "Connell," Marcas said with a warning. "I can. It's not just that I'm frustrated by the fact she's put us in danger. Ye ken I'm also not over the fact that I had to hear her calling your name in the night. Ye got everything I wanted. Ye aren't the only one that loves her. I'm sorry I've hurt ye, but I love her too. One of us had to be hurt. I'm sorry it was you, but I also can't pretend that I'm not happy. I hope one day you can forgive me, but until that happens, remember that I'm your brother," Marcas said. "I'll not forget that anytime soon," Connell replied. "Then do you think we can support each other? We may not be on the best of terms, but we've got a bigger thing ahead of us. And if ye really love her, then ye'd want her to be happy and no stuck with Bolton," Marcas reasoned. "True. Either way, she'll not be mine. Better even him," Connell said. He still wouldn't make eye contact with his brother, but at least it was a start, and Marcas was feeling relieved at the slight change in attitude. "So, what is your plan then?" he asked. "We'll be the first wave with swords, ye'll be up in the turret leading the archers, third wave will be between Carnarvon and the village. Women will be in the catacomb," Connell said. "Just like Father always did it," Marcas said. "Aye. Only twice in me own life, and only once that I was old enough to remember, but I'm told that was always his strategy, and it seems the best fit." "Ye're a great laird, Connell," Marcas said, wanting to reaffirm his brother's quest to meet his father's expectations. "And ye make for a great laird's brother," Connell teased. Many of those in the clan would have preferred Marcas, who followed in the peaceful steps of their father, who desired civility with the English. But they got Connell instead. He was a great leader, but his bloodthirst was occasionally too strong. But Marcas knew there were times like this, when Connell allowed his personal feelings to prevent him from making objective decisions. He needed to learn to put those things aside. For now, he just had to be ready for whatever Bolton had planned. The entire clan depended on it. Chapter 32. Morgan Bolton laced his boots tightly. He would need them sturdy as ever if he was going to be fighting. Then again, he expected that the whole battle would take no more than an hour. He would easily slaughter a few soldiers, then leave his men to distract them while he found his way inside the castle to wherever they were holding Georgina. Well, that was the worst-case scenario. First, he would appeal to the laird to get his bride back. Just ask for her and toss a few threats about what would happen if Connell refused. It wouldn't be all that hard, surely. It also wouldn't be as fun. He could threaten, or he could kill, and he had always preferred the latter. Especially when it came to those northern animals with their red hair, mysticism and loose women. I certainly don't mind the last part. With boots tight and his shirt tucked in, Bolton was ready. He marched his way out and into the sun where a few hundred men stood. They had been handpicked for this mission. A combination of steady precision and brutal hatred of the Scots. "Mr. Bolton, sir," came the timid voice of one of his strongest men. It always irked him to hear that weakness through his words when Bolton knew his ferocity in battle. "What is it, Chalmers? The front is ready. Shall we ride?" "Yes, I am coming. We ride," he declared. For 2 hours they rode until they reached the borderlands, where they would have to change their tactics slightly. The men all changed from their uniforms that gave them passage through England into the roughshod clothing that would allow them to travel through Scotland with only mild suspicion. William Forrester came to the front to ride alongside Bolton. He had the best full Scottish accent of the crew and would be their spokesman. It always made Bolton laugh to hear that accent coming from his mouth, but here and now it would give them a freedom otherwise denied. With their cover story ready, they charged through the lowlands of Scotland for a few hours, noticed only when they passed through 2 small villages. Claiming to be the McFreeze clan returning from battle, they were fairly ignored. They wound around Edinburgh, still passing through only a few small villages, and decided to rest afterwards. "Eat up, men," Morgan ordered, walking through the crowd of them. He himself was unsure if he wanted food, but knew it would do him good to keep up his strength. In the pit of his stomach, his anger was the only thing keeping him going thus far. Not only had those clansmen taken Georgina, but her father was even weakening, telling Bolton to be patient, and that if Georgina never returned, he would have to accept it. He would never accept it. She was his, fair and square. They had a deal, and now she and her lousy father were backing out. It simply wasn't done. Not to Bolton. He was unaccustomed to that sort of disappointment and he had no intention of learning to handle it. An hour passed, longer than Bolton liked to stay in one spot, although these lands seemed fairly abandoned. Finally, he rallied the troops and they prepared to push forward. They were maybe 6 hours away if they rode hard enough. But it was better to allow the horses a decent chance at keeping up with the battle, so Bolton decided a slightly slower pace would be a better tactic. What mattered most was that they arrive unsuspected. "Oh, Fiona. It is from him. It is from my father," Georgina said excitedly. She had been desperate for another letter from him, any kind of response to what she had said in hers. Anxiously, she ripped open the paper. "My dear Georgina. You must understand the difficult position you have put me in. Bolton and I had struck a deal. I know it was not what you wished for, but I made the decision for your betterment. Being wed to a man like Bolton would have given you great opportunities in life. I cannot say that I understand or support your decision to stay with the Laird, but I must say that I have been rather unhappy with what I have seen of Bolton's behavior of late. Perhaps I was wrong to wish the two of you together, after all. Remember who you are, Georgina. You are not one of those feral Scotsmen. You are my daughter, you are English, a proper young lady. I would hate to see what they might turn you into up there. I know this is not what you wished for me to say, but as your only parent, I have to look out for you and decide what is best. This is what is best. Come home. I will not force you into a marriage with Bolton, not now, not after how I have seen him behave since your departure. But I wish to see you live a proper life, the kind befitting a woman of your station. And that cannot be found in Scotland. Your loving father." Georgina sighed. It was not what she hoped, but it was exactly what she had expected. She was no longer a proper British woman and she didn't know how to make her father see that. She had become so much more than all of that. Nevertheless, she held the letter and read it a few more times, hoping some miraculous invisible words would jump off the page declaring his support of her desire to live in Scotland. She hoped he would acknowledge they were not savages. But the words did not jump at her. "Are you well?" Fiona asked after a few moments of silence. "I suppose. I should not have expected anything more than this. He is doing what he believes to be right and best for me. He has no idea how wrong he is about it, or how much more I am than just a doll to be traded for anyone to play with," Georgina said with an edge to her voice. "Dinny worry, lass. Ye have the rest of your life for him to come around. It isn't going to happen in an instant, but over time, ye will have all the freedom ye desire," Fiona encouraged. "I can only hope," she said. "In the meantime, we had best ready ourselves and the other women in the castle. We dinna ken exactly when the army will arrive. Duncan is on the lookout, he's our best watchman. But we've got to be ready before that ass shows up," Fiona said. Georgina nodded sullenly, still bothered by the news Marcas had told her that morning about the battle, and followed her to the hidden catacomb that offered protection and escape. A few dozen other women were already there, waiting, and Georgina and Fiona made up the last. "So, we really must just stay here and wait?" Georgina asked, feeling terribly bored already. "Yes, it's awful. Ye never ken what's happening above. I mean, I've only lived through one other battle taking place at Carnarvon, but I can tell ye it was boring as anything. All I wanted to do was jump out and fight with me brothers. Of course, I was only about 13 at the time, so that would have been a terrible choice. But the thought of fighting on behalf of me clan was far more enticing than being trapped down here in this hole," Fiona replied. "Dearie, ye ken it's for your own protection," said an older woman that Georgina had seen in the castle a few times before. Her tone told them to shush and stop risking their hideaway. "I ken, Mab, but not all of us are cowards who want to hide all the time. Some of us are brave and canny show it on the count of being women and having a couple of tough, battle-ready brothers." Georgina allowed her thoughts to travel to one of those brothers and the way he moved against her the night before. She missed the feel of him already, missed the way he smelled, the sound of his voice when he was filled with desire. She would give anything to be with him right now. But Georgina knew that he was off away, preparing to fight the man he helped to save her from. This was really all her own fault. It was because of Georgina's petulance that her father was disappointed in her, that the clan was risking their lives in battle. And still she wondered, would Connell be willing to hand her over easily? She had jilted him, and his duty was to his clan, not to her. It was terrible to consider, but it was also an absolutely possibility. Connell had a job to do, and it did not include protecting Georgina. Marcas would never allow her to be handed over easily, but what choice would he have? If Connell said the word, the clan members would obey. Georgina's eyes gazed down the tunnel and she began to wonder. Should she start walking? Should she try for a safety beyond the protection she was currently being offered? A protection that could easily be stripped from her the instant Bolton appeared? The blackness ahead did not look inviting. There was no telling what might lie ahead, but there was also no telling what was coming behind. Fiona. I think I need to go. Lass. Ye canny do that. What are ye thinking? Fiona exclaimed. Do you really think Connell won't be willing to trade me if it means keeping the clan safe? She asked. Fiona was quiet, considering this possibility. Georgina looked at the black tunnel, knowing a choice had to be made. Chapter 33. Duncan, the soldier Connell had chosen as lookout, saw the English from a great distance. It had to be them, the size of the army confirmed it. He hopped on his horse and cantered quickly to close the gap between him and the castle. Connell and his men were ready to get into formation at his word. As soon as he saw Duncan, Connell turned and gave the command to his army and they got into place. Me Laird, I'd say there are around 300. They are dressed like us, probably hoping to avoid suspicion. But I ken it's them. None of the nearby clans are going to battle that I'm aware of, and there's no other reason for a group this size to be on the move. Duncan reported. Thank ye. We are ready. Join the archers. Connell ordered. Duncan rode back and left his horse in the stable, then quickly made his way up to the turret and into his place beside Marcas and Alpin. How's it going, lads? Right well, Duncan. Tell us, what are we expecting? Marcas asked. Duncan relayed what he had seen and Marcas nodded. It was exactly what he had expected. I'm thinking it's not going to be the longest battle. There's not a whole lot of men on either side. But we're on our own turf. That means Bolton has a few unexpected surprises in store. Marcas said. He thought of the well-disguised pit the English would have to come through and, indeed, in that instant, he heard a loud crack coming from just beyond the clearing where they would soon see the remaining soldiers. The pit had enough branches laying across it to cover it with plenty of flora and make it look like the forest floor. It was a fairly small forest but dense enough to hide the little details. Marcas guessed the pit had taken out at least 30 men. Before long, the rest began to emerge from the trees, finally exposed to them. The English, aware of their position, shouted their attack, and it was then that they began to realize that it had not been the surprise they had anticipated. The small but strong army of the MacGowan clan was ready for them. The first waves of each side clashed together with their swords. Marcas could see them slicing at one another, but he looked away to prepare arrow after arrow and shoot at any target he could see coming at one of his own men. Frustrated by their use of native clothing, Marcas saw that the English had each tied a red strip of cloth around their left arm to help them identify one another. That was the key: aim for the chests belonging to the red strips of cloth and nothing else. He watched the arrows take out dozens of men. The English archers did not have their benefit of the rise, and while they aimed at the Scottish archers, most of the arrows snapped against the turret. It was perfectly clear that the Scotsmen had every advantage and the English were gravely underprepared. Marcas smiled at their weakness and it caused his own pride to swell. He confidently took out swordsmen all over the front and then aimed at some of the archers as well. The clan had lost a handful of men, but the English numbers were dwindling swiftly. It was hardly even a battle. But Marcas began to wonder. He had assumed Bolton would come in first, before the attack, to try to convince Connell to trade Georgina. So why hadn't he? Was there another plan at work? He looked into the field, stopping his arrows for a moment. He could not see Bolton anywhere. Connell was gone as well. Something was amiss. It was his duty to remain and guide the archers, but Marcas' heart was torn at the unknown whereabouts of his brother and his greatest enemy.
Alpin! He shouted.
Aye. Do ye see Bolton? I dinny.
I was looking for him,
too. I wanted to be the one that killed the blighter who murdered me family.
but he's nowhere,
Marcas.
Alpin said.
And Connell? Marcas asked.
I dinna see him either.
Marcas,
What are ye thinking?
why dinna ye go and try to find them? I cannae leave the turret, Marcas declared. Ye have to. It's for the sake of your brother,
Isn't it?
Alpin asked. Both men knew that Georgina was his concern, but he did have to find the Laird as well.
Right men.
Follow Alpin,
He shouted,
ducking himself away, grabbing his sword and descending the stairs quickly. He had to find Bolton and Connell. He had to see if they were striking a deal over Georgina. Marcas made his way down to the catacomb. It was not a short distance, but his eager legs pulsated with the effort at a quick descent. Finally, he reached the entrance. It was still blocked. It was unseen. That was a good sign. It means that no one had come this far yet. It meant that Connell and Bolton hadn't been here. Leaving the terrible question of where it meant they might be, Marcas made his way back up the stairs and to the entrance of the castle. He was quiet, listening, uncertain. Seemingly out of nowhere, a blade shot at him, jabbed forward by one of the English army. The man was thin with rat-like teeth and hatred in his eyes. Marcas dodged the blade and thrust his own toward the man. He also missed, and the two danced in their quest to spill one another's blood. With a solid effort, Marcas spun the hilt and swiftly sliced the man across the chest. He stumbled back as Marcas continued toward him, ready to strike. But the man was faster than anticipated and struck back unexpectedly, stabbing Marcas through his left bicep. The shock of it stunned Marcas long enough for the man to raise his foot against Marcas' chest as leverage to pull the blade back out, leaving Marcas a bloody mess. Adrenaline pumped through his veins, numbing what would certainly later be an agony, and he re-engaged in the battle, one-armed. Marcas knew that he was too disabled to win the fight, but there was nothing else he could do. Finally, from the corner of his eyes he saw Connell's form sneaking into the foyer behind the Brit. With one blow, the fight was over and Marcas was safe. "Thank ye, I'd hate to have seen where I'd be had ye not come," Marcas said, the adrenaline waning and causing his arm to ache worse than any injury he had ever sustained. "It's nae problem. I cannae have ye being mortally wounded this time. But damn, ye had best get some more training. I'm sick of seeing ye getting injured all the time. Ye cannae prevent it?" Connell teased. Prior to the recent battles, Marcas had generally been fairly decent with his defense. Lately he had been slacking, distracted. He needed to get himself back on track and power through. "Have ye seen Bolton?" he asked, remembering the other reason he had been searching for his brother. "Aye. That's why I came in. I saw him creeping around the back and I figured he was trying to look for your lassie. There's no chance he can get through all of Carnarvon in the time it will take us to knock off the rest of the buggers out there." "I dinna ken what he was thinking," Connell said and laughed. "Most likely he's heading up to the tower. Probably thinking we'll have hidden her at the farthest possible spot. I already checked the catacomb and he isn't there. I say the tower is our best bet," Marcas decided. "Lead on, brother," Connell said. They began to ascend the stairs quietly, keeping an eye on each floor for any sign of the bastard on their way up. The castle was quiet, with everyone either hidden in the catacomb or fighting in the battle. Before long, they reached the landing that housed a small, winding staircase to the tower. "After ye?" Marcas offered to his brother with a quiet laugh. "Not a chance, she's here lass. "Ye can be the knight this time, the one that rescues her," Connell said. Marcas smiled at the thought. He climbed the stairs with Connell closely behind. When they reached the top and entered the tower, the room was empty. "Where is the dirty bugger?" Connell asked with irritation. "It doesn't make any sense. He can't have disappeared," Marcas replied. They began to make their way back down when they realized. Blocking their passage to the landing stood Bolton and 4 of his fiercest fighters. They must have hidden while the brothers were ascending, waiting to trap them and block off any escape route. "Are ye kidding me?" Marcas asked. "What a load of rubbish." He and Connell looked at one another. It was an effective strategy, blocking them, but they were confident that they could normally take out the 5 men easily. It would have been humorous if it weren't for the fact that Marcas could use only one arm. Marcas charged first, coming to blows with the largest of the men. He was ill-equipped to do so at the moment, but it was better than trying for the smallest and having this man come at him from behind. As the others made for Connell, the Laird took a quick strike at the large man, through his back. The brute slumped in front of Marcas just as the others began to have at Connell. Morgan stood back and watched the show. Chapter 34. The smallest of the 3 men was an easy target for Marcas, even in his current state. The man was quick and lean but not overly strong. It was clear that his advantage was entirely based on speed. Marcas, even with only one arm, had the advantage of strength. Catching the Englishman off guard, Marcas threw his body at him and the bugger was on the ground. Swiftly, Marcas pierced him with the blade and it was not long before all movement ceased. Connell adeptly fought the other 2. They were both excellent swordsmen but Connell was better. Still, his skill could not get him through much more of the 2-on-1 fight he was in. One of the men, sensing Marcas as a target, turned to fight him instead. It was the perfect distraction for Connell to use to gain a better upper hand with the man remaining to fight against him. For Marcas, the fight could not continue much longer. His good arm was getting tired from the strain of carrying the broadsword's weight on its own. He didn't have the flexibility or speed he normally had with both hands. He began to wonder how much longer he could hold out or, worse, how soon Bolton would stop watching and actually join in the fight. He saw from the corner of his eyes that Connell was locked closely in his fight, unlikely to break free anytime soon. The Brit facing Marcas was evenly matched to him at his strongest. But at this moment, he was not at his strongest and the Brit had a great advantage. Surely this would be the end. "Stop." The voice was calm, intentional. The 2 English soldiers immediately retreated and stood on either side of Morgan Bolton with their swords at their sides. Connell and Marcas looked at one another uncertainly. What kind of strategy was this? "What are ye playing at, Bolton?" Connell asked aggressively. "I wanted you both to see what my men are capable of. And now I have seen what you are capable of. So, Laird Connell MacGowan, are you ready to see what I'm capable of?" he asked. Connell's eyes were slit with hatred. "You see, I will give you 2 choices. It would be best for your clan if you take the first. But I must say, I deeply hope that you choose the second," Bolton said with a vile grin. "And what are me choices?" Connell asked, trying to sound bored and unthreatened. "You can hand over my bride, Georgina. Or you and your clan can die," he replied. Marcas and Connell took on their best nonchalant gallantry and laughed with one another as if fear was not swarming in their bellies. They were Scotsmen, after all. Fear had no visible signs. "Is that so?" asked Connell. "I can betray the lass I rescued from ye or you will reveal that ye have an army of thousands nearby who are fierce enough to take on me hundreds. I can hardly expect such a thing." Bolton blinked, not expecting this level of fearlessness. He had considered that Connell would give him Georgina in a heartbeat. But in truth, he knew that this would be an opportunity to fight the Laird. "My men are the greatest fighters in all of England," he finally responded. "Ha, then I suppose it's too bad we've already wiped out most of them. Ye see, While you were hiding in here, waiting to jump out and scare us, we've been watching our men strike yours down by the dozens. That little trap in the woods? That was nothing compared to our archers. Our swordsmen could kill you by holding the hilt with their toes," Connell said. Bolton looked furious but also afraid. Marcas and Connell knew they had to use that fear to their advantage. "Oh, but I suppose if ye really think it's worth the fight, we can go on out right now. I can show ye exactly what I'm talking about, and ye can see for yourself that your little army isn't exactly what ye think them to be," Connell continued. Marcas tried not to laugh again, but he was enjoying the thought of Bolton suffering the humiliation of seeing his army completely depleted of men. The bitterness of going to battle had hardened him against it. "I have another idea," Bolton said. "Oh? Why not just you and me?" The challenge was intriguing for Connell. The thought of fighting one-on-one against England's famed fighter was too good to pass up. "What of your men?" Marcas asked, worried that this could be a vicious trap to wound Connell and jump the brothers. "They have strict orders not to interfere." "As do you," Bolton said, warning Marcas not to get involved. He wished only to fight with the Laird. Marcas realized that Bolton had thoroughly believed Connell to be the one keeping Georgina from him. Connell had been the one to rescue her at the wedding, then again after the asylum. He must have believed she loved the Laird. Marcas opened his mouth to say as much, to take responsibility and be the one to fight Bolton, but Connell spoke up first. "It will be me honor to kill ye," he said. "Yes, I am sure it would. After all, a mighty boost it would be to your new lairdship to say that you had defeated England's greatest hero. But I fear that you will never have that honor," Bolton said. "Ye're right. I can only fight 4 men at a time and defeat them all without getting a scratch on me. How daft am I to think I could possibly match up to your strength?" Connell bantered sarcastically. Bolton was finished with using words to fight his battle. He wanted blood. He wanted revenge. He wanted Georgina. Changing his stance, his sword was lifted. It was long, slender, and sharp. It had an elegance to it that was uncharacteristic of the strong, wide blades wielded by the MacGowans. Bolton, thinking the broadswords clunky and unsophisticated, found he couldn't resist getting in one more verbal jab. "Looks like your swords have a girth not easily handled." "Trust me, it isn't the only part of us that takes a special hand to wield," Connell replied. "And once a hand wields the sword of a Scotsman, your tiny blades just didn't seem to satisfy." At that, Bolton charged angrily, lunging at Connell with rage. He was too distracted by hate to think through each move. Connell dodged blow after blow but found that his speed had to work for him because he was unprepared for just how fired up Bolton was. With each blow of the thin sword, Connell had to jump back and create distance. Marcas was overwhelmingly tempted to jump into the fray, but Connell warned him with a quick glance. This was about his pride as Laird. He had to do this himself. Besides, if he jumped in now, so would Bolton's men and then they would be outnumbered. But then it happened, the thing Marcas had been dreading. Bolton got in a good swipe. The skin along Connell's abdomen perforated and red oozed through his shirt. The Laird stumbled backwards, gently touching his fingers to the wound. It was not mortal, but it was enough to slow him down and give Morgan the upper hand if he let it. Connell struck back with the full force of his adrenaline. He made for Bolton, who was now on the defensive, evidently not expecting such strength after causing the injury. Marcas watched as Connell then got his own fortunate swipe and made a thick, deep cut across Bolton's bicep, half severing his right arm. Bolton dropped his sword and cried out. Even the burn was visible until blood flooded the wound. Connell smiled as Bolton sunk to the floor. He fumbled to get his sword back in his left hand. It was weaker, but he had trained with both. The Laird came toward him to finish the job, and before Bolton could stop him, Connell sent his broadsword straight through the Englishman's belly and pulled it out again just as quickly so he would lose blood fast. Knowing death was imminent, Bolton opened his mouth. Blood seeped through his teeth as he spat, "Keep your worthless whore." Thrilled by his victory, Connell stood to watch Bolton slowly die. Marcas turned to the two men who fought at Bolton's side and they ran like cowards from his presence. As Marcas turned his face back, he saw in horror that Connell had also been distracted by their running and Bolton took his final chance to muster the last of his strength. With his left hand, he stabbed his sword into Connell's chest, right between his ribs. Bolton collapsed and continued to gasp for a moment before he was gone to the world. "Connell!" Marcas screamed. Rushing to his brother's side, Marcas tried to apply pressure around the sword that was still stuck in Connell's chest. The laird gasped, barely able to speak. "Shh, ye dinna need to say anything. I'll get help," Marcas said with hope in his voice. He screamed for help, but the castle was empty, and he knew it. No one would hear them up here. "Take care of Fiona," Connell managed to say with difficulty. "Dinna let her give up on Alpin." "I will nie. I promise." "And take care of the clan. Faitha will be watching. And so will I," he said raggedly. Before Marcas could utter another false hope, Connell closed his eyes and a contented smile spread across his lips. He died a hero. Chapter 35. The grounds of Carnarvon were littered with the dead. Most of them English. The clansmen had fought well, but it didn't matter. They had lost too many in such a short time. And they had lost their laird. Fiona could not accept the fate that had befallen her eldest brother, and when Marcas delivered the news to her she had been unwilling to listen. Georgina, weeping, held her friend and let her sob against her. The bodies of the dead were separated, and the English were discarded while the Scottish were honoured as best they could be. For 3 days, the clan mourned. But for Marcas, the mourning would never end. "My love?" came Georgina's voice as she softly knocked on his door. It was time for another change of bandages. Marcas began to wonder if they would ever have a time where she was not trying to help him heal from his wounds. She had become extremely soft, warm and kind toward him in the days since the battle. She spoke very little, allowing him time to gather his own thoughts. She was constantly present, but she spoke only when he was in need of something. "Georgina, Petal, how are ye?" Marcas asked. He realized it was a simple question, but as she had been so busy caring for him, he became aware that he had not done much of anything to care for her since the battle. He wondered if she might think he had been inconsiderate. "I am well, Marcas. But how are you? How is the pain today?" she asked, changing the subject to reflect her concern for him. "The pain has lessened. You're getting to be a better nurse with every injury I face," he said, attempting a joke that didn't quite play out. "I can only hope that you stop getting injured," Georgina replied, unable to laugh with him about it just yet. "I'll do me best," he replied. "So, are you preparing for the ceremony where you get to be made laird?" Georgina asked, not really knowing what that would look like. "Aye. We're keeping it simple. No grandstanding. Pretty much people will just acknowledge that it's done. I didn't want anything more than that. It's too painful to ken that Connell has gone, and he isn't coming back this time," Marcas replied. "I understand. I cannot begin to imagine the pain of his loss," Georgina said in the same soft voice she had been making an effort to use. "Ye can, I can think of one thing that will make all me pain go away. Ye can distract me like none other," Marcas said. Georgina tucked in the last piece of the bandage and looked in Marcas' eyes. She leaned in to kiss him softly, but lovingly. He laid back on the bed and she stayed to his left side in order to avoid the right arm. They kissed for a long time and finally just laid beside one another, trying to rest and find some peace. It had been a dark, cold week between 2 major battles and hundreds of lives lost. The only joy and contentment they could find were being in one another's arms. "Ye can, I'd do it all again kenning I get to be with ye," Marcas said to reassure Georgina that she was still more to him than the loss. "And I would reject my whole life to be with you. she replied. Marcas knew it was true. She had left everything she knew when she ran away from England that night all those months ago. She had not looked back. "Have ye heard from your father?" he asked her, speaking the question that was constantly in the background. "No. I don't imagine I will for quite some time. He had grown a dislike for Bolton from what I could see in his last letter, but I can't imagine he will be too thrilled to hear about the man's death at the hands of my rescuers," she said, trying to sound brave. Tears began to pool in Georgina's eyes. The false bravado faded before she could fully arm herself with it. "Come, Petal," Marcas said, pulling her into him. "It's true that I would be with you for anything. I only wish I could make my father see what a right choice it was. I wish that he would come here now and spend time in this beautiful place and meet you properly and eat haggis, and I know he would change his mind." Georgina wept, and it felt good to Marcas that he could be the strong one again. He liked to comfort her, he enjoyed being the man she needed, and it was time his own hurts were put aside to make way for hers, even if just for a moment. "Well, as I said, we'll wed with or without his permission. I'm yours forever and I wish to make ye mine. What do ye say, Petal? How do ye feel about being with the Scottish laird?" he asked. "It would be my greatest dream come true," Georgina replied, a joy lighting up her face that had previously been so overwhelmed by sadness. "Then it shall be done. Ye are me bride. Let's get through the next few days and perhaps after a month we can ready the clan for a real celebration." Marcas could see that Georgina's heart warmed. She had needed something beautiful and good to happen, anything to take away the pain of her unsupportive father and knowing that she was the reason behind the attack that led to the death of so many of the people who had become her family. He was happy to provide her with that peace. Georgina sat with Fiona in the library. They had both come under the pretense of wishing to read, but neither had a mind for books just then. "So you're finally going to wed one of me brothers?" Fiona said with a half-smile. She was thrilled for Marcas and Georgina but distraught that she had only one brother left. One family member, period, for that matter. "Indeed," he said, "perhaps a month from now, after he is made laird and the clan is ready for a celebration. I completely understand that now is not the right time for a joyous occasion," Georgina explained. "Aye, that sounds like Marcas. He always did anything he could to show Connell respect. Except for ye. I am quite certain that ye were the first thing that ever made him really stand up to Connell past a tiny bit of competition that seems to go between all brothers," Fiona said. "I am honored that he thought me worthy of it. But you know, I do feel terrible for not having been kinder to Connell. I was so set on getting his eyes off me that I never gave him a fair chance at friendship. I never showed him that respect you describe from Marcas." Georgina was filled with regret. Despite that, she was relieved and touched to know that Marcas had thought her worth so much. "Dinny worry too much about it, he knew he pushed ye in ways he shouldn't have. Connell was a fine leader and a great brother but he was also an arse at times and there's no denying it. So dinny worry. I mean it," Fiona said by way of comfort. "Well, whatever the past, I am glad that you will be a part of the future. I fully intend to have you at my side in the days ahead. And I am hoping that the look I saw coming from Alpin last evening means that I will not be the only one desiring your company." Fiona smiled in an uncharacteristically shy manner. "Well, if ye must ken, he did indeed express feelings yesterday," Fiona said. "And by feelings, you mean?" "I mean that I've been trying not to overwhelm ye with me own news when ye have so much of your own. But it's true, Alpin finally saw me as more than a sister," Fiona said. "Exactly how much of you did he see?" Georgina teased. The blush spreading across Fiona's face told her everything. "I thought you lassies weren't supposed to be shy about these things," Georgina exclaimed. "I'm not shy," Fiona retorted in haste. Then calmly she continued, "It's just rather a different thing when it's a man that I've been in love with for many years. It isn't the same thing at all as when it's just some git with nice arms." Oh, well,
forgive me for misunderstanding.
Georgina laughed.
They spent another hour talking about their hopes and dreams and the men they wanted to share them with. For Georgina, the month could not pass quickly enough. Chapter 36. It was a week after Marcas was made laird and he announced that a wedding would be happening soon. By now, the whole clan was well aware of the fact that his bride-to-be was English and the story of her rescue from Morgan Bolton was well purported. Georgina was considered one of their own and she didn't wish it to be any other way. Following a week later, Fiona and Alpin announced their decision to wed as well. It seems right quick, but we've been in love for years and neither of us had the ballsack to confess it, Fiona had declared. The day before Georgina and Marcas were set to wed, he told her that he had a surprise.
Oh? And what might that be? She asked. Why didn't ye join me in the library?
He suggested. Georgina eyed Marcas with playful suspicion. He turned to ascend the stairs to the library and she followed, uncertain of what he was soon to reveal. Just outside the door, he stopped and looked at her with joy in his face. Now, Petal, ye have to remember to keep your hands off me. See, ye're going to love me so much after this that it's going to be damn near impossible not to jump me bones right there and then. He teased. Georgina gave him a look of playful attitude at his arrogance. Will you please just give me my present already? She asked with mock petulance. Marcas opened the door and allowed her to step through first. There, amidst the book-lined walls, stood her father. Papa! She gasped, running to him with open arms. My dear child. How are you? It is so wonderful to see you, he said with joy. I received a letter from the Laird telling me of your engagement. I had to come. I must stay with you until after the wedding. Truly, father? She asked, needing confirmation that he was really there. My dear, I am here, and I shall not leave until I have seen you wed. Indeed, your betrothed has told me a great deal of the goings-on of the past few months and it confirmed many suspicions I was beginning to have about Bolton. I am amazed that you escaped such a fate that I had delivered you into. Can you ever forgive me? Father, there is nothing to forgive. You thought it was best for me. And now, here you are. You are willing to celebrate with me and be a part of my joy in Scotland with my husband. It is more than I could have hoped for, she told him. I am overjoyed to hear that, my dear. Come, sit. It must have been a tiring journey. I am still completely amazed, father. I cannot believe that you are here with me now. When did you make this decision? She asked. Each letter you wrote me weakened my resolve between what I deemed best for you and what seemed most to make you happy, my dear. But it was the letter from the new laird that helped me to determine that I had to come as quickly as possible. I could not abandon you, he replied. Father and daughter spent the rest of the day together, learning about all the events they had each faced in the previous months. From Georgina's joys and pains, to her father's sadness at losing his only daughter, they realized the mutual hurt their decisions had caused and determined never to be the cause of such pain for one another again. In addition to their newfound respect, her father determined to come visit them at least 4 times a year and to always be present during the big events. Marcas engaged with them after some time, wanting the two to reconnect but also desiring to know the man who would soon become family. The unity between them was present and invigorating. Marcas saw a chance for real peace between his clan and the English. The same peace his father had worked so hard for. They stayed up well into the night before Georgina's father reminded them they needed rest before the events of the following day. No one wanted to be tired for their own wedding. He bid them good night and exited the sitting room they had been entertaining in. Marcas moved himself to sit right beside Georgina. It's true, ye can. We had best get some rest tonight. Because ye can for sure that tomorrow night there'll be no resting, he teased. Oh, I've no doubt about that. It was a lovely honor to learn so much of your father. He's a good man. And I think he will be an avenue of peace. Ye ken how I desire peace.
Marcas said. I'm sure it would be a true joy for him to be a part of that. Georgina confirmed. So, I expect I'll be getting no more than a couple kisses from ye this evening? Marcas asked, his mind returning to his body and what he longed for. Well, perhaps that isn't all. But you can be sure that you will not be getting me into bed this evening. Georgina replied, leaning in close and giving him a long, eager kiss. Marcas felt his erection instantly and Georgina moved her hand to rest on it, though not doing anything more. Good night, she said quickly and stood to leave. Ach, lass, you're awfully cruel, he cried out. Indeed, I am, but tomorrow is going to be a long and exciting day. You can wait, she teased again. So, all I get is a kiss and a touch? He asked. Georgina smiled and told him to wait. Marcas sat, unsure what her plan was, but she returned after 10 minutes wearing her robe. Ah, so I get a kiss, a touch, and... Quickly, she opened the robe to reveal her full figure. He gazed on her for a moment before she, just as rapidly, closed it and ran out the door and into her bed for the night. Morning came, and Fiona barged into Georgina's room to wake her. She was too late. Georgina had already bathed and brushed her hair. She was ready to dress and Fiona helped her with all the things left she needed to do. Here, I can you've brushed it but ye have to wear your hair up today, Fiona ordered. As you wish. I wish. It was not long before Georgina was ready. In fact, she had been ready since the moment she spotted a man with fiery red hair at an English wedding months before. Epilogue. 2 months later. Joy overwhelmed Georgina's heart. It was done. Marcas had been her husband for 2 months and nothing could change that now. In the previous days, they had celebrated their marriage and had become extremely loved by their own clan as well as those surrounding. For Fiona, it was a sign that she was where she had always belonged. The mourning for their lost, under Connell's lairdship, would never fully depart but it did not taint his good name. He was remembered for his excellence, his strength and his bravery in battle. Georgina loved every minute of her life, and Marcas had made it exciting and thrilling as ever. He always knew how to surprise her, and now, Georgina watched him as he drove the horse onward to the place he had been wanting to take her. He looked strong and determined, and Georgina smiled at the set of his jaw. Here, it seemed to her, he felt free. He felt brave. Sitting behind him with her arms wrapped around his waist, she had to twist herself to gain this sight, but it was worth it for the short glimpses she had. Marcas was hers and she was his. Finally, she felt him slow the horse. They had arrived. Here we are, lass, Marcas said with a grin. Before them, Georgina saw only trees in a thick forest. Where is here? She asked with trepidation. Marcas' smile was full, showing straight, white teeth. Here, Petal, is a surprise, he replied. Taking her hand in his, Marcas led Georgina into the trees. But it was not for long. Georgina saw the unexpected gateway to a clearing. It seemed a magical place. Gentle waterfalls filled pools, reflecting countless colors around them. We call them the fairy pools, Marcas explained. I've no doubt why, she replied with a gasp. Marcas looked at her face to register her expression. The look of awe told him everything. Ye were the loveliest bride me eyes have ever seen, and I love ye more every day since, he remarked, unable to pull his gaze away from his wife. Georgina turned to him and laced the fingers of both her hands in his. And you are the strongest, bravest, manliest man mine have ever seen, and my love for you will continue to grow day after day. Marcas wrapped his arms around Georgina and kept her in an embrace. Would ye care to swim? He asked. A smile spread across her face as she began to undress before him as if it were a show. Marcas watched her, in awe of the vision. His eyes were fixed with fascination. Once fully exposed, Georgina slowly waded into one of the pools. Marcas eagerly removed his kilt in response, revealing his desire for his wife. He followed her in and held her in the cool water. Their lips met, and Georgina felt him pressing against her. "My goodness, my laird. You are quite the man even in these cold waters," Georgina said and laughed. Marcas beamed with pride. "I right, lass. And if ye want it, I can show ye just how much of a man I am here and know," he replied. Georgina responded by shifting her body to accommodate him. After leaving the fairy pools, Marcas set up shelter just outside the clearing. They would sleep there that night and then return to Carnarvon in the morning. He wished he could have her to himself for weeks, but being laird meant his duties were at home. Besides, the wedding of Fiona and Alpin was only a short week away and he knew he could not be gone for that, no matter how desperately he wished to stay only with Georgina. "Lass, I promise ye we will come here any time ye wish," Marcas said suddenly, lying on the pile of tartans that he had used for their bed. "Then I am afraid we must never leave, for I cannot imagine ever wanting to be anywhere else," Georgina replied. Marcas laughed. "I dinna blame ye. It is quite beautiful, and I do love it as well. But ye ken, as laird, I dinna have the luxury of disappearing and all that," he said. "I know, but it doesn't mean I can't beg you," Georgina said. "If ye're going to beg me for anything, this isn't what I have in mind," he teased. "My goodness, Laird Marcas. Can your brain find anything else to think of, or is that its only path?" she asked. "Aye, right, me lass. When you're around, that is just about the only thing it can consider," he replied. They laughed together and snuggled closer, engaging in a thrilling kiss. Georgina could not get enough of his teasing. After they returned to Carnarvon, Georgina helped Fiona put the finishing touches to her dress. She had wanted something especially stunning to wear when she married Alpin, so they worked together to embroider thistle along the bottom. The thistle was everything they wanted to represent their clan. It was beautiful, unique and appeared fine and delicate, but once one got close enough they realized the way it could protect. For Fiona, it was the type of wife and mother she wanted to be, willing to prick anyone who might try to mess with her family. Georgina laughed at the analogy but realized that it was true. Nothing mattered so long as her family was protected. On the day of Alpin and Fiona's wedding, the clan gathered and was filled with joy. They had lost and mourned a laird who had not been in power for long, but they gained a new laird, one they trusted even more. Then their laird gained a wife and now his sister, a husband. Their legacy finally had a chance to thrive and continue. For Marcas and Fiona, the many losses in their family had been distressing and painful, but now their families would grow and flourish, and it was a new beginning for them all. The end. Extended epilogue. 2 years later. "She's coming," Marcas exclaimed excitedly to Georgina just minutes before sundown. She responded with a guttural cry, squeezing her eyes closed. The midwife was nearly there. Marcas could see her running from his vantage point of staring out the window. "Will you please just run after her?" Fiona demanded, mostly to get her brother out of the room for what was clearly ladies' business. Marcas rushed out to meet the midwife while Fiona, who had just given birth 2 months before, coached Georgina through each push. She waited on the other end, hoping to see the head popping through. "That's it, just another push, Georgina. You're doing great," she declared with excitement. With another cry and a lot of effort, the head of the baby passed, soon followed by the rest of her little body. Marcas returned with the midwife just in time for Fiona to wipe down the baby and place her in Georgina's arms. Father and mother cried with delight and the midwife showed a twinge of irritation that she had not made it quite on time. The birth of Sheila Rose MacGowan was cause for celebration among the entire clan. Their laird's line had continued. For Georgina, she was grateful to have Fiona coach her through the early stages of motherhood. Their daughters would hopefully grow to be best friends just as they were. Georgina's father came immediately after receiving word that his granddaughter had been born, and he spent a good amount of time at Carnarvon to be with them both. She was thrilled to have her father be such an important part of her life now that he had long accepted her decision to remain in the country she loved. Thanks to him, Marcas had rebuilt the relationships formed by his father and those broken by Connell and Bolton, as well as forming new ones. Other clans were trying to follow suit and looked to Marcas as their guide for bringing small-scale peace between the two nations. Within his own clan, Marcas had quickly earned a name as a humble, wise laird. He was generous, firm, and had increased their economy through his ability to make trustworthy trades with the English. Gathered in the sitting room, Fiona and Georgina held their babies while their husbands reminisced on times gone by.
"Can ye believe where we are at now?"
Alpin asked.
"I mean, I was terrified of letting Fiona ken anything about how I felt for her, and now we're sitting here with the baby and everything. Can ye imagine?"
"I can. It's truly amazing. Me brother made the idiot decision to run off with a distressed English girl, and now look at us," Marcas replied. Georgina and Fiona remained quiet but looked at one another, trying not to laugh at their husbands. It was charming to see the joy on their faces. For the ladies, the past 2 years had been extremely eventful. Their joyful marriages were a great experience, and both were thrilled to have such wonderful husbands. Becoming mothers only made their joy more complete.
"If you will all excuse me, I think our little lass needs a change,"
Georgina said quietly, taking her leave. Marcas watched her go. He loved her more each day, through each change and stage of their life that had passed. He was enjoying the opportunity to watch her as a mother and seeing this nurturing side of her that he had been so overwhelmed by as she nursed his injuries those years before. Georgina went to the baby's nursery, where she kept all of Sheila's clothing and supplies. She was glad to have the nursery, but most nights, she wanted the baby in their room so that she could look after her well. How had she come this far? How had she gone from a young woman trying to escape a loveless union to being a mother of a beautiful, half-Scottish child? She was overwhelmed by her good fortune. Marcas had been an exquisite husband and now, an amazing father. Georgina finished her duty and began to return to the room where Fiona, Alpin and Marcas waited. Yes, she was fortunate indeed to be roaming the halls of Carnarvon with a bairn in her arms. "And that is the library. I do certainly hope you will spend much time there, learning and enjoying all sorts of exciting lands that you can find through reading," she said. She remembered her youth in England, where her station required that reading was only for the purpose of gaining knowledge for young ladies. In Scotland, it was for enjoyment. "I am glad you will live your life among the heather and the wilds and the breeze, Sheila. No stuffy, smoggy city for you," she continued, talking away to her daughter. Back in the sitting room, Georgina made herself content. "We had best be going," Fiona said, standing to leave. Alpin joined her. They had a meeting in town with some other friends and didn't want to be late. The four said their goodbyes, knowing it would only be until the next day when they saw one another again as usual. Finally, it was just Georgina and Marcas in the sitting room with their bairn. "Ye ken, I think ye are the greatest mother that ever lived," he said. "And I think you are the greatest father that ever lived," she replied. "I think ye are the greatest wife. I think you are the greatest husband. I think ye are the most beautiful woman. And I think you are the most handsome man. Ye are the kindest soul. You are the bravest hero. Ye are the wisest lass. You are the strongest protector." With each compliment, they got closer and closer until, with Sheila still resting in one arm, Marcas pulled close to Georgina's other side and kissed her firmly and lovingly. "I think ye have the greatest lips. And I think I will be kissing you forever." The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.